Don't push. Play time.
Ash Queen says.
Print. Good job.
Nice.
Oh!
Nice.
I aced! I aced!
Yeah, you guys playing Clubhouse?
Yeah.
I can't do shit about him. Oh. 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 Hello everyone, hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are guys. So we are at the grand final today and it's going to be an exciting day. The siege has just started, so we are just going to be jumping in right into it.
In BDS, taking on Brazil's FAZE clan. We will guarantee a brand new SI champion here in Boston. Who's going to take it? Time will tell. The hammer will be raised by the end of the night.
Thank you, Sako. I didn't even have enough time to say hi to you. Hi, Toxic, as well. I'm just gonna switch in. My speech is getting better by the day, as you hear, so that's good. I'm still having some issue with breathing and stuff, so but it's going at the right pace, at least. Waiting for Siege Cup. It's starting on Friday. Yeah, do we have the same people again, or?
Grand finals. Thank you so much for joining us all weekend long. And on Sunday, Championship Sunday, it's time to get it all rolling. Welcome to the MGM Music Hall, live at Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. And we're all here
don't
to
know
have
why.
some fun. Hello, welcome. I'm Millis,
I
your
thought it
host,
would be
with
Saturdays,
our wonderful
but
analyst with +1 that'll be joining us as the show goes on. Fox, Fresh, and Laxington. How are we doing? You're looking so snazzy today. Can we get a shout out, please? God damn!
Everyone is looking snazzy today.
I'm happy we all coordinated a little bit. We're looking pretty good up here. I like the black and gold, the little touch. It's nice.
It's so good. Everything builds up to this year, builds up to this moment today for the teams, but for us as well. It's SI Championship Sunday. I'm so excited.
There's no feeling that can describe what I'm feeling right now for seeing all of you guys up here sharing this moment and sharing this moment with you guys and everyone watching. I mean, it is spectacular to live in this moment.
Gentlemen, you've lived the Invitational in different ways over the years, right? As a person who lifted the very first hammer at SI 2017, you've been on it again years afterwards with you, Fox. You've been throughout the event either as coach or, analyst, and also as talent, and now all three of you as talent on here. What's it feel like for you? You're gonna have to find those words today.
I mean, for me, it's pretty heartwarming just because it's my first time actually being at a main stage grand final as an analyst. And also,
information
I've
about
never
the new
been at a main
season we
stage,
start
like, top
in
two as a
about
player, so, I mean, I got here one way or
2
another.
hours, less than
That's
2
your first
hours,
time on a
8
championship
p.m.
Sunday.
Yeah, it is.
They would talk about the new
sharing that
season,
moment with
but
Fox,
we
I mean,
talked
us coming in
earlier
as analysts,
about the
switching from
year
players
that
to
they
be
have
here on the main
planned.
stage, and again,
It's
sharing
going to
it with all
start
of you, the ones who
earlier,
make this a special
so
moment.
it depends
Again,
on
the
what
feeling,
you
it's
are
unreal.
interested in watching. So it's going to be
Out of time.
So nervous
8
before.
p.m. about the new season,
Might have done this quite a few
about
times now, but
7:30
today
is
just
going to be
everything
about
for
the
everybody,
year
right? And
that
that's
they're
the big
going to
thing.
talk
But
about.
it's good now because everybody turns out for today.
Blood is pumping, and we're feeling it all here, I'm sure. You could tell the emotion is definitely rolling, but yesterday, emotions were also high as we eliminated two players and two
The match
teams.
is going to
Here's what it
start around 9:30, I believe. Yeah, 9:30 it said. CET. 9:30 p.m. CET.
Hearts broken and dreams smashed here on the main stage, but some of those will continue. And of course, they move on to our grand final today. Here's a bit of a recap, a bit of housekeeping before we get this show on the road. Where we got, well, it's that grand final. We're going to go through BDS and FAZE to immense detail as the day goes on. However, a big surprise going down the line through this bracket.
I mean, honestly, I was pulling for SSG, truthfully. I thought they were going to be able to make it a little bit further in that run, but FAZE, obviously, nothing but pure dominance.
Yeah, I thought as well, SSG played really well up until the time they faced FaZe Clan. They just broke for some odd reason. I actually thought they would actually make it to the final because they had such a good mentality and team
play. And I think that's the best part about it. I mean, obviously, the biggest upset is the fact of how badly FaZe beat Furia. I would say for me, I thought Furia was going to put up a little bit more of a fight. But at the end of the day, in an American crowd, the NA event, it doesn't matter who's up there. They're happy to see some great Siege be played.
I don't think I've lived to see the day where an NA crowd cheers for an EU team, but today may be that day. Our two grand finalists guarantee
so I'm guessing that BDS is going to win today. They have gotten second place on 2 majors, so
on the board for whoever lifts the hammer at the end of the day, crowned the champion of the 9th ever
so show match,
However,
then
always,
the reveal year
on our finals day. We're gonna have a
10
lot of
live.
fun with our show match. Team Rainbow goes up against Team Ketis. There'll be a lot of content creators and community members from all around the world that are joining us for that matchup. Of course, our Year 10 live panel. 2 of the developers have flown out from Montreal here to talk about what they've been working on for years now to get ready for this upcoming Year 10th anniversary.
Yeah, so it's going to be 9:30 as it says here.
And of course, the grand final, the game that everybody's been looking forward to. Our first and final best of 5 series at the Invitational, BDS versus FaZe Clan. What a way to end this show.
I mean, history's about to be brand new. It's making itself right now for both the teams here. They can finally get that opportunity to close out the year with an SI World Championship underneath their belt.
And again, both objectively and subjectively, these have been the best 2 teams in the tournament. So from a competition point of view, it's going to be such a good game. Obviously, we've got to wait a while to get there, but I can't wait for it.
Yeah, we got to wait a little bit. I'm excited to see the panel, personally. I want to know what I'm going to be playing in ranked next season. I want to know what new operators, whatever we might see, whatever. I just want to taste.
There's a lot to look forward to today, but I want to hear from some of you in here. And actually, Ian, you're looking so sharp today. Can you have a little chat with everybody downstairs?
Yes, Milosh, not as good as you, but listen, this is my first chance to talk to everybody. It's Championship Sunday. Boston, how we feeling? So much coming up in this jam-packed show, of course, that will culminate in a best-of-5 grand final between BDS and FaZe Clan. Let's talk to a few fans that make these events so special. Hello, sir. What's your name? And who are you backing to win this whole thing?
Coleman for BDS.
Coleman for BDS?
BDS, of course it's BDS.
BDS over here. I'm not sure. What do you think?
John, FaZe Clan, all the way.
What about you, sir?
My name is Ian. I'm FaZe Clan fan. FaZe up!
I love it. So we can have a bit of a conversation as to why. Now, of course, if when either of these teams raise that trophy, it will be for the first time that that team has ever done it in SI history. Why will it be BDS?
We got Usus in this. He's the first time that he's been at an invitational at this level. We've got this.
Simple as that, Usus, right? Yep. How about you?
Well, you got the best captain like Fac, and then the best support Brede, and then of course Shaiko on the team. Gotta be BDS.
Anybody want to see Shaiko raise that hammer? Now, FaZe Clan, as fans, it was tough this time last year in Brazil. Why will it be different here in Boston?
Can't choke twice.
Can't choke twice.
BDS can choke twice.
All right, we did learn that at the 2 back-to-back majors grand finals. But listen, we've got so much to get into. I'm going to be down here talking to the fans as much as possible. You want to carry on talking to me as we go along, guys? Good stuff. We're going to have a lot of fun, but for now, it's back to the studio with Milos.
Thank you so much, Ian. God, you're looking so good. I just have to say it. But yeah, if anything, maybe if Shaiko lifts the hammer at the end of the day, we'll get an interview from Dark Shaiko, who has been kind of living up to it over the year, at least social media. Who knows if that'll be the case in Boston, though. We can't be dressed in tuxes altogether without having a bit of an award show here. And going through the past season of 2024 up to the Invitational now, there's some highlight players and people that we need to celebrate at SI.
Yeah, absolutely, Milosh. Obviously, there are various different players. You know, we've got rookies, we've got MVPs, we've got all sorts of awards to be giving out.
Yeah, I mean, I think every one of these players, obviously, it may not be
I
a trophy
think maybe
win, but obviously it's a
Dream
commendation
should
for the last year of their play
some
and how well
commendation
they've been
for
doing getting to this point. And you know,
player or
excited to give out some
something,
awards.
rookie.
Jack, you gonna say something?
No?
Well, I hope that the award is at least a hug and a high five from you.
I will give a hug and a high five to every award winner if they're still in the building today.
You know what? I hope I win one today. I've been waiting for this forever. Rookie of the Year, it's definitely not me. Let's put it up on the screen and see who our analyst picked. It's Diffuser.
I mean, Diffuser obviously had a blowout season this year. His first tournament being the major that he won in Manchester
From
with East Coast.
M80,
Opened
that's
up the whole
good.
year, and obviously he's
Good
been playing
pick.
so well for M80 since joining this tournament. Obviously they fell out short, but for him personally, he's easily the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
did good
It's
as well.
individual awards,
He's a
and it's
rookie.
about the whole year. And coming in as a rookie to then win a major, it's so impressive. It's not been done very often by players. You know, you're thinking of Dan that maybe did it, Spoit obviously did it, and now Diffuser joins that elaborate, you know, group of people. Incredible.
Well, from Rookie of the Year to someone that really shown, but just someone who has improved, right? The most improved player of the entire year, because
It
he can
would
be
be
playing
called
Siege
the
forever
Cold.
and
Yeah.
still
That
be learning
is-
new tricks. Hot
That is
Cold,
so
our winner.
correct.
Again, crowd
He has
favourites being from the
improved
unwanted roster.
way
I will
much
say, and
this
I
year.
Fox can go into this was close with Kino, but for Hot and Cold, having to go from these legacy teams to build his own roster, to then win a major, to then go through all of the adversity, and then come out on top as one of the best unwanted players, and then get the main stage at SI. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, it was amazing. He was constantly overlooked on his previous rosters of DZ and SSG. Finally gets his chance with Beast Coast. They win a major. His team gets pulled players apart. Nobody takes Hot and Cold, the IGL. He comes back to this event with Unwanted, a team homeless. Nobody thought they'd be the best NA team, and they make it as far as they did.
Yeah,
to
I
top
would
four.
almost say that he
Obviously,
should be
most improved
Player of the Year, but
and his journey up to this event has just been amazing to watch.
I really hope that we get to see the squad with an organization coming up to the 2025 season, because top 4 in Invitational is incredibly impressive. Our next category, I wish we had a drum roll here just to kind of really live it up. Our biggest surprise, Loria from G2.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when
Surprised he
G2 picked
just
up Loria,
carried
he was maybe a
G2
bit of an
so
unknown quantity on
good
an international stage.
during the
Didn't really
matches.
start out too hot at G2, it's fair to say. And this is why he's the biggest surprise for us, because he turned up at this 6 Invitational with a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he delivered and more for G2.
Of course, when you look at Lawyer on a team of storied players that are just all good in their own caliber, you don't expect him to be the main reason why G2 was able to stay this long in the tournament. And obviously, against their final game against OXG, Lawyer was the main person putting up numbers to be able to keep his team in that fight. G2 ends up falling out a little bit earlier than we expected, but obviously biggest surprise of the tournament so far definitely has to go to Lawyer.
Honestly, to move across the planet from Brazil to Europe and then bunk with Alamo, which is probably the most difficult thing ever, and then be coached by him, helped out together throughout the year, and then finally getting achievements, if anything, in your first year. That is huge what he has shown. Can't wait to see what happens in his future. But I'm talking about leadership, right? We have to talk about the best IGL of the year, and I think some people here in the audience will love it.
Call
IGL of the year.
Call it.
From BDS.
Leafback. The best one.
Easily,
You
Licky
can't.
Fact has to be the
You
IGL
can't
of the year.
find a better one.
Abandoning the French language to learn English, to be able to support 2 English players, consistently trying to evolve not only in game but out of game to be the best leader possible. And obviously his passion is unrivaled. He has a chance to win a hammer today. So obviously, he was the IGL that stood out amongst all the rest this year.
You don't get a consistent level of performance without having one of the best IGLs in the business, and BDS's level of consistency this year with 2 Grand Finals of Majors, winning Esports World Cup, and now being in the Grand Final of the 6th Invitational, he is by far and away the IGL of the year.
Without a doubt.
Cannot wait to see again if he lifts it today. It's been a long time coming. Remember, BDS were not here last year at the Invitational. Nobody was here in Boston back then, but you know, at SI 24. However, the end, the final award, the MVP of the 2024-2025 season of Rainbow Six Esports is Andy from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think absolutely incredible. You know, he obviously went through the absolute ringer 1 year ago. He could have fallen off at that point, but the consistency that he showed at top level competition, bearing in mind domestically, plays inside the best region in Brazil, has attended every major, has now played 6 Invitational, and look at these stats. 110 EPS, he was the highest rated player of any player, if we did a top to bottom, that has attended majors and 6 Invitational this year.
Yeah.
By far. Plus 142 KD, plus 19 on entry, and he's got an amazing, you know, front line. He's got great gunners in front of him.
I didn't think Andy would be, but
I mean, his aim's been amazing, and obviously to do this on that support, secondary support role is a difficult task. He's one of the best players in the world. Currently in the tournament, he's plus 41, so obviously the whole year has been all up to Handy, and hopefully he has another attempt today.
I was thinking Vidican more, but
well, if anything,
because
history
Vidican has been
you
lifting
lose out
as
in the final
well.
of an SI, you come back the next year and win it. However, Brazil has not won an SI. That hammer, the 2 times that has happened, was against another Brazilian team. So today, maybe history can be rewritten. You need at least 2 things or 3 to try to make it a pattern. That'll be to figure out at SI 2025. Gentlemen, that is our award show. Honestly, there is so much more to kind of appreciate from all of our players, but we have to continue on with our program. So let's take a quick breather. We get back, we continue on with our games.
Hi guys, I'm Doki, and this is my own operator.
My name is Alemão, this is my operator.
Alright.
The nationality I would pick my operator would be from Antarctica. I love the cold.
Scottish. Same as me.
My operator's ability would be, you know those windows, those metal windows in the map that you cannot
Why
open?
would
Like,
he pick
he
that?
could open those bulletproof windows because like...
I have a tool, like Maverick, that can just make holes in the reinforces, or like change the reinforces on defense. That'd be crazy. Imagine you have a cool angle. That'd be sick.
My operator would have like a foxtail. I don't know, it just came up in my mind.
He has like metal legs that just make him run super fast. He's like a 4-speed. He's like a 4-speed operator. He's just so fast. Operator's name.
Foxay.
Bob. It's Bob the Builder.
Hi, my name is Gunnar, and this is my operator.
Hello, my name is Boyd, and this is my operator. If there's a nationality I could pick for an operator, I'll probably pick Swedish.
Yeah, they have.
You know, I have to represent.
The nationality I would pick is America.
An ability I would like to see on an operator would be an operator who could turn off the lights in a room, just everything goes dark, and then take it from there.
My gadget would be like if there was a
Of course,
shield
Boyd
anywhere in
would
the
be
map, it would
serious.
just tell me, and then it would give me like a lion scan wall hack, but only for the shield, because my gadget allows me to see that there's something on the shield that just shows me where they're at all times, and if I do get close to them, my bullets go through the shield. They don't block them. I just insta-kill them. They're just dead every
That's
time.
pretty OP, Gunnar.
I would like to see a football outfit in Siege, you know, the whole Brazil kit or whatever.
My wild card would be that the operator has perma Emberize, so it's not banned in the server because it's its default skin. So not only can I kill all the shields, no one can see me.
Wow.
And I'm just like the GOAT operator. My operator's name would be Gunna. Not with an R, just an A. Just Gunna.
So the operator name would be Håkan. Very Swedish name, if you know, you know. And yeah, peace out.
Håkan! Oh my god, that's the worst name we could have picked.
And I'm joined by some wonderful fans. Now I know what you're thinking. That's not just any fan, that is Fast Ann, the incredible talent, streamer. Just, you've done a wonderful job in the build up to the main stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fast Ann, please. We love Ann! And, what's your name? Where are you from?
Erica from Montreal.
Erica from Montreal, please give it up for Erica. And you, sir, what's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Scorched Aaron from St. Louis, Missouri.
Let's go St. Louis. All right, so Anne, I'm going to come to you first. You are our VIP right now. How much, how much are you enjoying this SI, and how cool is it that we've got a brand new champion today?
I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot. You can tell I lost my voice with how much talking and screaming I guess I did. But it's been a lot of fun, and especially with the new champion, it's going to be amazing. The storylines, regardless, are going to be really good, so I'm very much excited for this final.
We're in for a treat, aren't we? You look wonderful. I have to ask you, who are you supporting to win this and why?
BDS, mainly because I do not like FAZE, but gotta go for the French. They deserve it.
Who's your favorite player on BDS?
I'd have to say Shaiko.
They love Shaiko here in Boston. FAZE up. Why?
You know what? This is my first ever event, right? And so basically, like, my friends persuaded me to root for FaZe, so after yesterday's games, I went to go buy a jersey, and now I'm here.
I love that. What's cool is this is your very first ever event, and this has been a hot ticket, so shout out for you to getting in here and enjoying all of the fun. This event has been wonderful. I'm going to get, before I go again, a prediction. Anne, who's taking the hammer?
BDS.
Oh. All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, and guys, go and enjoy this. I'll be back down here very shortly, but for now, it's back to you, Milos, and the gang.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you to all the fans, of course, and downstairs in the audience. Good thing that you said BDS, or else your EU passport would have been taken away from you. I think that's kind of just a piece that happens as the time goes. But we are back, and yo, oh my God, can we get a round of applause to Alpha Ma here, who's joining us on the desk? My God, no Frenchman has ever looked this good.
Oh, thank you so much. You know what?
He's eliminated, but there is, it was actually two Swedes.
We look very similar.
That was playing in the tournament. One of them were the coach, and the second one is
there is
player.
a party to talk about here, and a party of two is in the grand final, both BDS and FaZe. Let's talk about them one by one. BDS is up first on our chopping block, and kind of talking about how they made it to SI25, because I don't remember they were in Brazil last year.
No, they weren't. They did not qualify to SI 2024, which led to the pickup of Yuzus and Solotov, and to create the best European team we've seen in a long time. And I will say this, the best team in the world, because they came in as the #1 standing, because then they achieved 4 grand finals in 4 events. To come here at this SI and be another grand final, and they deserve it. One thing that we noticed, though, is this guy's losing consistently in major grand finals. Well, I will tell you one thing. If you ask any professional player out there, are you losing 2 major grand final to win an SI1? Everyone would say yes. And I think you lose by learning, and I think that they will not lose another final, because I will tell you one thing.
I think BDS is going to
win. He said, I'm not losing another final. I'd rather lose early in the tournament, but I'm not losing another final. So these guys, I think they're here to take it.
I mean, making it that far is no easy threat. I mean, getting to back-to-back major grand finals and obviously dominating regional leagues, there is something
I
going
saw them
well
when
for
they
BDS.
were
They've
playing in
found
Sweden.
what seems to be working, and every single meta throughout the year, they've been able to adapt and cultivate their team amongst it. And they've only been getting better and better. And so, obviously, when you throw and get to that position where you lose rounds, you lose tournaments, obviously, it's only a matter of time before you fix those issues that are causing it. And they've been there twice, so that's 1 more than FaZe so far. So hopefully, they'd have 1 more of a better chance.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to take a look at FaZe then in this case. Both of these squads have been known over the past year to have a bit of a, I guess, an airwave plug, or a little bit of a choking situation here between them. FaZe were at the SI Grand Final last year. They make it back a year after.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see the SI Grand Final on the slide right here, but obviously, we all know what happened. Map 5 down up 6-1 to Furia, and inevitably they just could not close it out. 5 match point attempts to be able to close out and be the 6th Invitational 2024 champions, and it slipped away from their fingers. But that didn't stop them. Mentality is a big thing when you lose a game like that, and obviously throughout the year, they dominated regional leagues. They were able to make it back to these tournaments. It wasn't the showing and the performance that they wanted to. It wasn't as consistent, but sometimes you just need to fall back. You need to be able to get yourself up, and it's a process to be able to pull yourself up and put yourself back together after a loss that devastating.
It's a story of resilience, isn't it? Like these guys, they're so experienced. They come back from this, and they were consistent as well this year, you know? They qualified for every S-tier event. Yes, they made top 8, top 4. That's a consistent team in my book. But coming in this tournament, They failed so many times.
Yeah.
They played so many rounds, more than any other teams. And yet when they came here on this main stage, they've looked stellar. They've looked amazing. Didn't drop a single map. They've got everything it takes as well here to give us a good show in the grand final.
And the difference is those events, the majors where they got top 8 and top 4, throughout groups, they 3-0'd to groups to make it to playoffs, and that's where they look like they struggled. Whereas this event's been different. They
raised
started
the
off,
level.
Exactly. They started off in the bracket play going down to SSG, but they've been unstoppable throughout the losers bracket.
Now that grand final last year in Brazil between Furia and FaZe, or at least back then W7M and FaZe, had a twin brother on either one of the two teams. The first time ever a Brazilian team won an esports tournament in Brazil, like ever. That's how earth-shattering this event was at SI24. But there were tweets that were going around. You saw a moment where, dragging your brother, after the loss. But Handy had to tweet something from yesterday, the beautiful photo that we saw from last year's SI, but also of the two brothers. It would have been, once more we find ourselves in the grand final, but this time it is not against one another, not to eliminate you in the past. It's a beautiful time between these two players. My brother. So much love between the two. Last year, we were all crying at this moment. Not only did we see W7M winning the Invitational, but then one brother to the other, pulling them aside, tears in their eyes, celebrating their brother on that main stage. I can't even imagine what a moment like that is like. You imagine the emotion that moment has, on top of the fact that you had just won an invitation.
I mean, being able to win or lose against your brother is obviously, of course, you're going to be happy about the win or sad about the loss, but you're happy, vice versa for your brother in the fact that they're able to claim something or, bounce back. And I think that moment where they were bringing Handy along, I think it went to show that Handy is a great player, and obviously he's going to get his attempt. His first brother got one. Now Handy's in a position where he's able to play now because he's already eliminated his brother, with his brother on his side. And so that makes a big difference because you did it against each other, now you can do it together. It's a full circle moment.
For me, that tweet means a lot. It means a lot. It means a lot of extra motivation to beat BDS. You've just eliminated your twin brother of the biggest competition in the year. It's your comeback story, and you can avenge your brother by beating BDS and by winning the same title that your brother won last year. That's an amazing story, and this guy will fight all the way for it as the best player on the team.
No way, Gabby! Oh my god! Hi everyone! How are you doing? Sorry, my speech is still a little bit lagging. How was the stream, Gabby? Did you enjoy the game? Oh my god, I can't speak. I was not expecting this, but yeah. For those that do not know me, my name is Run Out of Name. I'm a Swedish gamer mom who loves playing FPS games like Rainbow Six Siege. And right now we're having a co-stream with Ubisoft for the Rainbow Six Siege tournament. So that's what's going on right now. So we are waiting for the pre-show match that is going to be starting, and then we're going to find out more about the new season, and we're going to be seeing the grand final between a French team and a Brazilian team in about an hour or so. So that's kind of what it is going on. Sorry, I'm trying to get my speech back. It's going to take some time. It was worse like yesterday and the day before. For those that do not know, I had surgery done on Thursday, so I'm having a little bit trouble with that. Who do I think will win? I think BDS, the French team, will win because they have won 2 major tournaments throughout the year, and also came second place on 2 other majors tournament as well, and they've been consistently playing without faltering too much. Whilst as FaZe Clan, that they had a more rocky road for the year, and during this tournament they even went below the lower bracket to fight themselves back up to the final. And BDS have not done that. Plus, they have a very solid IGL who's calling out for the team, leading them, who has also been voted as the team captain of the year for a reason. Plus, they have also Shaiko in the team, so that's kind of what I think who is going to be winning. Thank you for this follow, by the way, Cosmic. I really appreciate that. But are you still loving the game, Gabby? Because I've been looking at it. I'm going to get a new PC, so I'm figuring out which game I should be checking into. Thank you, PBC, for the follow. Really appreciate that. I feel so self-conscious when I'm talking sometimes right now. It's very weird, but it's getting better. Yeah, I haven't played Civ at all, but it looks very interesting. I do have a couple of games that I'm really excited to play that is coming out this year, and that is Where the Wind Meet. And I saw a gameplay of that, and it's kind of reminding me between Black Wukong and Crunch Tiger in a way. And I'm also very interested to see Chronicle Chaos. That's also going to be like a RPG slash MMO game that's coming out. Not sure which date though, but so that I am also very interested to see. We do have other games that I'm also really interested to see. So I wanna play Onimusha. I have played the Onimusha before, and I also heard a little. It's not confirmed, but it is said that maybe there would be a Castlevania remake. That would actually be very cool. You do that, Gabby. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for the lurk as well. But yeah, like, if they are going to make a Castlevania remake, I so am going to be so hyped up, because there is already confirmation about Resident Evil, Devil May Cry remake.
Rocking and rolling, everybody's all dressed up to the nines.
Hi, Sean.
Stage, but Boston, you look phenomenal as well, so give yourselves a round of applause.
Let's see what they are saying. There's going to be a free show.
This stage becomes very serious grounds later on for a best of 5 for all the marbles. In case you didn't know, it's for this hammer right here behind me. But what we always like to do on a grand final Sunday of a 6th Invitational is have a little bit of fun first. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a crazy off-the-hook show match right now. Boston, are we ready for it?
The show match is usually fun, so they go to force like different content creators to do some challenge during a match. So it could be that one needs to be eating a banana during the time that they're playing, and one might be blind as well. So it's kind of fun.
Pressure isn't as high, but I know these guys are going to take it
King
deadly
George.
seriously. Pisty, Tom J. Sherlock, King
Oh,
George,
Sherlock.
and Lusar's coefficient.
Sherlock is playing
for this one.
Yeah, last year was fun.
Hey, you guys have got some fans out here. Kamikaze, they love you. All right, let's bring out their opponents. It's Team Kiris.
They're in Boston, by the way, if you did not know.
Look at that. We've already got some back and forth here on the stage.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Longy, Raska, Athena, who's the captain. Mika, who got all the accolades yesterday. I'm not sure she's here yet. And Nugget. But we are going to be swapping
Nugget
out
as well,
different
yeah.
members of the roster as we go along here. But as we do, in true finals fashion, let's have a bit of an interview. King George, come on up here. Athena, come up here too as well. Let's have a chat. How you doing, man? Good to see you again at another show match, and yourself as well. Are you ready to do this?
Oh yeah.
All right, come a little bit closer.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad
Why are you
that
gonna
Fett
whoop
is
him?
not playing.
Because
He needs a spanking.
You hear that? He said, "You need a spanking, brother."
Well, I think we're about to figure out the difference between 2 invitational winners and content creators.
Yeah, Nugget is a little bit higher
Heated,
than
it always gets heated,
Nugget.
Boston. You intimidated by this man?
No, hopefully George doesn't fall asleep on stage.
Yeah, I know, Sako. That was an amazing raid. Amazing
He
people
said, "I hope
coming
you
in.
don't fall asleep on stage."
Well, hey, you know, I'm a little older now. I need some naps.
All right, just let me just check. I'm going to point. Which team's going to win? Oh, what about?
It's just like 50-50.
All right, let's get into the chaos right now. We have got Fluke and Xenox calling all the action.
I'm wondering what they're going to do to mess up for the players. Because last year it was like a banana. They could not see, they could not hear. What was the screen upside down?
It's a chance. It's an opportunity. And they're on both teams, so there's no way that they can lose. It's a pleasure once again to be bringing the voice of all these creators, I assume doing their best. So don't hate them when they're rubbish.
No, exactly. I mean, this is all about to be a bit of fun. Before
And
the
for
final,
those
you know, it
that
doesn't
might
have to
not
be
know
this
Rainbow Six
ultra-competitive match, unless you make it to be.
Rainbow Six Siege, it is a very fun strategic FPS game. It is kind of towards CS and Valorant, but at the same time, not. It has its own uniqueness.
There are some rules. So both of these two teams have concocted some very
I know it's
rules
normally
that
what
they're gonna
not
introduce
Gabby
into the
play,
game
but I do
as
hope
they
that
win
we will
rounds. I'm
see
not gonna spoil
how fun it can
what
be
they've given
to
us,
look
but
at the
they've given
game
us
and
some
have
very
fun with just watching.
choices. You can see some
What's
props
with the box?
already loaded up.
Why does he have a
nearby,
box?
Yeah, there's a lot of weight to this. There's also the fact that it's year-by-year operators.
There is. Is there a hydration round as well?
There's rumors of a hydration.
I don't even know what that would actually entail, to be honest.
I'm curious.
There is rumors of a hydration round. There's rumors of a reaps round. There's rumors of a.
I know, Sean, but there is still I know like League of Legends, but I have never played it for instance. So I am not too familiarized with the game, but I have heard about it. So that's a difference with that. If you just have heard the passing of it, but not know the full extent of it, then it's a different thing.
There is a bigger match to be had later on, of course, the grand final, but this is
Oh, he brought the fishy. Joel is here.
Even Joel.
The fish is here.
I mean, it wouldn't be right without Joel.
There is a mascot that is famous within Siege, within a team called Joel, and that fish is their mascot. Joel is like a very famous, for some reason, throughout the Rainbow Six Siege.
Is Tom going to play with Joel on his shoulder the whole
Tom barely plays without anything else, so I hope that for his team's sake, maybe they're trying to build up on the other side of things. There's Lusos on the end.
Now, who's going to take this seriously, though? There's always one.
There's always one. King George.
You reckon King George?
Probably. Yeah, because obviously long-time rivalry with Parker and Terra, who's somewhere in the audience, and I'm sure booing every second.
Yeah, King George.
King George does anything on the game. Tom,
Nugget is there as well, Sacco.
Who's your money on? Team Rainbow or Team Kerez? Kerez?
I'm not going to lie. I do
so
like the
also,
stack
guys,
for Team
Rainbow Six Siege is
say
entering
Kerez,
their
Kerry's,
10th year anniversary. So this is why
name.
a lot of
You got
things are
Kamikaze,
different
King
right
George,
now. So there's going to be some major changes. There's been talk about there to be a new Rainbow Six Siege game. So it's going to be Rainbow Six Siege 2 is the rumor. I don't think it's going to be like that. But
you can actually see us.
there's been a lot of rumors.
Who do you want to win?
Staring down. Okay, I want Rainbow to win purely because that's the storyline of the game, right? Because
Rainbow.
Yeah, like they're the good guys, and you've got them against it. Pisty, get your fist bumped, buddy. Cheer the fist bump. Oh, Joel's not. Oh.
Yes.
I thought we were going to get a Joel fist bump for a second.
I can't believe it's already collapsing, and we haven't even started the game yet. The fact that, I mean...
Can we get the camera away from Tom? He's already been on there
Tom's
enough.
addicted. He's just a worse A. Littleton, so.
Oh, no. Here we go. Joel.
Here we go.
Is that a fin slap?
He doesn't. He doesn't have hands. Tom has only just.
Maybe
learned
not that part of the fish. Oh my chest
At
hurts.
this point as well, obviously.
Oh my god.
Rasco, the UK content creator.
Laughing
There's a lot
too
of UK
much is
versus
not
UK
good for me.
in the lineup. That's a ref. They're not supposed to be playing. What have they broken?
I don't know, actually.
Because obviously it's always.
King George has already broken something.
Long Yi as well.
I'm not
On the
sure
other
if
side, I think
it's
this is the
true
first time
though,
they played in a show
Sean,
match
about
as well.
Siege
Have you
played in a
X.
show match, Emmy?
One round.
I
was
haven't
casting
heard
the show
anything
match.
specifically to that.
I think let's have a look at the rosters.
Let's go furry.
Rasco's
They're
a furry.
referring to Minimali.
Is that chant? Here's the rosters. Look at this. I love on the side, obviously, as I said, Lusor's the two people on the channel.
Yeah, that's
it's
good.
like an ominous haunting. It's going on the right-hand side there. From the left, Pisty, one of the icons of the MENA region. Tom J. Sherlock, once a UK, now in Oz. King George.
Oh my
what else
God.
needs to be said? Kamikaze from Liquid, and then Lusor's. And on the other side, from left to right, Longy, Chinese creator.
Wait, this back on
Rasco,
stage?
Athena, I
Really?
think. No, again, no introduction for the captains. Ares Mika and Narcoleptic Nugget. They've been on this stage
Maybe it's
before.
going to be the
Couple of
same
fresh
game after
faces.
Telegraph.
Does that change who you want to go with?
If they go to
I mean, would you say
upgrade
Tom is an Aussie
Siege
now?
in general, it
Yeah.
needs to be
Yeah?
having
Yeah.
its
Okay,
own
well, then I
client
have to
like
go with Tom
Valorant.
and
Otherwise,
Team
the
Rainbow.
cheaters are just going to be the same as it is today. It's going to be massive, and then there will be no
Feels like I
point to
just heard
continue
people
with
just
that.
swearing at
So
the teams
they
now.
really need to
I'm
go
worried
from
that if it
from
take
that
any longer,
way.
The fans are
There's going to be like a
try
riot in the
try
crowd
and
if we.
fight Tom J. Sherlock and call Rasco a furry again.
How did Tom get Joel?
I think he just found it, but you know what? I'm tired of waiting around. I think let's throw ourselves in. One cheer for the creators, please.
Emerald,
What a
ooh,
fun map this promises to be. Emerald Plains.
no.
Serious? That was not in the. We get a list of like who's going to be in it, what they're going to do.
We didn't get the map.
We did not get the map.
I was kind of hoping for Oregon.
What are your calls like as a professional caster on
Emerald Plains? I've never had the opportunity to cast.
Yeah, I
Emerald
know the map got
I don't think
booed.
you ever realized.
I think rightfully so. No, nobody has cast this map.
What are the rules on the bans? I can't.
No.
No,
there
it's
shouldn't
not
be
a
bans.
good map. What it's saying?
Rasco and Tom can smell each other.
It's not skill. It's not skill issue.
Have there been any booed bans this event? It's usually Tachanka, but
The crowd wants no ban. I reckon they should just ban one just for the sake of it.
I want to see a cosplayer do a backflip like all the elite animations.
Oh!
I'm trying to remember which ones have it. Can a cosplayer do a backflip? Is that something I can
It's
just request?
Vigil. It's Vigil that is doing a backflip.
You're requesting someone from the audience to do a backflip?
Yeah.
Well, no bans.
No bans.
The crowd gets what they want.
One other fun thing that we get to do, obviously we've had a lot of listenings throughout all the... Tom is waving at us.
Hi, Tom.
You can't butter us up, Tom. It's not how it works. But we do actually get the ability to listen into their comms.
Nomad, yeah.
So let's have a peer
Kinda
in.
ying, right?
Yeah, ying them. Ying them for sure.
Nice singing.
There's actually top-level comms there. This is the no-ban round. If you've never seen this round, everybody goes outside, the air jab in the middle, and then it's last one standing in a
I'm
knife
thinking George is going to be the serious one, and Tom is just,
But it's
and
not.
Tom
No,
Sherlock is just
nowhere
going to play
near
around.
by chance.
And I think Arfino and Nugget will play
By
super
the chest
serious.
it's a shooting game. I'm trying to piece together what I'm hearing from the chants on the crowd, but it's like we're really... Joel is sexy.
So for those unfamiliar, of course, Nomad will be the one to indicate when it is safe to start knifing here for the opening round. Everyone should go outside. Now the issue with these show matches, Emmy, is sometimes you can get some people that don't quite play to the rules.
It takes a village to build a show match.
It does.
We've obviously had pros in show matches before. We've had a lot of...
Are you allowed to ying in a knife round?
Listen, we've got refs down there for a reason. They can try and get themselves in, but early throw of the flashes. It's the air jab that pops. They are getting themselves circled up, and well, there's a delay because they've EMP'd the bees, and
there we go.
And here we go. Take it away, Jake.
We're underway. Who can get the first snipe? Oh, it's Tom that goes down. Oh, needed a bit of help from Joel. And it is going to be Team Keras that take the opening round here.
Nah, Emerald is not for me. I like for me Clubhouse Coastline. Maybe Nighthaven.
The Team Keras now
For
gets
me.
to choose a new rule to be implemented into the game.
And you? No, what's with the pick?
What? We defense?
Yeah, we're defense.
We are defense. Yeah, we are defense. Oh wait, we choose this one?
Yeah, one only.
Why
Easy.
these shoots? Why this?
Oh yeah. So there's a list over here. It's so
1, 2, 3.
defense round where they open every wall. So they're gonna open every wall.
Choose a different one. Just give them 100% sensitivity. Easy.
Rush. They have the rush.
Rush.
Okay.
Number two.
So, maybe there's a rule
Yeah,
implemented
rush.
from
Okay, that
both.
is cool. Yeah, rush.
We just play normal. We just play normal.
We play normal.
So they play normal because they won the round. Team Rainbow has to rush. No ifs, no buts, no stopping sprinting.
I mean, what does that actually entail, though? Do you have to just run around a corner and not be able to hold it for Rainbow? Do they just have to start sprinting everywhere? I think that's maybe what it is going to mean, which is going to be a big advantage for Team Keras.
I love how they weren't sure on their own rules, but there's Tom! Aries Mika, she was caught getting the reinforcements out a little bit too early. Tom, is that a rush? Are you going in? Pisty says yes! Nugget says nothing. They're dead, Luthor.
Well, that's not a rush. They're just standing outside the window.
Oh, I need the refs to check this. Is this a rush? No one's going in. No one's going for the plot.
Where's the rush?
This feels illegal. Who do I call? C4. Atheno calls Luthor's a loser. And at this point, I mean, Rasko's holding angles, but...
I feel like they should have done it this year. I feel like the casters should be one team.
Win this round now. Oh, the GN in chat. So King George and Kamikaze. Can they bring it back? No, Rasko headshot. Despite what was at least a little rush to begin with, then slowed down, Keras have brought it back, Emmy.
I mean, at this point, King George, plant secured. He's got a 2 versus 1.
Nah, it would not be unfair. You know, King George and the other guys are like in the champ levels. It would not be fair at all. Like, it would not be unfair at all.
Oh, around the doorway. George is
Good job.
It would be fun if they did casters versus... No, that would be maybe fair. I was thinking casters versus coaches.
So what do we get
we have year 2 ops,
no,
right?
We're doing nothing. They've got to drink a bottle of water before they can move.
Okay, and then we have year 2 ops though, right?
No, we do.
Bro, I am not able to be able to charge.
Do they have to drink the whole?
Oh no, they have to drink the entire bottle of water.
I'm a bitch.
Stay hydrated. Folks at home, stay hydrated.
That is water.
That is.
I'll bring E.
That is water, guys. Nothing else.
So at this point now, every single round you get a new year's
my
worth
God.
of ops. So now they can play year 1.
Imagine if everyone in the losing team had to take a shot of Ginger before they had to move in the next round.
Immediately. Pisty, just making sure everybody's hydrated. That's like a friendly round. We are on advantage points. If they do start messing around, I can start throwing pens and stuff down at them.
Ooh, even the ops is hydrated. Early contact.
Oh no, he went with a black beard.
Triple shield
with
setup
a
as
shotgun.
well, so certainly not going to be easy for Karis to deal with in this round. What have you got in your hand?
Nothing. You keep talking about this, the shields driving their way up. There goes King George.
The hero from the previous round for Team Rainbow. No more. Pisty falls. Good start to this third round for Team Karis. Dealing with the shields. They've got 2 more to deal with though.
Hi,
Team Kamikaze. And Loose Oars. It goes down in the hallway. Mika with a good kill. And Karis are in
I
total
got
command of this
raided
third
earlier
round.
by Gabby, so having a couple of viewers.
You've got a fuse. You've got the 5 shield shovels.
Zako's
sort of,
really
with the
good,
on the
hot
side
sick.
to fight. On the back of red or orange stairs. Who really knows? This Tom doesn't know where to look. Huge round from Aries Mika.
Oh, I hate this.
He hates
Let's actually
this.
choose an actual one now. Are they on defense?
Are they
They're
going
on
to
attack.
drink water
Attack,
again?
get the rush. They already did that. Each of them. Should we give them max sensitivity?
Yeah, do that.
Each team has.
We go kitchen side, is that okay?
Yeah.
Are they giving
Max sensitivity, yes.
the one that loses get a punishment in the next round?
I didn't choose.
Oh wait, is it for both of us?
Oh, okay. No, it's not for. It's for them.
Okay.
Just one
Wait,
team.
did I choose the?
Wait.
Oh my god.
Bro, I'm not killing a single person.
Yeah, me neither. There's no way. No way.
They're doing high sense right now.
I think I can actually control this. Look at my drone work. Yeah, wait
Can we get a
until you
close-up of Tom's drone?
I don't even know which way I'm going.
I don't think it's gonna go as well. I can't get through a drone hole.
Oh,
there we go.
Alright.
Certainly will require some precise mouse movement in this round.
Downstairs.
This is going to be a very difficult round for Team Rainbow, as we just evidently saw. Tom's all over the place.
I mean, I feel bad.
You can't lose this round if you Karis. The pressure's on them.
Yeah, I like how it was the choice of you can be hydrated, okay, you can struggle.
He's not getting through this doorway. Oh.
Have they all gone? Is it an LMG they've opted for here? The situation. I mean, what would you go in this situation?
Something you can spray and pray with.
Yeah, you don't want a DMR here at this point.
I'm trying to get that. You know what?
No, we don't know what.
They're going to go in the building, Tom. In the building.
Yeah.
Tom, in the building.
I can't get
we
in.
go.
Hey!
We got 2 kills already as well.
How are they doing this?
Good job, guys.
How are you doing this?
I think over there.
It's just a 5-stack, and Longy's going to go down as well.
Understand?
They're max.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to the window.
Flank.
I got you.
They're about to flawless them, Emmy.
I swear, if they flawless this, the
Who's got kit?
embarrassment
Can we plant?
on the side of Karez.
Nah, this is
No way, they won.
Maybe they should have hydrated them.
I think they should.
Little dark.
At this point, yeah.
Sensitivity. Sorry, I change all the sensitivity.
All good. Okay, you can change it back now, guys.
Mouse mat off the table.
Oh,
Don't forget to set your senses back, guys.
That's a cardinal sin.
Without protection? No.
Do we have to pick here 4 operators now?
I don't think we have to.
That sounds a little bit hard.
Off the table and Mac.
Which one?
Okay, this is getting a little bit.
The first 2 rounds, fun,
Again.
jovial. Now it's a bit
Reaper up max
sadistic.
sensitivity, mouse pan.
How does anyone play all this?
100, right?
What am I supposed to do?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my
No,
god.
you're not even doing it. What?
What?
The mouse pad.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
sorry.
for them. They're
You
doing,
can only
they
play.
have max sensitivity for them.
Ah, okay.
Okay, they got now max sensitivity.
It has to be
I'm
year 4.
kind of confused.
Year
4. Who's even year 4?
So
Who is even?
Amaru, Cali.
Ooh, I'm gonna take Cali.
No, year 4.
Let me get the.
Oh, they want to have a
Oh,
go.
I got split by mistake. Well, there's no more, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe not. Yeah, there's only 4 ops, so you could just pick whatever you want.
So this is almost a step up. This is like a secondary. So last time it was max sense. Now.
Well, now we're going the full distance
Now
with
it's
the
the
Reaps
full
setup.
Reap setup. They have all the matching settings. They have the smallest amount of mouse mat, as you can see.
Does Reaps actually play like that?
Reaps does play like this.
Wow.
And
so this should
my
be actually
God. This is so
positive for
hilarious to see.
creators. Reaps is an absolute
How did I
outstanding
even
player.
do
at the
that?
end of this round, I might try and throw a paper airplane down from our station.
Yeah.
I got to check.
That's gonna hit someone. You might hit the statue.
Oh, that would be bad.
That would be. Can you imagine the statue?
I think I'm going to be told by the producers, please don't do that. You will hit the hammer. Well, the audience did it.
Well, if the audience says so, I think you have to throw the paper plane.
So now the defenders are playing on highest stance, while the attackers is playing with a very small mouse mat at the moment.
And with that kill as well, everyone inside of the server has at least one, which is nice. It's a good feeling. And so far, it's been pretty equal as well between these two teams, even regardless of the settings that are implemented upon them. Bit of a slower pace round compared to the previous one, which was basically
like
over inside of a minute. We haven't had a close end of round so far in the show match.
I think this could be the most intense game we will
go.
have.
Oh!
Well, the cover comes through. Okay, is going to go and recover Tom. You can leave Tom. It's only Tom.
No, you got to get Tom back up.
Ooh,
good kill.
And Kamikaze finds Lungy and Rainbow. Once again, now this is more of a rush than their rush round. Kamikaze for 3. Scream their way in. It is just Atheno left. 4 players to cut their way through. There's the impact. There's nobody on the other side.
Nice. It's too easy, yeah.
Nice.
It's nice to see that they do stuff like this, that they can just have fun. It doesn't need to be serious all the time.
Ooh, I want to see red light, green light.
So, I think
There was an event that some of the creators did. Titanium Rolo is her name. They did a Squid Game edition in Siege, and that was actually kind of fun.
Can we have a bit of a cheer for Ian Chambers? Ian Chambers.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Amy, I love you. Right, this is a fun game that we're about to play, right? There's a famous TV show on Netflix. You might have seen it. Red light, green light. The way this works is if I'm looking out at the crowd, the players can move all they want. But if I turn around and look at the players, then you have to come to a complete halt, which means you've got to be keeping an eye on me. If any of you do move, the rest of your teammates have to come up to you and smoke your ass.
They've also given me a high-powered rifle.
So you tell me, you tell me when you're ready to roll. I'm going to start off by looking at this gorgeous crowd, and we'll go from there.
Oh, look at that smile.
They call him the $1 Million Man.
Why?
Which is weird because he's from Hull. But it's a bit weird to call him the 1,000-pound lad. So he's looking this way. They're good to. Okay. False alarm. You're good.
I think Toxic, you need to ask if they can play right now before you actually decide. I don't think it meant right now.
I think they want you to turn around, Ian.
Rasco's also turned around. I think he's a bit confused.
Stop!
Hey, yo!
Wait, do drones count?
I'm just.
Who's moving?
There's movement.
Who's moving?
They need.
Are you moving? Tom, are you moving? Put your hands in the air.
Refs, are you doing your job?
Does anybody need to get cooked right now, or are we good? All right.
All right. There's a lot of calls for Pisty there, but I mean, you got to say it louder. Ian, he's not the sharpest. He's the most handsome hammer in the draw, but...
Leave me alone, Emmy.
Yeah,
I'm so
cheating.
sorry. I feel like it's like in the Muppets, where we're like, ah. They're making their way closer on 2 minutes 30. Ian has got a bit of time. But that time will tick.
Can you keep shooting though if he looks at you?
I think. Oh.
Don't pull him. Oh!
Pisty!
Smoke him! Smoke him!
He's got to be gone. No, not you, Tom.
To your right, Tom, not you.
Pisty was moving.
Get Pisty. Oh, I'm looking at you, sorry. Get Pisty now.
I'm sorry, my friend. The TK is not coming through. These rules, referees. I will jump this barricade.
What happens if he turns mid-fight?
I don't know, but I think we should find out.
What? What's up?
It's still going. I mean, cheating.
What's happening?
Someone explain the rules to them. This is falling apart.
Who's moving?
Ian.
They're
most
moving.
of them.
Who's moving? Kamikaze, you moving?
This never happened in
Right.
Rolo's one.
Pisty, you were moving before, right? I want everybody to stop what they're doing. This is the rules. Team, come and kill your boy Pisty right now.
Ian's on
Do
the
it.
case.
He's got to be.
Do it.
This is
right
a...
now.
There's only a minute left in the round,
The
guys.
round is going to be done.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. You can play on now, guys.
I think we need like 30 refs on stage.
Ooh, 2 quick kills. 40 seconds left in a 3 versus 3. Big kill, Kamikaze. It was a 5-on-3 in favor of Keras ever since Pisty. They got eliminated.
Oh, I see Resco. I see Aries.
30 seconds.
You side-eye me like that, bro.
Get him gone.
Get him gone right now.
Pull him back
Get
on
him
that
gone.
luxurious black light chair and get him gone.
I mean, there's not much time left for Team Rainbow. If Ian turns around again, they might not be able to win the round in a 1v3. There we go. Kills from Kamikaze.
That was the weirdest round
Thanks, everybody.
ever.
That's me done. Thank you.
Wait, Ian.
Yo,
Do you want to catch this?
what is it?
A paper airplane.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh.
It didn't work at all.
Can we take back your commendation after that throw?
Ian, give us a spin.
Hey, you got to give the people what
Ian,
they want.
give us a spin.
Okay, and we have only
Us
Flores.
as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
no,
but
it's
it's
Ian.
not detected.
Ian.
Oh, shit.
No.
Damn. So if you shoot, you can't reload. Yeah.
Toxic is in a hurry to get jammed, Psycho. It was in a
Oh
hurry.
my god.
Give us a spin,
Yeah,
Ian.
Thank God he didn't fall while spinning.
You cannot say that man does not give the people what they want. But what they want is strange and peculiar at times.
So wait a minute. I'm going dangerous actually.
So we can't. Alright. So if we run out of ammo, we go on a secondary. Like we don't reload. I mean.
Only your first clip.
I wonder if we can
Okay.
convince the cameraman to shoot up here.
Is that right?
No reloading.
No reloading.
No reloading. No.
So no reloading.
No
for this
reloading.
round. You can use your secondary. Is that a spawn peak in a show match?
I mean, anything that you need to do at this point. Rainbow, 4-2. Right, Keras, they're sleeping. They're lost. They're cooked, chat. Chat, they're cooked. Or are they cooked? Time will tell.
You sort it out yourself, guys.
Got to be careful with your ammunition, of course.
I mean, at this point, you're sort of just waiting for this first engagement, but it's Aries Mika caught out. King George with the impact. One of the biggest he's ever had. Was that a reload? What are we seeing here?
Oh, you can't reload.
To be fair, the rule pistol out. Pisty.
Pisty with the pistol.
Is it just primary? You can't reload. I need to.
You can use your secondary. I mean, at this point, the refs aren't doing their jobs anyway.
The refs caught out.
Kazi with a quick double.
Oh!
Couldn't get the third.
It is all down to Longy.
The rules are weird right now. I'm not even following the rules.
Can we get some chance for Keres and Longy? Well, that is last one anyway.
Nice.
Good job, boys.
Well played, boys.
Good job. Good job.
Good job, guys. Right, what do you want to say?
I think Kamikaze is trying to drop 20 kills.
I think number 4.
Okay, ja, ich bin
Change hand. Change. Yeah.
Change hand?
Yeah.
No.
Change hands.
Change hands? Yeah, change hands.
Okay.
Okay.
What ops are we supposed to be using? This is
Can I pick Callie?
Oh my fucking
What?
god, bro.
What?
You gotta be fucking-
What? How do we play
You have to
this?
change your hands and keyboard.
How do we play this? If...
Keyboard. You just have to do it, bro. You just have to do it. Fucking hell, mate.
I don't even know how this.
So it would be, because this is about to be round 8, so it would be
Fenrir.
Fenrir and then Tub,
Tomorrow.
and then we can pick whatever else.
I'll bring a bandit. Guys, switch your keyboard and. The thing is, I'm actually left-handed.
Then use the
What
carrier.
the
just
fuck?
Yeah, we need
use
that
the
carry.
carrier.
dude.
I
No.
don't think I can do shit.
Oh my god, this is so hard.
Oh, that would be awkward.
So they're swapping their hands round this round. You
Well, their
are
equipment has been swapped around.
so your mouse on your left, your keyboard on your right, or vice versa.
And have fun.
Good luck.
This does not look...
Look how uncomfortable.
This does not look comfortable.
All of them. Look at Pisty like struggling. All of them are the same. You can only laugh at this point. That is a technique.
That's smart.
That's a technique. That's pro move.
Is that allowed?
I mean, the refs. Are we the refs at this point?
I don't think there are any refs.
It is
No,
opposite hand,
silent
so
this whole game,
technically
unfortunately.
it
You can't
is
find it. Maybe this is the
allowed.
magical
So
round. But 5-2 down, right? We got to start making some
If Keres
calls.
don't win this, they're going to need some serious help.
You and I, we've got to start making some calls, I think, try and get some support system on the go for a roster that is just peeling away. 2 minutes 30. And at this point, I'm glad there's not really been a lot of intense siege because I don't know the callouts that well for this map compared to professional ones. Why would you? Look, it's bathroom. It's bathroom. There it is. Struggling
You
to
can
turn.
see the difficulty. I mean, the clash is a smart idea.
It's a great idea. There's Pisty on the clash. You've got a bit of a swap round on the other side. And at this point, it is like
your aim.
watching toddlers learn to walk. The reveal, the swing, King George.
Well, this is where being on defense is going to be a far more comfortable experience for Team Rainbow.
No, Keres. I mean,
you can literally just hold an angle and not have to worry about moving. Keres have to worry about moving.
even the ones in the lore and the cinematics put up a better fight.
Oh.
In England, in Panto terms, we say, he's behind, yeah! Tom is cheering.
A little fist bump from Tom.
A very easy kill. So, I mean, at this point, I think
Keres needs some help.
I think Keres needs help, and I'm actually going to pose this one towards the people that are here in the audience. Now, if there was a player that's played this weekend, this tournament, that some would, I don't know, cheer for, maybe get behind, that hasn't quite made it, that maybe chat would describe as is sexy. People in this audience, if you wanted a pro player to join on, I think you got to start maybe chanting. I think you got to chant a bit louder because they need all the help.
Yeah, Keres needs some help.
I think we are about to be living in it. Who do you want to see step in from a pro player? I can't hear you. Who do you need to see step in?
I don't know if anybody told you I got bad. Like Dream's gone home, guys. Dream's gone home.
Boo that man.
He left. He got on a flight.
Now I'm playing. Get Dream out here right now! Dream!
Let's go.
Give us a spin in!
They're going to die.
Now, I think we need to give, well, Team Rainbow.
Dreaming sexy. It has been a long time since a player got chanted in arena like that. It's been a long time.
Silliness, no more funny rounds. Let's see if Dream can just absolutely destroy Team Rainbow.
Because I'll be honest, this is Dream's stage. We're all just living in it.
Give us a Terror, we will lose a round for sure.
Give us Intero.
I don't want to do that.
That's my impression of Intero.
No. You have Goyo.
No.
I'm bringing the blitz.
Alright, we can handle him.
Wait,
I'm following you on the blitz.
You mean
Straight up,
Dream?
we got these guys.
It's the guy that you see in the image now. He is one of the players for Unwanted. So
we're about to see some magic here. The Blitz screaming their way in. There's a couple of things that can try and stop it. Pisty on the Cav. They want to see Dream.
Yeah. Alright, team.
Dream, you've got to play. Your team
This is what we're gonna do.
It's clear.
Protect Dream.
Protect Dream.
Protect Dream.
He doesn't need
going in.
protecting.
Let's do
Well
it.
then.
I'm pushing other side.
I called. I'm with you, Athenia. Let's do this shit.
They're making
Smoke it
their
out.
way in at this point, and
Right on your nuts.
you fear
Burn the
for
hole.
anybody in front of it.
Alright, let's go back inside.
No,
Let's go back inside.
we're good.
Yo, get the bomb now. Get the
The
bomb now.
American Dream, they're about to be living in a nightmare.
Put the
Where's the
shit
bomb?
down.
Yo,
There it is.
No, we got
Interrogation!
Not like this!
Doesn't matter.
the FAZE is not playing yet. This is a show match.
You can play. You can play. Oh, it's not the bomb.
You
Wait, he's on
can't
ripping. He's
kill
on ripping.
Dream!
Dream can't die.
Dream
Yo,
can't
I'll flash
die!
him. Go, go, go,
That's
go.
the
Dream,
point of a
go get
dream.
him.
Plot
Have Dream
armor.
kill him. Have Dream kill him. Nobody kill him. Have Dream kill him.
Let's go.
The comeback begins.
This is just a show match. The real match is starting in about hour or so. A reminder, guys, the information about the new season will start in less than 30 minutes. Just so you know.
We literally cannot lose.
Lion and Blitz every round.
Can we stop? Yeah.
Let's set up. Oh, each team.
No,
Yeah,
do
they're
like
fine. Everybody's put their worst. What? Yeah. Let's just do one.
if we do pistol only, we can choose shield. What? Ethan, what's one? I didn't.
They just have to open up the entire bomb site.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Easy.
I don't have stuff to open. So do you guys have anything? Yeah, we're good. He has it.
Okay.
So they have to open up the entire bomb site. I don't think that should be a difficult ask for Dream to help them win this round again for Team Keras.
We should get like the other camera on top, and then it's like, way! Way!
Wait, show us Tom!
Show us Tom!
A little ace action.
Wow.
You guys go for the outside wall.
We created a monster.
Is that every rule?
This is so bad now. It's fine. You can't boo yourself. No, actually, I respect that. Boo yourself. Nobody but Dream. And maybe Ian Chambers doing a spin.
So again, they have to open up the entire bomb site, Emmy, which I don't think that's the hardest rule for Team Rainbow. Dream on the ace. essentially rather normal round outside of the bomb site being opened up.
Thanks.
Another opening kill for Keras as well.
Yo, Ellis swinging the outside.
Oh, they've got right now. Just Dream and his aura.
The Dream effect.
Oh, round bad.
They'll write about it in pages to come. Rasco
I'm John outside.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
wait
coach.
1 second.
gets one
Well,
on towards
it's
King
pushing
Shorts
up.
at this
Wall.
point. I love how we're
Nice,
playing picture in picture because
I'm
the
joining
main
A
event
side.
is
I'm joining A
Dream.
side.
And there's also some siege.
Where
There's
is the
also some
bomb?
siege. Tom, protected by many a bubble. They're going for the plant now, and
Tom thought he was going to win the show match.
Tom thinks a lot of things.
Done.
Look,
All right.
guys, we can't lose.
I'm gonna.
Is this one where they stay inside the entire time? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Damn, theirs is so much better than ours.
Still only?
Oh, everyone's pistol only? Okay, do that. I'll go with shield.
Alright, let's do it.
You can take shield. You can take shield.
Pistols only, guys.
Which
Pistols
one?
only.
Oh,
Pistol only?
easy.
Pistol only.
Okay.
Pistol only.
I've got the yeah.
You picked Alice. Okay, I'm a bloody.
Dream is sexy.
Cade.
Yeah.
A pistol only round.
I would love to be at some
of
point
the series,
one
a classic of the show.
at some point I do
I've
want to
got
be
a- I've got a
sitting there
message that we're
and
gonna relay from
in
the
the
caster
stage just
area, I
having
think. I
fun.
don't even know if we can be seen here. Come step.
Show us Dream.
Show us Dream! Yeah!
Oh, that's so funny.
Giving the people what they want.
I think he's going to be like tired
I
from
mean,
this
you
often.
see the Dream effect, right? Come onto the roster.
It's just that aura.
Attilo, are you going to change your operator?
Yeah, I will. I just ran
I'm
that thing.
so hungover, it's crazy.
Tom! Does Tom know we can... Can you take Tom's headset for a second and tell him that we can hear everything he's saying?
Dream is sexy. It's sexy.
Tom!
Dream is sexy. Dream is sexy.
The round has started, Tom.
Why does he have a t-shirt that says a
You know how
lamp?
there's been a lot of those like lookalike competitions? Is it too long?
For those that do not know, Lamps was a former pro player, so I'm not sure why he has his
Absolutely at all
I'll get you
possible to...
name on the
$20
shirt.
Walgreens gift card. Someone loves Walgreens out there. 6-4. And at this point, you're sort of looking along the lines. Kamikaze 15-6. Atheno, I mean, 0 kills? What's going on there? As a professional caster, what's happened there?
Well, Athena had to leave the lobby and then come back in.
No, I think they've just been rubbish.
But they've been so rubbish they also haven't died.
Also haven't died.
It's pistol only. Can use your shield.
I mean, technically, yeah, but who likes winning on technicalities apart from Jesse and Hap? So, if you want to align with those two...
No, they're boring.
Yeah. Trying to find a sliver of an angle here. I mean, yeah, it's a pistols game.
The Team Rainbow have not even looked like winning around since Dream
Would you be
made his
able
way
to?
onto the stage. Absolutely not. I would be intimidated.
At this point, who could you call? Finding their way in here. Towards the top of green, they've got some of the eyes and pings on a player, but a lot is softed and a lot is curious. There's a man behind you. Oh, they've been droned. Get out of there, son.
Oh, no.
Tom. Kamikaze does find Atheno in the meantime. 0-1. Rough day at the office, and ooh, it's the Pisty bait. They're trying to lure them in, but
Oh, no. Oh, no!
Pisty! Get ye hard! Get ye hard!
It's falling apart for Team Rainbow.
Bouncing the flash round the corner, trying to find the shield round on the breakaway, and there's a through a wall.
Plant, get the bomb. Wait.
Oh, George,
Flank him.
Okay, planting.
Is there a pro player?
I got you guys. Don't
He's
worry.
top green. Or top library.
Yo, bomb.
Ooh.
Top
Yo, bomb
library.
down. Bomb down.
Rasco just played Joe.
Nice.
Yeah.
We hold this.
We got this. Let's wait, Santa.
Got him, Rasco.
Rasco, I'm gonna melee him. You're gonna kill him, okay?
No pressure, Rasco.
I'm gonna melee him. You're gonna kill him.
Let's go.
Good job. Right here.
You got your bumps.
Let's go.
The heart and the soul of the scene.
We are winning.
Oh. I love the we are winning.
We are winning.
They need a pro player to
So they can only
win.
do like this? Oh, no. Just do shock. Oh, shit.
Wait, hang
No,
on.
make him.
What is this? What is this one again?
Don't they get tired of screaming
Is Nugget
dream?
acting as the coach now?
Shotgun. I was gonna say.
I think Nugget needs to act a bit like Fat.
Boss G.
Slide shotgun, low kick.
Oh, imagine
Yes, I
if the
guess.
other team put in Fat.
Bashi, I guess.
Go. Ian, sorry to interrupt. You've got news. You almost tripped.
Don't trip.
Give us a spin, then give us the news.
Right. I can't keep spinning. I'll get dizzy. What I will tell you. Oh my god. All right, I'll do it quickly.
Yeah.
There you go. I come out here with breaking exclusive news. The winner of the next round wins the match.
Ooh.
So we got other stuff we got to get to. You know, there's a lot coming up here today. So this is it. The next round, winner takes all. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Round
Wait,
to determine the show match.
1 round left.
No pressure.
This is
No
what
pressure.
everybody
Don't
gets.
lose. It's over. Oh,
Surely
really?
Dream can't lose this
it's
round.
out.
Dream.
No way,
We
no.
need to win this, guys. We got this.
Yeah, I'll
Let's
get-
take
I'll
this
get-
OT.
Yeah.
Well, Dream, that's
Well,
the
first
Oh
OT.
my God.
They
Somebody
bar,
inform
where are
Dream
they?
of the
I think
rules,
they're
please.
bar, yeah.
This is it. One last round. So far, Dream has been undefeated.
Watching the steady engagement. Again. Nugget behind the team.
Oh!
Maybe
Oh.
the lead, but Kamikaze
Oh.
gets Harry's Mika.
Slap in the
An early
face.
blow. It was a bold opener, but unfortunately it's gone to a show closer.
That was bold.
That's all right. Just makes it a bit more of a showstopper towards the end of this round. Kamikaze, though, that's Dream. Dream has been put to bed.
Oh no! What are we gonna do
And
with
look at
Dream
Tom
and Rascal?
underneath the
Oh,
desk.
no!
Oh, it's Tom J. Sherlock, baby. And he will hold you down.
Tragedy is striking all down to Longy once again. 1 versus 5. Cannot make it the winners. Team Rainbow have taken the crown.
Oh, damn.
KRS Legion, not
Fade
even
actors, yeah.
the magic of the Dream let them win. It's the magic of
That was
daring.
funny.
Dream let
That
them
was.
win. But I think enough of us up here. Let's take it down to the king of spin himself, Ian Chambers.
Oh, I love that. I'm going to run with that. I know you can't see the audience, but all the audience is doing right now is this. But it's not about me. Please give it up for your winners of our SI 2025 show matches, Team Rainbow! Legends! Legends! And this crowd is legendary. Imagine how hot this crowd is going to be when we get to the actual grand final. But of course, there is still plenty more to come before that, including some exclusive musical performances on this very stage. So stay glued to your seat, whether you're in the arena or at home. And we'll be back after the break.
That was fun. That was so much fun. Oh, Jesus Christ. I really, really love when I'm doing that. So there's going to be a little bit of a music. Then we're going to be talking about the new year 10 season road. So where they are going to be talking about what is the plan for the entire year. Then we'll talk about that. And towards the end, that we'll be talking about new season, more detail that is going to be starting within 3 weeks usually is what I have. Maybe 2 weeks depending on how everything is looking and how big the change is going to be. So that's what is in the works. I usually do this when we have a little bit of a wait, and usually you guys seem to like it, so we are going to be doing this. I usually show you guys some of my videos while we wait, because the waiting time, like no one wants to sit and watch that. So I do have a video of season. This is how old Siege started. So Siege is 10 years old, guys, so just ignore my intro here. But yeah, so Siege is 10 years in the making, so the game has changed drastically over the years. So here's some of the changes.
Liana outro pose. Here's a few more things that I miss in Siege. Bandit and Jaeger ACOG was so much fun to use.
I hated that period. When I started on season 1, I really hated the ACOG.
Is returning. The old intro to Siege was a cool thing they had that was kind of unnecessary to take out.
Yeah,
the intro screen they had for each season.
We don't have that anymore. I never thought about it. What?
It really gave each season that unique feel, along with the music.
Ooh.
I wish they'd bring this back.
Yeah, guys, I want it back. I want it back so bad. I never thought about it, actually. Like,
I understand why it's not in ranked, but Hostage was really fun to play. You could just run in, grab the hostage, and
no, I hate a
I also miss
hostage
the
so
old maps,
bad.
even though they didn't really play well. They were still kind of fun because they were chaotic, like House. The last thing I
Like, guys, I hated playing the hostage because for some reason I always end up killing the hostage in one way or another, even though I'm not trying to. And it was like so bad. But we definitely need to have the intro back, guys. Like, Ubisoft, listen, we need to have the intro for a new season. It made the game so much special. So, come on, we need it back, okay?
I really miss is Recruit Rush. This was one of the most fun things to do in ranked. Getting a 5-stack with the boys and loading up Hostage was all time goated, and I hope this kind of returns with the Recruit rework. Let's see things Paul Allen misses from old Siege.
Okay, I'm just going to say something quick about the Recruit. Yes, I want to Recruit back on ranked, but one thing that I don't want to see in the Recruit at all is the bloody shield. I hated the shield. And also, I really love trolling with the shield. Like, I did love being on that end, but not on the receiving end, you know? Like, me and my friends would, like, go full on shield everyone and just run in. Especially when we knew we were going to be winning easily, you know? But yeah, like, that was the worst thing.
Remember how insane Ella was when she first came out?
Oh,
Here are a few
yeah.
more things you might not remember about old Siege. Glaz used to be able to shoot through the windows on plane. He also had insane recoil on his sniper and no thermal. So you needed some
like,
real
I didn't
eagle eyes
like
to spot people.
doing
His original scope actually used to be really red,
glass.
and then later changed it to clear, then
Glass
thermal.
was never one
Speaking
that
of
I wanted
Glaz,
to play.
when he got buffed, he was one of the best attacking ops. His thermal was instant, and
like,
you could use it while
Glass
moving
Yin
around.
combo.
You could hide in a smoke
was,
grenade,
really,
and anyone who was
really,
around was cooked. Old Clubhouse
OP.
was kind of crazy, because there was no construction connecting the top.
Okay, guys, this old Clubhouse, like, it was the, sorry to say this, one of the more dumbest rework ever, because, like, if you saw the beginning there, like, you could open a wall and stand on top of the building that you see and just plant, and you would be able to hold the bomb and not doing anything except for trying to get out and hoping that you get a kill from that. Like, it was insane how easy it was to do that, and it was kind of the same downstairs. It was weird.
Floor together. Instead of stairs and garage, there was a ladder.
Oh,
and the
I
window
hated
was
that.
closed
I
in between
hated going
CCTV
that
and
way.
garage. And blue stairs weren't a thing yet. There was just nothing there, so basement was even easier to hold. The old ranks used to look way different. The ranks also used to be backwards,
Oh, I have
meaning
those.
you would go from gold 1 to gold 2 if you
I
wanted.
actually have it on
Here's a bit of a
one
better
of
look
my
at all of the
account
old
is
ranks.
on Steam though.
Let's see what else Paul Allen remembers about Old Siege. They need to add throwing back grenades in Siege. It was rare but very satisfying if pulled off. Here are a few things I miss from Old Siege Part 2. This is a feature I'm not even sure people remember, but being able to rematch the team you just played in Ranked was a really cool thing they had. It was rare that it happened.
Most of you might not, for those that have played like in Season 1, OG, so to speak, you actually had that, but they took it away pretty fast after into the second season. It only lasted 1 season, but it was so interesting that you could actually do that. I don't think it happened that often. Not in my case, it did not happen as often, but it was a really cool option. If you want to like play against them again and get some payback, like you're invited to do that. It was so fun.
Because you needed all 10 people to agree. This is something I'd want to see return. Night maps. I understand why they were taken out, because the lighting was bad. But I feel like
I'm not missing that. I'm not missing
I just like the look and feel
that
of the night
at all.
maps better. This is a little nitpicky,
anything.
but I always thought it was cool how it would zoom in on the guy that smoked you. This doesn't need to return, but I did like it. Secure area in Ranked was my go-to thing to play for me. You could filter out hostage and bomb and just play secure. But I can understand why it was taken out, but it was fun. Because you could have unlimited time.
Gonna check and see. Yeah.
You know, I told him to go for it. You know, I told him you can always get a job. I said, you got a chance now, go for it. Took a while, but it worked out.
Yes, it did.
You know?
I started streaming in 2016. I played a mobile phone game called Clash Royale. And then I created Jinxie in 2019. And I started streaming like Fortnite, NBA 2K. Didn't really like work out. I had like 1 viewer the whole time, which was literally just my dad. And then one day, my cousin told me to try Rainbow Six Siege. And then I went from 1 viewer to like 7 viewers. And I was like, okay, well, this is probably like my game. And then, yeah, it ended up turning into something I could have never even imagined.
Let's go! 1 million!
The reason why golf is my favorite hobby nowadays is it is basically identical to Siege. Perfect. Please don't be in the bunker. Bunker, no. If you let your emotions take control of you and you let your emotions take control of your game, you could do really bad. Hit a bad shot, but now it's time to lock in. Bad shots are unacceptable today.
Totally.
But if you stay calm, relaxed, and have a learning mindset, all right, come on, baby. Let's get some air under this one. My God. Okay, bad shots are acceptable today. Okay, the glasses probably didn't even help. Just... All right, let's get a little bit of a setup tour. So, this table is going to explode any day. It'll explode right now. If my stream ever abruptly ends with a loud explosion noise, it's because this table collapsed and my PC along with it. Family told me to install soundproofing here because of the screaming. If you do not have a hole in your wall like this, I'm sorry, but you're not a passionate gamer. This is the face cam that has been destroyed 8 different times. Also, if your chair doesn't have sweat stains in it, you're not a passionate gamer. This is my temple. Welcome.
No, thank you.
The turning point for me, I'll never forget this day. So I had gotten to around 1,000 viewers on Twitch and I would just stream ranked. And I remember one day I was doing a pack opening and I kept packing this rubber ducky charm.
What did I do to deserve this? Another rubber ducky! How many do you guys have?
Someone on TikTok, he made a clip of it, and I saw it on TikTok. It had 17 million views in like 18 hours. And the next day I went to my creator dashboard and I saw that I had gotten 7,000 new followers overnight. That was like definitely the turning point.
Oh my God, 100K!
Yeah, I would not classify myself as a calm streamer at all. If I'm winning, I'm really happy, and if I'm losing, I'm really mad.
W's in the chat, show me the animation, baby. Big champion type shit, bro. No! The name! God can strike me down if I'm lying.
Why do I recognize myself sometimes?
I don't know how
I'm
people
not
enjoy
that
the beach.
explosive, but
I have sand in my toenails. I smell like tuna fish, and it's hot as hell right now. This is a joke. God, I can't even walk. I never expected in a million years to hit #1 on Twitch. The only dream I strived for was being able to wake up every day and play video games as a job. Like, that was all I cared about. I'd say, like, out of everything I've done, the best thing that I've ever done in my life is being able to, like, take care of my mom and take care of my dad. And that made me happier than anything, to be able to do that. My relationship with my community is, at this point, I literally look at them as like a second family because I spend like 6-7 hours with them a day. Some of them are there every single night. We can talk about like food, movies, music, or the game. When you look at it as like you're impacting thousands and thousands of people, it's bigger than me and it's bigger than streaming, and that is like the most special thing ever. So to get a reward like that is like very meaningful because I literally poured like my life into that game, you know?
He's one of the biggest streamers, and obviously Siege being his main game added so much passion and brings a lot of like the younger generation to see Siege.
His energy is just ridiculous. You can't get enough of it. Like, when you think energy and you think passion, you think Jinxie.
Dude does the craziest stuff on his stream.
I think he's the funniest.
There's a lot of people that when they get in the spotlight, they change, but he's not afraid at all. He stays himself, and I admire that. He has integrity.
I would say this to all like my personal fans or the fans of Siege. You guys are the best community in the world, hands down. Best gaming community in the world, best Twitch community in the world. And thank you guys for changing not only my life, but my family's life. And I'm forever grateful for you guys. Man, I love fishing. It's so far from frustration and anger. You know, basically every time I play Rainbow Six Siege and I go 0-10 in a tournament, all I gotta do is come out to this lake, throw in a lure, and all my problems fade away.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was Jinxie, and thank you for coming to my MVP commendation.
Oh, it looks so dumb.
All right, and cut. Time to play Siege.
Boston, make some noise for your MVP commandee, Jinxie! Now, unfortunately, Jinxie couldn't be here to be live here in Boston because he has been streaming as he always does to his faithful community. He has been streaming this entire event. In fact, he's streaming right now. So, hello, Jinxie. Boston, do you want to say hi to Jinxie? Also, he did send in a message exclusively for you guys here and you watching at home to thank you for this commendation.
Let's open this bad boy up. I'm actually really excited. Oh, shh. Oh, oh, okay. Okay, let's see. How do you open this thing? Okay. Dear Jinxie, for years you have been the embodiment of what Siege is all about. Collaborative, strategic, competitive, and determined. Whenever we meet with Siege fans, your name comes up time and time again. It's easy to see why. That's why we are so excited to present you with this year's MVP award. The impact you've had on this community is undeniable, and this award is a token of appreciation for your dedication to being a master of Siege tactics. Millions of players from all over the world have been introduced to Rainbow Six Siege because of your content. Whether it's bringing your countless clutch moments or 1v1s or your 1v1 unmatched skills, we know this community wouldn't be the same without you and the energy you bring to this game. With that being said, Rainbow Six Siege and Ubisoft partners want to officially recognize your contribution to Siege's success and can't wait to team up with you more in the future. P.S. We hope you get Jaeger Black Eye soon. This is it. This is it. Oh my. This is amazing.
I can't handle him
literally
in
started
large
playing this game
doses
like 6 years
either,
ago.
but for some reason as well,
One of my
people
friends at
had
school told me
like
to play the game.
for a while back,
I
people
was a high
called me
school kid, so I didn't have
Jinx's
any money.
mom, and I'm
And then
not
one day
even
my
close
mom,
to him.
My mom's friend, her son had like terrible grades in school, so she took away his Xbox, and then she was giving away his Xbox, and she was giving away all of his video games, and then one of the games that was left was Rainbow Six Siege. And I said, Mom, let me keep that disc. I want to try that game because that was the game my friend was telling me about. And it's been 7 years now of just playing this game, streaming this game. This game has literally changed my life. Like, actually, it's the greatest community in the world, the greatest game in the world.
Yeah.
And I actually have absolutely no idea what I would be doing without Rainbow Six Siege and Ubisoft. Thank you guys so much.
Ubisoft. I say Ubisoft, but
I'll probably
it
play
is
this game until I'm
Ubisoft.
75 years old. This is the greatest award I've ever gotten. And I appreciate everybody who plays Rainbow Six Siege, watches Rainbow Six Siege, and enjoys Rainbow Six Siege because it is the greatest FPS in the world. Thank you so much.
Let's go.
For changing my life. I love you guys.
Yeah, I'm glad that he mellowed down when he was talking there, so he was not too overbearing, but yeah, basically it was almost the same, not the same as GameStop, but it was a friend of mine that I had a code for the game in beta, so I played it, and I got hooked on it.
Then,
afterwards.
gentlemen, a new commandee joins the annals of history of Rainbow Six.
You know, he might not be the calmest streamer, but he is the most lively one, and he's such an inspiration to all of us, even for myself. I mean, the one thing I really appreciate about Jinxie, he has stayed true to himself through the beginning of his career and still now to this day, and he's so deserving of this commendation.
He also reinvented content within Rainbow Six Siege that we've never seen before in terms of the 1v1 content he does, the tournaments that he does, the console community, brought them to the forefront. He's been absolutely incredible.
Absolutely has been. Jinxie, thank you so much for that, and thank you, Boston, again one more time for cheering for him. Give it up for Jinxie! Our MVP commandee. And it's great, actually, to receive a trophy like that. It looks great. But we have an upcoming piece of music for every invitational. Of course, we've had the SI theme. Last year, we all stood as one as we had our theme for SI24. This time is the one and only DDG, who joins us on the stage to celebrate Rainbow
This
Six.
song
I mean,
is
I always look
good.
forward to this to see who we got, and we got
I'm
DDG
telling
in
you,
here. This
I
is
have
going to be
heard
quite
this song,
the spectacular
and
show
it's
that we're
all
about to
about
see.
Siege. The text,
I heard them
Siege.
rehearsing. I heard them warming up this morning. It's going to be
Oh, you're
great.
lucky I wasn't here for that.
I was here nice and early.
Well, gentlemen, we got a lot to go through. Give it up for DDG!
Hey. They gotta be glad. And they get you to the crowd. Fresh from the game one time. I'm still alive. My brothers be moving and playing. We keep it a win. Everything till I'm the moon.
It's a pretty good song. I do like the last year better, but this one is good as well.
Hey, Boston, give it up for DDG!
What's up, man?
That was awesome.
Thank you.
I just want to run it right back to when you first got approached to make this song. How excited were you about this, and how did you get the influence?
I've always been a fan of Rainbow Six, so you know it was a dream come true for me to make a song for a video game that I actually play. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's a blessing.
And you can hear throughout, right? There's deep Siege references throughout the lyrics, and the fans have reacted so well to it. What's it been like seeing that from the community?
Amazing. Like, I've been getting a lot of love from the players reacting to the song and stuff. And if you hear through the beat, you can hear like we incorporated sounds from the game, whether it's the dogs barking, the shots from the weapons and everything. So built it from scratch.
Now, you mentioned there that you love Siege, you play Siege. How good are you at the game?
You know, maybe I might be up here next year. You never know. So, yeah, I'm gonna put some more hours in, practice a little bit. You know, I might be in the chair next time.
I want to see DDG raise the hammer, but for now, make some noise for this man. Thank you.
He was humble.
Right.
He was not too arrogant or anything.
We just do it big. We do it different here at SI, and to talk through what they made of what was an iconic moment here in Boston is Milos on the desk.
Thanks so much, Ian. And one more time for DDG. Thank you so much for a wonderful theme here at the Invitational. My God, we have somebody actually built into the game, plays it, makes the song about it, getting every
I noticed
bit
that
of the
their
game built
stage
into the
is a
song
little
itself.
bit.
It's dedication, like.
Oh, it's absolute dedication.
But
This
this
shows
side,
how
because
much
usually
influence
they
Siege
have a
has on all of us
desk
around
to
the
stand
community.
behind,
And I mean, I
but
wanna
they
talk about
don't
those
have
lyrics.
it this
Those
time.
lyrics are
They're
pretty hard, I'm
literally
not gonna lie.
standing
You
behind
absolutely
the
loved it,
crowd.
Lax. I'm just thinking maybe I might get a shot at creating some music at some point in the future. I'm terrible though, but that was amazing.
Jack, I promise you, if we see DDG at the SI Grand Final next year, we can see you with your own album.
A big role swap. Yeah, let's do it.
I'd be very much looking forward to it in the future. But imagine, who would you have maybe in the future as kind of a group or someone to make a theme song for SI? I'm sure everybody's kind of having those different ideas in their heads. Your favorite group, your favorite artist.
I don't
Putting
know,
you on the
to be
spot
honest.
here.
Yeah, you're really putting me on the spot. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we've had metal. We've now had rap. I mean, what's the next that we go to?
All I know is whoever it's got to be has got to raise the bar again and again.
Gentlemen, there is so much to go through. Of course, we've had the commendation.
Now they're going to be talking about the new season, guys.
Really kick it
so
off.
get ready.
So why don't we talk about our matchup? And this is the technical part of our kind of pre-game, pre-show bit. Our bracket, here's what it looks like. Just one more time to clarify it in your minds. Our grand final is
late
set
by a few
in
minutes,
stone,
but
beginning not too long from now, after the season or the year 10 reveal that'll be happening not too long though. We see BDS versus FaZe Clan, but because BDS come in from that upper bracket, they have an advantage that they can play with. And where is it? How does it manifest in the final? Because they're not just getting a free map and an advantage and a point.
No, not anymore, Milosh, of course. Because BDS didn't drop a series in the entire of that upper bracket, everybody else in FaZe Clan was allowed to lose once and drop down.
So BDS has been in the upper bracket on the entire time. They went as in group stage. They were first in their group, and then they have been in the upper bracket all the way to the final. While FaZe ended up on second place in their group, won one game, then got down to lower bracket, and won every single game on the lower bracket, and now they are in final. So they have played 3 more games than BDS have.
I mean, you gotta feel good when you're BDS.
And when it comes to the what BDS has the advantage is the map pick. So they can pick and ban much better in an advantage position than FaZe can.
They might be able to play that to their advantage.
Yeah, and again, that's the biggest thing, is that is a possibility. They can get that map. They can go back to
by the way, guys, I'm going to get a new PC on Thursday, so that's going to be super exciting to see.
And that mindset is such a good place.
So we can talk about Bank ad nauseum, and we will. Don't worry about it. However, let's take a look at the entire map pool, or 9-map pool here in competitive Siege. Looking at the times that every single map was played by every single team. I know it's a lot to take in.
Yeah, so what we're showing you here is all 9 maps in the map pool. Bank Border, Chalet, Clubhouse, Consulate, Cafe, Lair, and Labs. Both of these 2 teams have played basically 8 out of 9 maps. And this is what BDS will be able to pick from. There'll be no bans. They will get to pick a map from any of these. Now, there's various trains of thought. They can pick into Bank, that they absolutely love and have never lost. They can pick into Chalet, which is one of FaZe's permabans, or they can pick into Skyscraper, which is a map that BDS absolutely love, but have not been able to play at all this event.
Yeah, and it speaks into that, especially that they can pick FaZe's permaban, a map that they don't like. So then it's a question of, is FaZe going to be prepared for that? Have they been doing their due diligence of getting that map being able to be used in the map pool? But even Skyscraper, for example, they haven't had the chance to play. There are so many options for BDS to just start out the gate and just throw FaZe kind of for a loop and to catch them off guard. But that's the beauty of being that team in the upper bracket and now finding themselves here with that advantage.
Now I hear all of the Reddit analysts that are sitting with us here in the arena kind of discussing.
Right now they're sitting, as you see, they're sitting behind and warming up at this moment.
Have a chat with BDS as we'll see our teams that are getting ready. Of course, their manager, you'll see Katu is stepping in. You got the entire squad just practicing, getting warmed up, some of them watching the stream, but also on the other side, it is FaZe Clan live shots from these 2 squads right now in their practice rooms in the backstage. What goes through your mind in a moment like that, moments before stepping on the biggest stage of them all, Axe?
I mean, there's a lot of things going through your mind, especially when you're FaZe here. You went out last year. You lost it to your own selves. Now it's a matter of prep and coming into this match as prepared as you possibly can, knowing that BDS has this advantage, that they can...
Also, guys, I forgot to tell you, when we reach 1,000 followers here, I'm going to do 1 versus 1 tournament with a prize at the end, of course. So we have that as an event that is getting planned into.
It can be quite dangerous because you're giving them an opportunity to say, this is a free map. We can just do whatever we want. We're supposed to lose this. This is a free map. So it's a real curious one for BDS. Which one will they actually choose? It's such a big advantage, obviously, for coming through in that upper bracket.
So with that advantage, plus the fact that you're playing a best of 5, there is a huge space open for options.
The reason why they're talking about this right now is because they are trying to set up the stage now for the devs that is going to be talking about the new season.
They can at least guarantee 2 out of their best maps throughout that 9-map pool, and that is already an advantage because the first 3 games, out of those 3, you're going to be playing 2 of your best. So then it just goes falling down that line of what those maps look like and what FaZe or either BDS is taking away from.
Question, what happens if you lose those first 2 maps?
Well, I don't want to see that. I want to see all these games go in the distance. I don't want to see...
We're guaranteed a 3-mapper here, buddy.
We better. We better.
We've not had one yet at the finals, I will say. But we are saying that FaZe have some of these permabans. They've permabanned them at this event. It would be unwise for FaZe to have been one of the best teams in the world to have been coming into this event with a 7-map pool. They absolutely will play their permabans if they have to. They're just choosing to save them and save them. They might have been saving them for this very day.
And that is the key thing here of just revealing everything. This is where you're going to do it now. This is where you're going to hope that all your work, all your prep is going to pay off because this is going to be the shining moment.
We talk about map balance in the context of a best of 1.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I would have told you earlier though, but I have joined a new organization called ACE, My tongue got stuck. Ace Ascension is the group called. So we used a hashtag. Rise the Aces is what we use. So now you know. Let's go in for the countdown.
As a player and lead that with your squad going into any single map.
Gentlemen, the countdown had started. The future begins right now. Year 10 panel right here at SI 25.
Come on. So first live reaction is going to be happening from me. Hope you enjoy it.
You thought you had me. But you've been chasing the wrong questions. You can ask why until your last bullet is spent. But that won't change what happened. I saw a path to a better world. One that Bogart and the rest of Rainbow refused to follow. So I did what had to be done. As for Curie, well, she deserves better than to waste her second chance with you. You thought you were onto something in Greece. But you only saw what I wanted you to see. I was already inside your house before I even stepped foot onto space. It begins and ends with recruits. Carrie's forced you to bring in new blood, and that was my way into your ranks. I broke your standing with the Oversight Committee. I tore down Hereford. I destroyed your reputation. And the questions you were too blind to ask were answered for you. This is how Rainbow dies.
What?
Hello and welcome! Year 10 of Rainbow Six Siege.
Damn.
My name's Alex Karpazis, creative director of the game.
And I'm Joshua Mills, game director. Over the past few years, the tone of Siege has shifted. I'll admit, Deimos had a lot to do with that when he first entered the picture. And his presence continues to send ripples throughout Team Rainbow. Our goal with this shift was to set the stage for what's to come and to put all of you in the driver's seat with the assault on Hereford event.
With the event, you've seen Team Rainbow get hit hard. But as we know, adversity does not define Rainbow. It is how you respond to a challenge that shows your true strength. For us on Siege, that also means responding with a year 10 that truly celebrates this special game. You're gonna want to stay until the end. We've never had a reveal like this before, but enough talk. Let's dive right into the action with a new Siege cinematic. This is Rainbow's response that sets the stage for a very important year.
This enemy is dangerous, skilled, relentless. But Rainbow's mandate is to protect the world. We have to stay committed, even when we're down. We defend those in need. We plan. We prepare. We adapt. We do whatever is necessary.
What's the smoky
Because
sledge?
our enemies won't go down quietly. Whoever they target, Rainbow will protect. Wherever they go, Rainbow will be there to stop them.
Ooh, it was.
It's what we were born to do. It's what we train for. We trust in our skills, and we accept the risk. We put our lives on the line for the cause. We put our differences aside. And against all odds, we hold fast.
Look!
This is why Rainbow exists. The world needs someone to stamp out the darkness. That is our duty. Our promise.
Oh! Lion?
When the dust settles, we remember who we are. We fight terror on a global scale. We are Rainbow. Together, we will win this fight.
All according to Deimos' plan. Moving to Phase 2. Phobos out.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little hard not to get emotional watching that with all of you. So much has gone into building to this moment. Now, it's more clear than ever that Deimos was not working alone. Phobos and the Carrie's Legion have hit Rainbow where it hurts. We already lost Harry, and it will be up to you to make sure we don't lose Dokkaebi too. With that, if we're going to have to go on the attack,
Wait,
we should bring reinforcements.
Does that
Our
mean
newest
Dokkaebi's out
operator
of the
for
game?
Year 10, Season 1, excels at just that. And she'll be available to play next week on the test server. However, before we go over the details of her dossier, we'd like to take a moment to switch sides and talk about defense. And by defense, I mean how we're continuing to protect this game and all of you.
Over the course of 2024, we've made huge strides in the fight against anti-cheat and cheating. This major investment has fueled our focus on 4 key pillars.
Please
the
let
QB
it be a new
system,
client.
Mousetrap, cheat detection, and binary hardening. These efforts have been game-changing, taking down cheat providers and keeping them offline longer, season after season, patch after patch. Some have been driven out of the scene entirely.
Not only that, but we've also sped up our response times to exploits and reinforced our partnership with BattlEye, which has been critical in our efforts. The results speak for themselves.
Since year 9, season 3, in-game cheat reports have been on a consistent downward trend. In fact, we're down over 40% since our peak last summer. This means you've noticed fewer cheaters in the game, leading to a more competitive experience for everyone.
But we didn't stop there. The past months marked a turning point in our fight against rage cheating. For those unfamiliar, rage cheating refers to an aggressive and blatant use of cheats that completely disregard any attempt at hiding it. Things like shooting through walls and aimbotting, which makes it impossible for others to enjoy the game. To combat this, we introduced a system that detects gameplay violations, actions that are simply impossible within normal game mechanics, like shooting while sprinting. This system has been very effective, banning more cheaters per month than ever before. And in January, we perma-banned over 19,000 cheaters from the game.
Nicely done, nicely done.
With our fully automated gameplay violation system, we can detect and ban cheaters faster than ever. Oh, and let's not forget to mention that now when cheaters are sanctioned by our systems, they will be kicked from their ongoing match, and the match will be automatically canceled live. And some of you have seen this in action.
Fair play has always been at the core of Siege, and we're reinforcing it with a new initiative in anti-cheat, R6 Shield Guard. R6 Shield Guard unifies our existing tools while introducing new technologies to keep fighting cheat makers and protect the integrity of Siege. We have tripled the size of our anti-cheat team to ensure R6 Shield Guard will continue to evolve. This is our commitment for years to come.
Like that, like that.
Our mission has always been to protect the integrity of Siege, and R6 Shield Guard takes that mission to the next level. R6 Shield Guard aims at not only breaking the cheats being used, making them ineffective in Siege, but also identifying and removing the cheaters from the game entirely with accuracy and efficiency.
By combining dedicated resources, innovative technology, and our expert devs behind it all, we're making every match safer, more fair, and more rewarding for players like you.
Like that, or not?
We are here to stay, continuing to invest in the competitive gameplay with new hardening and detection tech. Stay tuned, as we'll share more details about R6 Shield Guard very soon. That's right.
All right, now it's time to introduce the latest to Team Rainbow. Joining us from the New Zealand SAS, please welcome our new operator for Year 10, Season 1, Aurora.
In firefights, controlling the environment is a must. And sometimes that means waiting for the right door to open.
I knew it would be a door! I knew it!
So mine will be ready when I need it.
Is that a 345?
As you can see, Aurora is a badass in her own right and a strong addition to the squad. And what about that hardware she's wielding? That was the deployable Omni-Link Mesh Launcher, or DOM Launcher for short. This is a special kind of gadget as it falls into our Architect category. It is a collapsible, bulletproof, smart cover system that deploys exclusively in doorways. It enables a new way to control the flow of combat and available intel. We have an in-game video to show you Aurora in action, and then we'll go over into more details and talk about the rest of her loadout.
Doesn't that make a Rooney useless now? Oh no, he's on the party.
It's about time to go wild. Lose your mind. Go wild. Go wild. I'm about to make you go wild.
I'm guessing that anyone can shoot that.
All right. As you just saw, Aurora can set up for devastating executes, cut off flanking counterattacks for those deep roamers, and even fortify defensively during post plants. Aurora will simply need to equip the launcher, aim at a doorway, and fire. The Dom panel will attach to the doorway, deploy, and close. The panel reaches all the way to the ground, allowing players to move right up next to it. And it does not expose their feet. Drones, however, can get under an extended Dom panel by simply driving towards it. The base of the panel will detect the drone and lift, allowing it to pass, then lower again. At the top of the panel, there is a trigger visible on both sides of the doorway. Shooting the trigger will open or close the panel. It should be noted that the trigger is only available to be shot when someone is nearby, and anyone can shoot the trigger. Anytime the panel closes, there is a temporary lock that prevents the trigger's detection from working for defenders. Additionally, the panel will open faster for an attacker than it will for a defender. 3 seconds for a defender, and only 1 second for an attacker. This allows attackers to always gain a tactical advantage over the defenders when interacting
1 second
with the
is a
panels.
little bit too fast, though.
As Aurora uses her panels to reshape the flow of the encounter, she pairs well with Fuse and Ying. Between having a new, unique surface to deploy gadgets on or pushing for a surprise rush by overriding the lock triggers, defenders need to be ready for anything. To counter Aurora, look at Castle, Tubarão, Jaeger, or Oryx. Castle's barricades or Jaeger's ADSs will deny the placement of the Dom panel. Tubarão can freeze the panel, causing it to malfunction, open, and remain stuck open for the duration of the Zoto canister. And Oryx, well, Oryx does Oryx things.
A prime example of Aurora in action is a moment I had on Cafe during one of our play tests. I was on Rappel on Terrace, and I used her gadget to close off the doorways into Cocktail, all 3 of them. Cocktail entrance, bar, and heaven. And then I swung in and planted the diffuser. It felt so damn good. All right, let's talk about her loadout. Aurora is a 2-health, 2-speed operator. Her primary weapons include the powerhouse 417 DMR and the versatile M249 LMG, giving players the tools they need to adapt to any situation.
Don't hate LMG.
For her secondary weapons, she's packing the reliable GSH-18 9mm, but that's not all. As promised, all our future new operators will bring a new weapon with their loadout.
345. Come on, I might.
Say hello to the Reaper Mark II, our newest machine pistol.
It was Reaper, okay.
This beauty is equipped with a red dot sight for precision aiming and an extended mag, making it the perfect blend of speed, control, and stopping power. When it comes to finishing off enemies in close combat, the Reaper Mark II gets the job done. And Aurora's kit doesn't stop there. To complement her arsenal, she's bringing along smoke grenades and breach charges, giving her the flexibility to support her team or continue to disrupt the defender's positioning and control of the map.
Really good choice.
We can't wait for you to play Aurora, her new weapon, and the tactical Dom panel. Starting next week, you can jump in to the test server and play. Aurora is a super creative architect, which means I look forward to all the unique strats you cook up. But Aurora is just the beginning. For the past 3 years, the Siege team has been secretly building something behind the scenes. Something never seen in Siege's 10-year history. A massive evolution that needs the season to set the stage. That's why we're calling Year 10 Season 1 Operation Prep Phase. Operation Prep Phase will be a very different season. The emphasis will be about preparing the foundation for a massive change coming to Siege right after the season ends. But because this is the start of Year 10, Operation Prep Phase will be a time to celebrate.
What better way to celebrate than with celebration packs? Celebration packs contain over 1,400 iconic items from Siege's past, including event collections, and some legendary seasonal skins from all the way back from Year 1, Season 1.
Delicious skin.
You can unlock celebration packs through the Battle Pass or with Renown in the Pack Manager. More details on the packs will be explained in a blog post near the season's launch. Players who miss out on these packs will be able to find them on the marketplace in Season 3 from those who decide to sell them instead of opening them.
Now, Joshua.
Yes, Alex.
We've hinted at a major evolution coming to Siege.
Yeah, and even though we're still working on it, I think we should show at least something here to everyone today.
Something like some concept art?
I think we need to show, they love concept art over there, but I think we need to show a little more than that.
All right.
Please, please.
How
please
about
let me.
the very first teaser showing a hint of the future of Siege?
Okay, I take it. Old Siege? That's the old that's the old clubhouse.
Year 10 will introduce Siege X. This will be the beginning of a new era for Rainbow Six Siege, one that sets the stage for the next 10 years of unique tactical gameplay.
I thought you meant this year was Siege X. I did not mean it. That's
right.
what I thought
For the
you meant.
past 3 years, the teams poured their passion into creating something truly transformative, an experience that will elevate the way you play Siege.
But first, let's clear a couple things up. Siege X is not a sequel. It is not Siege 2. And it's not just another update. It's a major evolution. We're expanding and reinforcing the very foundation of Siege to ensure it remains the pinnacle of tactical PvP first-person shooters. This means major graphical and audio upgrades.
Finally!
Refined game feel and new ways to enjoy the game, all while staying true to what makes the core of Siege so special.
It is such a significant leap forward that we can't possibly do it justice here at the Six Invitational. That is why we're dedicating a 3-hour world premiere of Siege X Showcase March 13th in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh my god, I'm so going to stream that.
We'll be doing a deep dive into everything we've been working on, and it'll be worth the short wait.
We know you're eager for details about Siege X.
And we're just getting started. Siege X is our commitment to you, the players, and our promise that Siege will continue to push boundaries, innovate, and evolve. We're excited to show you what's coming next, and most importantly, to hear what you think.
So mark your calendars for March 13th and join us for the full reveal of Siege X. This is the future of Rainbow Six Siege, and we can't wait for all of you to experience what we've been secretly working on behind the scenes.
It's on my husband's 40th birthday. No way did I put it on that day.
Watch the Siege X showcase live on the Rainbow Six Twitch channel or tune in with your favorite content creators as they co-stream. Also, for everybody watching, we've got something special for you. Tickets for the Siege X showcase will be available later today to be there in person. And we're introducing something new. Introducing a limited drop on the marketplace. In the next 48 hours, you can enter for free to win one of 5,000 of these exclusive weapon skins. This is also your shot at winning one of 2 all expense paid VIP tickets to the Siege X showcase in Atlanta. Get ready to experience the action up close, meet fellow Siege fans, and immerse yourself in an unforgettable event. All on us. Now, I love y'all. I love y'all so, so much. Now, not only can you win a chance to attend the Siege X showcase, but you can also have a voice in deciding our next bundle. For all you Ash mains out there, we have 3 amazing designs for you to choose from.
Oh, shoot.
Check them out.
The one in the middle, guys.
Honestly,
the one in the middle.
y'all could vote for any of them, and I'll be happy. So make sure you go on our social media and cast your vote. More information on the winning design will be revealed at the showcase March 13th. Now, Alex.
Yes, Josh.
Today was our first look at the big changes coming to Siege. But these past few years, we've been sharing this work with some secret playtesters.
That is true, actually.
Members of the Siege team have been giving a sneak peek to community members and content creators around the world and giving them a chance to play Siege X. And rather than tell you how they felt about it, we figured, why not just show you?
Roll the clip.
No fucking way Jessica was playing that? Oh, you... Did not think she was invited. Damn, and Kid as well?
Everyone's gonna be excited.
Wow, this is so good.
Oh my god. E o áudio tá excepcional.
It's just unique. It's gonna make it look so much better.
I so wanted to do that as well.
It's a privilege to share this glimpse into all the incredible work our team has been putting in. And soon, we'll finally be able to fully reveal all the details about the future of Siege. Thank you so much for your passion and dedication to this game. Without you, there is no Siege.
The Six Invitational Grand Finale will start very soon, and we'll witness the 2 best teams in the world competing at the highest level. Year 10 marks a transformative chapter for the game we all love, and we're just getting started. Mark your calendars. March 13th is the Rainbow Six Siege X Showcase. On behalf of the entire Siege team, Joshua and myself, thank you all for being a part of this incredible journey. See you soon.
Ten years of Siege and 10 more more to come. CJX is coming soon.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you very much, Alex and Josh, for just giving us.
I love what they're doing. The only negative thing about this is on March 13th, my husband is turning 40. Why did it have to be on his birthday?
The next phase after the future itself for Siege is coming
But it
soon.
says something like getting the skin
I cannot wait to see what it will all
on Marketplace,
like.
and then you have a chance to win? Or did I just misunderstand that?
In the future. One more time, March 13th, 3-hour show, CJX feature, the first time ever shown to the public. Make sure you watch it on stream or through your favorite co-streamers out there. Boston, are you ready for a final? Let's get it rolling. Hot tap!
So, as you can see here, this is the old Oregon entrance. It kind of looks like that. I think that was the old one looked like, but I might be wrong. That is so crazy. $10 a.m. PT. What's that? Okay, 7 p.m. CET it is, guys, in European time. There's so much. It's like crazy. Let's see here, let's see here. I mean Clubhouse, yeah, sorry. I'm so tired. Let's see here. Gonna post a tweet, of course, about this because we need to. Gonna do this very quickly, so don't take too much time for you guys. Let's do that. I just did a quick tweet. Commercial, of course.
Jag var med från dag ett.
Och du är helt säker på att det var han?
Let's go. Yeah, I'm super happy about the new Siege that is coming up. Super excited to see. And in a good timing because I'm getting a new PC as well. How good of a timing isn't that? That is insane. That is insane. Literally. Let's see here. I do it right. But yeah, that crazy. I'm so excited.
Welcome back, everybody, to
Hi Flap, did you miss the announcement?
Music Hall at Fenway Park, Boston. We have a grand final on our hands, and my God, do we have a lot to dive through.
A month
BDS
already?
versus FaZe
Damn,
Clan,
that's
and
so
our focus up
fast.
first is BDS. This segment is about the keys to...
Yeah, so the announcement, like they are releasing a new Rainbow Six Siege called X. It's an upgraded version of the Siege that we have now with better sound, better graphic and stuff. And they're going to have a showcase on March 13th about that. So we're going to be co-streaming that as well. I have not got invited yet, but we will see. But it's going to be showcasing on March 13th. And also they're going to give out celebration packs that is going to be skins from all the way to season 1, a rare skin and stuff. And also they are, what else? There was so much. They also talked about a new operator that can attacker that can close doors. Of course, you can open up as a defender in certain ways. And she has like an SMG pistol type of thing, similar to like Apex Re45. That's why I thought that is a similar gun. What else? There was so much. Hello, Crusher, how you doing? So there's a lot of things that they have released. And on test server is going to be starting, they said next week, but I'm guessing like tomorrow. So I'm going to hop in tomorrow and check it out a little bit to see if I am able to hop in as well. And I'm going to get all the information because there's certain information that I have not said yet, of course. So I'm going to be putting in a video. Hopefully my voice will get better. So we are definitely going to be putting a video about that. I'm going to be posting a reaction video that we did right now, of course. But I'm going to put together a video about all the things that you need for the season as well, so you're fully prepped. And I'm also going to be putting some of the information. What else? I also joined a new org called ACE Association. Did I say it correctly? I always say it wrong every single time. It's Ascension. I say association, but it's Ascension. It's Ascension. Oh my god. It's a newly developed org that contains mostly from the members from the NorCal, but we have gone away, so that's going to be crazy. And what else? What else? Did I miss anything, Sean? I'm pretty sure I missed a lot of things. That's been crazy. Also, I got raided earlier. There's a lot of people here still. By Gabby, by 195 people. Of course, my stupid speech maybe have scared a lot of the people away. But yeah. So there is what else? Ooh. No, I think I'll cover it. And oh, also, Deimos was never working alone. He had a partner in crime that we found out. What was he called? Phopos? Phopos? I think it was Phopos. So, so that's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, I'm betting my money on Shaiko. Yeah, there was a lore update. They showed the entire thing earlier, but I'm going to post it on my YouTube flap. So if you do want to watch that, I can post it there. Otherwise, there is going to be one already in Rainbow Six Siege channel. Otherwise, you can go directly to their channel. But I'm going to post a reaction from all the lores to the end of that. So, and of course, I will not speak too much during that time because it sounds very bad. But right now we are going to be watching the finals between BDS and FaZe Clan. By the way, I almost teared up when they showed that video in the beginning. And I saw the creative director started to almost cry as well. Like, playing the game for 10 years, it's so emotional because you have gone through everything.
50-50. It's very easy to be able to beat teams that maybe could be better than you. But there's some maps, specifically like Bank,
Yeah,
that if you are
10
one of the
years.
best Bank teams in
Okay,
the world,
so while
nobody is beating on you. It's
they
a guaranteed
are
win every single time it's in the map pool, and most teams, because
while they are like talking about BDS, I don't think we need to listen directly to what they're saying. So let's go through memory lane and watch some old Siege.
Around if you had a Monty sit in there. I already mentioned this in the last video, but I really do miss these intro screens. I know they got rid of them so you could reconnect to ranked fast, but they were still awesome.
Give me that. I want it back.
Things he misses from old Siege.
Give that back. Oh my god, so many memories. Guys, I do have a YouTube video where I compile like kills, where I did like a video of my kills, and they are like 6-7 years old. So if you want to see something how Siege was done, I didn't have a proper mouse either, so I was playing like on 1200 DPI. I didn't own a mouse where I could change my DPI at all. So like, if you want to go down that and see how bad I was, that's one way of
Twitch drone in
checking.
the prep phase. Here's a few more things that newer Siege players might not know.
I want it
IQ was
back.
basically Warden early on in Siege. She could see through smoke.
I want the Twitch drone
Also,
to take
smoke
more
grenades
damage.
looked way
It
different.
was so
Kavira's
much
old
fun.
pistol was insane. It had no damage
Yeah,
drop
bring
off,
Kavira's
along
gun
with the
back,
old pistol
please.
recoil.
Oh my god, please.
It was very
Just the
satisfying
pistol.
to get knocks with it and get interrogations.
Oh.
The Super 90 was basically a sniper, hence the nickname Sniper 90. Old
Yeah,
Monty was
like-
crazy. Even when cornered, his shield wouldn't move.
We've
Another
all been
thing
there
was
where
nameplates when
Monty
you
is like
looked at
so
ops, which kind of helped on the
dumb.
night maps. The shield ADS was also insanely fast. When you got
Mm-hmm.
smoked in a gunfight but got out with minimal health, you could have someone reset you to 50 health, which would
Oh.
be an absolute game changer.
I actually have a story. There is actually a video of that. If you want me to post a video, I can do that. But there's actually a friend of mine, Miss Badger. We played like late night into Rainbow Six Siege, and I was so tired I didn't want to play another ranked game. But he talked into it to play another, and I said like, look, I don't have the right mindset. I'm too tired. So he asked me like, hey, can you down me, because I was playing Valkyrie at the time, because it needed a reset. He was like, and I told him I don't have any calves to throw at you. He's like, no, throw your C4. I'm not like, are you sure? Yeah, just throw it. And I'm like, I threw the C4, and then he decided to say, but don't blow. And I actually blew him up at that point. Like I said, I was too freaking tired, so I accidentally blew him up. And that was actually caught on video from my friend's perspective. So, yeah. If you want me to post that video, it's a short video, so it might be on the short video list. But if you want to see that, do comment down below.
changer in gunfights,
Yeah,
and
that
like
was
this
a
clip won me the round. Bartlett University. A lot of people don't even know this map.
Yeah, I
It's
missed
completely
that.
removed from the game now.
I'm not
but
sure
it used
why,
to
but
be
I
in
missed this
ranked.
map.
I think they were going to rework
Ranked
it, but
was,
turned
like,
it into
bad.
Emerald Plains. So that's all that's left of it. Remember when Monty used to have the most broken hip fire with the
Oh
revolver?
yeah.
Here's a few more
Freaking
things that you
hell.
might
I
have forgotten
hated
about
Blitz
from
mod,
old
and I
Siege.
hate them
One of the
still
rarest things
so
to happen
bad.
in Siege was double overtime. If you traded when the game was tied 4-4, it was now
That
first
actually
to
happened
7.
a lot.
I've
That
only
happened a
experienced
lot,
this one
actually.
time out of my entire time playing Siege.
For me at least,
and
it
that was
happened
back in year 1 or 2.
on occasionally.
Blackbeard's shield was nearly indestructible. Like there
Oh,
was
yeah.
absolutely no point in trying to break it. Your only hope was if he missed all his shots or a
Okay, so
well-placed
we're going to get that rework
Both
of
Frost and
Blackbeard, so
Kavera
hopefully it's
used to
going
have
to
a
be
nitro
good.
cell, and back in the day, nitro cells were basically pocket-sized nukes. One of the many
Yeah.
weird glitches of old Siege was raptor legs. No clue what caused this to happen, but it was only in kill cams and it was hilarious. When you kept scanning enemies, it used to give you 5 points for each person, and you could be on top of the leaderboard with no kills at the end of the game.
Yeah, I did that. I
The
did
old
that.
reflex used to have a much bigger triangle and it was much brighter too. The C4 throw animation looked more clunky and the old knife animation was a quick swipe. Remember when
Yeah.
the SMG-11 had an ACOG? Here are even
Yeah,
more things you
it
might have
was
forgotten
nasty.
about old
The
Siege.
ACOG on
Lion was one of the
SMG
most
was...
overpowered
I
ops we've
did
ever
understand
seen.
that.
He gave legitimate wall hacks, and once you heard this sound,
Yeah.
you were cooked.
I
You used to be
remember
able to
wall
see
begging free
everyone's ranks
people.
right in the game, but now you can only see them on R6 tracker, or if you are part.
Yeah, why did it take it away, guys? Why did it take... Like, I still want to see what other people have rank in the game. They took it away, and we can still see it, though, in, like overall for R6 tracker. Like, I'm not sure why they took it away. Please bring it back. It's so much fun to see the progress of the other teammates where they are. It's a good little small information to see if the game is, like, balanced, you know?
Partied up. You could dodge a ranked game right up until the match was about to start. Thankfully, you can't
Yeah,
do this
I
anymore, because the
hated
few
that.
times
So many
lasted
people did
longer
that.
with
It
people
was the
constantly
worst.
leaving. Article 5 was a really cool thing they had, and now it's gone.
Oh! Speaking of Article 5, did you know the voice, the female voice in that video, that is like the director or something, the voice is actually Angela Bassett that's playing the voice, and she actually played like roles such as Black Panther's mom, for instance, or is playing in the series 911 as one of the police officers in the series. So they actually got a pretty good voice actor.
Completely. You were forced to queue up with 4 other randoms and defuse the White Mask Gang's bombs. It felt like a keystone of old Siege. In old T-Hunt, they used to have these bomber enemies that were absolute tanks.
Oh
and
my
had an
god, I
explosive
hated them
radius
so
that was the
bad,
size of a
guys.
nuke.
I died to
This
them.
made
Like,
old
I
Siege a
just
horror
had
game.
them left and I
Glaz
would
used to be able
die.
to shoot through castle barricades and make tiny bullet holes. With enough shots, the castle would just straight up break too. Let's see Paul
Yeah.
Allen remember even more things about old Siege.
How many times are
Remember
you
when
going to say
attackers
that?
could all be using shields?
Yeah,
Here
this
are
is
even
what
more
I'm
things you
talking
might not
about
remember
earlier.
old Siege.
Everyone
Not only
went
could you
shield.
run 5 shields with just recruit, you could bring a Monty, Blitz, and Fuse along with the 2 recruits. As a defender, this was terrifying to go against. Zofia
Yeah.
could just get back up out of sheer willpower.
Oh, I
Originally,
missed
it was
that.
1
How
health,
many
but
of
they
you
increased
want
it to
that
5.
to come back on
This
Sophia?
mechanic saved
Do
so
you
many
think that
rounds,
would make Sophia
including
more
one in Pro
playable?
League, which is why it got removed. You used to be able to ADS insanely fast.
Oh, sorry, I talked over there, but like, he like, I did not hear.
Which is why it got removed.
Wait. Let's turn it back. What did you say about Sophia again?
2 recruits. As a defender, this was
I
terrifying.
kind of want it back, but he said the
Zofia
reason
could
why.
just get back up out of sheer willpower.
Yeah?
Originally, it was 1 health, but they increased it to 5. This mechanic saved so many rounds, including one in Pro League, which is why it got removed. You used to be able to...
Okay, I kind of understand why it got removed for the Pro League thing, but taken away from traditional rank is I don't like that. It's getting, like, the ranks are getting more and more close to Pro League nowadays, and I think that was one of the reasons why Siege had that, like, dip in losing a lot of players, because most of us don't want to play in the Pro League level. We want to rank up, sure, but we are not Pro League players, so it's not the same. It's two different things, and as I have played comp before, it's two different things no matter how you like divide it. Like Pro League games or comp games versus rank is two separate things no matter how you go to build up the rank system. Yeah, I kind of want it back though. It's a fun thing.
Able to ADS insanely fast with shields.
Oh,
if you lined up a
hell
headshot,
no.
whoever you were looking at was cooked. The SMG-12 used to have no recoil. I guess you could say there was recoil, but it was so much easier to control. It was basically a free headshot every time, and you could use it like it was a primary. The old operator portraits when waiting for everyone to choose
I want
their
that back.
ops
I
used to
want
look
that
way
back.
different. And the background too, with all the smoke.
I
moving
want
around.
that back. It's
Finka's
so
boost
much
used
better,
to give
cooler.
you insanely fast ADS and no recoil, but you didn't keep the health, even if you weren't overheated.
Yeah.
Once that surge was over, that extra health was over too. Remember when Maestro had insane hip fire on his LMG?
Maestro
Can't
main
forget his ACOG
for a
too.
reason.
Here are even more things you might not remember about old Siege. Thermite used to have frags, so he was basically a one-man army.
Yeah, he
you
did
could deal
actually.
with the bandit yourself, then get the wall. This
He
is what
actually
the
was.
old menu used to look like. It was a person with a patch that showed wherever the newest op was from. You used to have to buy attachments, and renown was hard to come by early on, especially when you just got a new op. So sometimes you had to go in with minimal attachments. Blitz's running animation used to completely expose him, but hip firing used to be insane. You could actually snipe people across the map if you lined up your crosshairs.
Yeah, I don't miss
Getting
that.
hit by Echo's yokai was the worst thing to deal with. Your screen would wobble back and forth until you stood still.
Echo was the worst thing ever. Like in the entire period when he was released to them making a full change on when you got Echo from his device, you were literally so freaking drunk. It actually hurt my head and eyes. I had trouble playing when I got it every time because it would hurt for me at least. But it took them so long to change that. It was really annoying, and it's the same with Ella's Gersmont. It was really bad. If you got anything from them, you're dead so fast. There was nothing you could do. So I'm super glad that they changed that. Kind of want the invisibility on the Echo drone to be back in a little bit, but not sure. Echo is not played as much anymore. So do you agree? Should he get his invisible cloak back?
And by that point, you were most likely cooked. Speaking of Echo, he used to have an ACOG, but just one drone. That
He
one
still
drone
has
could
it,
go
though.
invisible though, once you stuck it to the ceiling and
That
hung a
doesn't
lot of bomb rounds.
doesn't
if
Echo
was
still
off-site hiding
have
somewhere.
a ACOG?
Let's see what else Paul Allen remembers about old Siege.
I don't remember. I don't
when the
play
old run-out timer
Echo
was
as
2
much.
seconds and your screen would turn all yellow? Here's
Yeah.
a few more things you might not remember.
I
about
remember
old
it was
Siege.
5 seconds
Pulse
as well.
used to be able to insta-swap from his heartbeat sensor back to his primary. And I haven't used it in a while, but I feel like his M1014
thank you
used to
so
be kind
much,
of crazy.
Blaze.
Speaking of Pulse,
It's
this is
still
what his
good.
old heartbeat sensor used to look like. It
Yeah,
was
it's a lot
blurrier,
slower.
and at least visually seemed a bit slower. The quick leaning used to be insane. It was way faster.
Oh, bring
and was
that
nearly
back!
impossible
Quick
to hit
cleaning!
someone
Oh
doing
my god,
especially
so...
when there was a big pain difference. This is what
I love
Hibana used to
doing
look
that.
like on the right and her new one on the left. Honestly, a much needed upgrade. Not
Oh yeah, I hated how Hibana looked. Hibana was my main, but I hated how she looked. She looked, I'm sorry to say she looked more like a guy and not a female and not the traditional Japanese woman I was expecting. So it's good that they changed it. It was so bad in the beginning.
Not sure what they were thinking with the original design. Clash's secondary used to be a 2-burst. That was honestly not that bad, but it's way better now that it's full auto. Clash's shield swap animation was also way faster, so you could really put people in the spin cycle when she
Clash
first dropped.
was a
The old
hard
disabling the diffuser animation
character
used to
to
just be smacking the
fix
diffuser, and I think it was faster
get her
too,
to a
but
good
not
state.
100% sure on that. Remember when you used to be able to change your weapon to single fire or 3-round burst?
Yeah.
Here's even more things you might not remember about old Siege. Capkin's traps used to one-shot any operator, but you could also see the laser, and he only had 3 of them.
I love Capcan. I main when I started playing Rainbow Six, it was actually Capcan and Fuse that I mained, and Capcan's was an insta kill, and I was so freaking good at getting those that on like an average, I would get 2 at least kills from the traps on every like single round I went on Big Capcan. And Fuse was no exception. I even got an ace with Fuse. Not sure how it bounced so far as it did, but the reason why Flapta took away the single fire is because they would try to introduce DMR, so they couldn't have every single gun be on DMR, because that would be a very advantage to the player that had it on a single gun. And it was only on attacking side, if I remember correctly, that could only have it and not defenders. So they had to get rid of that if they wanted to introduce the DMR into the game. It was a lot of fun.
And Capcan was also a 1-speed, so it took him forever to set up. When Melusi first came out, she used to have the T5 and a C4, as well as being a 3-speed, so she was insanely strong. The Roni used to have 20 rounds in a mag instead of 16, which made a bigger difference than you would think. When Golden Gun first came out, it was like a normal game of quick match, so you could use operators' abilities like Oryx. This was the old breaching charge animation. It was slower, but did a lot more damage, so led to some pretty funny moments. Zero had frags when he first came out, but they didn't last long, sadly. Speaking of frags, this isn't old at all, but being able to cook them was the best, and I don't know why they got rid of it. Old Border didn't have bathrooms.
Like, the reason why I'm going to give you the explanation, the reason why they took away the nades is because you could actually kill someone from underneath. You would not get like an indicator that there's nades coming, and it's an instant kill weapon. And there was literally like 10 of them on board. Like in one Pro League match, there were 26 kills total during a Pro League match, and that's insanely a lot, which kind of defeats the purpose on Rainbow Six Siege in general. So they decided to take away the cooking of the nade, because nades are supposed to like clear out utilities more than actually making a kill as well. So
it was just tellers and then a wall that led to outside, making it a horrendous sight to defend.
Oh yes, I love that.
There was almost nowhere to sit on site. Let's see what else Paul Allen remembers about old Siege. Remember what running used to look like in Siege? Here's even more things you might not remember about old Siege. For every operator's birthday, Ubisoft would put out a challenge
I have that. I actually have it on most operators, actually.
For each
the dog tags and the skins. I actually have most of them.
Each operator ability. Everyone on defense used to have 2 reinforcements each, except Recruit, who only had 1.
Yeah, I hated that so bad, because you would sometimes have one person that would not reinforce, would just ignore it. Especially if you went
barricades and fly right through them if you hit it at the perfect angle. On Old Border, you used to be able to shoot a zero cam right into archives. Since a lot of people used to sit on the hatch to head glitch the bomb chassis, it led to some golden opportunities that don't happen anymore.
I remember
Smoke used to have the weakest arm in history, and his smoke canisters wouldn't go more than 2 feet. Frost used to hold her gun by the mag on the side instead of underneath.
Oh yeah, she doesn't do that anymore. That's actually correct. I didn't think about that. Why did I change that? It was freaking cool of her holding like the way she did. Why? That's odd. That was really odd. By the way, about the smoke, like there was a glitch where the smokes went through walls. It's obviously fixed, but it was even allowed during the Pro League settings that you could actually kill someone through the smoke, especially in Oregon. It was crazy.
Ella used to pull out a Grismot mine when she was down. Not only would you stun the enemy, but you could also stop the bomb from being defused. Let's see what else Paul Allen remembers about old Siege.
Yeah, she also
Remember
had
when
the
Nomad's air
like
jabs
the
would
same
instantly
as
go off
Sophia.
on the test server? Here's even more things you might not remember about old Siege.
Yeah, that was so much
Bandit
fun.
used to have 3 barbed wire, and he was the only op to ever have this for the small time it was there. Oryx used to have the MP5 when he first came out, and he was slower to jump up the hatches. He also would take 10 damage when he'd run through a wall, so his pick rate was really low when he first came out. You used to be able to steal people's kills. If someone else knocked an enemy and you got the last shot,
I would
you would
do
get
this
the
so
kill.
often to
my
which led to a lot of
friends
tragedies.
whenever I had the
You
opportunity.
used to get points when you would
but I
knock
also got
someone,
it back.
and bonus points when you did it with Kavira's old pistol. Nomad and Cade's 44 mag used to be really good.
I
when it
didn't
first
play
came
that
out.
pistol a
It had
lot.
very
I
little
really did
recoil,
not like it
good
though.
damage, and had a different scope. Shields did not stop nitro cells if it landed near you. Even when you were full extended with Monty, you were cooked. There used to be like 10 windows in the canal control room, so you had to try and guess which one was there, an op with ACOG just
I
staring
did
at a
not
spawn.
like the old canal.
Pair this with
it
the old
was...
lighting, and it was a massacre every time someone walked out of their spawn. Let's see what else Paul Allen remembers about Old Siege.
Can you
Remember
stop
when
saying that?
Valkyrie could throw her cameras outside? Here's
I want that back. I want that back so hard. It's insane that they let it like disappear. Like it was so much fun. Obviously, I understand why, but we have so much utility on the attacker side where we can actually see that, like right now. Maybe do something where the lighting is going to be stronger if it's thrown outside instead. Like, it's so freaking... It was so much fun doing that. Like, especially when I was playing, like they showed Oregon, I would put it on that treat, and there was a treat was the left side as well. Never got shot down. It was so much fun because attackers usually stay on the balcony of the old Oregon, and I would like wait to jump out from a trophy and toss a C4 above. It was like massacre.
There's even more things you may have forgotten about Old Siege. The old deployable shield was way different, a lot more clunky, and had no little windows on it. You could also use the shield to block someone from vaulting windows if you placed it sideways. Old Theme Park used to have all these train cars in the middle, and you never knew where someone was lurking. Not only this, but the lighting was really bad on this map. Bullet hole peaks. One of the most broken things in Siege history. You would
I
get
don't
spawn
miss
peeked
that
and then
at
see you
all.
got
I
smoked
don't
by
miss
someone
that at
looking through the
all.
cracks of
I'm so
time.
glad
This
they
old
fixed
glitch, when
that.
Outback first came out, you could phase through the air conditioner. Although people caught on pretty quick and started putting
I just remember that.
when they
I just
buffed all the
remember.
pistols, they all had no recoil and were insanely strong, especially Kavira's
Yeah,
pistol.
PPM,
Fortress being
crazy.
in rank.
PPM all the
I
way,
feel like
guys.
this map didn't last too long
So
in ranked,
good.
however, it is still in quick play. The old hatch reinforcement animation and the reinforcement itself were different. It was a lot slower, and it stuck out of the floor, making it pretty awkward to hit with Hibana. Remember when the Lord Tachanka's turret was mounted?
Oh,
Here's even more
me and my
things you
friends did so many things with
Originally,
the turret.
Tachanka's turret had
It's
no
so
shield covering his
friggin'
head, so you
bad.
had to hope and pray that the enemy was a bad shot. Tachanka also used to have a different voice actor, and here's a couple of his iconic old lines.
LMG mounted and loaded. Bathroom! Bathroom! Out
Wait,
of ammo!
what?
I'm out!
Presidential plane being in ranked. This was one of the
know
most
if they
chaotic
changed
maps they've ever had in the ranked pool. A close quarters massacre, or when the random would pick Glaz and stay outside on the wing until the end of the round, not getting a single pick. The
People
runout
still do
detection
that.
being 5 seconds. This was actually kind of crazy that you
Yeah, I hated this one. Like that one that you saw, guys. I really hated that one. Not like the sprint out from Oregon. Like every single time, no one wanted to spawn there. Like you would get spawn picked so often that no one wanted to spawn there. Of course, I'm the only dummy that likes doing that because I know that I want to take that fight in general. So, but yeah, no, I don't miss that vibe run out. We can live without that, right?
Kind of crazy that Ubisoft thought this was going to work. This is what the beta version of Siege looked like. An entirely different HUD and only a couple ops to choose
Yeah, I
from.
remember that.
Instead of 3
It was
attack or
so
3
weird.
defense rounds, you would alternate defending and attacking every other round. The kitchen on Chalet had a window that attackers could just peek into. And with Prime Blackbeard, it was a free pick every time. Let's see what else Paul Allen remembers about Old Siege. Remember when Goyo had his canisters attached to deployable shields?
Yeah,
Here's
don't
even
miss
more
that.
things you might not remember about Old Siege.
I hated
the Castle
that.
FPS glitch. This was absolutely insane. You could spam the regular barricade and Castle barricade, and this would drop everyone's game below like 10 FPS, making it impossible to play. The
Wait, I did not know that. Was that a thing? No, I didn't. Was that maybe towards console? Because in PC I have never seen that.
old Pixel Peaks used to be crazy, because like in this Bolo clip, he actually gets smoked by Pulse's elbow. The Doc stim glitch. There was a glitch where Doc had unlimited stims, and this is when Doc
No
overhealed
way.
for 40 extra health. This was probably one of the most outrageous glitches we've seen in Siege. I can't
Yeah.
find a clip of this anywhere, but Castle used to have a deployable shield. and if you put it in front of his barricade, you couldn't breach
Yeah.
it, and sometimes couldn't even melee it. When Doka B used to call
I
you, your phone
remember
would
that.
ring until you answered. Wish I had a baddie call me nonstop like that. Remember the Rainbow Six Siege reveal trailer? It's almost 10 years
Yeah,
old.
it was so
Here's
awesome.
even more things you might not remember about old Siege. The old pistol recoil was crazy, but the old Desert Eagle recoil was something else.
Yeah,
As seen
I
in the Goat
love
Anthony
playing
Pitts
Valk,
Blackbeard
and the
video,
Deagle was so
this Deagle
bad.
was nearly impossible to use, with the recoil kicking to the ceiling. Old Hereford base being in ranked, this
Okay, let's go back because they're literally playing music right now, so. I was so invested in the old Siege. Powerful music. Did you guys know that I used to be in an orchestra as well? I used to play the violin. It's such a powerful feeling when you hear the music live versus when you're sitting and listening at home. Let's go for the next one. Famous. If you guys did not know, the reason why they're sitting in different positions, the violins, is because you have the first group, the second group, and the third group. All three of them don't play the same thing.
Chills. Spine tingling. Boston, make some noise for this orchestral performance.
A lot of yelling.
But now it's crunch time. To the right of me, Team BDS. To the left of me, Team FaZe Clan. KDS, come and join me. Licky Fat, come and join me. Now you have both felt the pain of losing map 5 of a grand final in the last 12 months. Why will you not let that happen here in Boston?
The fate is really like something hurts you, like for a life. And today we learn how to deal with it, what was our mistake last time, and we'll give everything to take the win today.
For us, we are working a lot to win this tournament, so I think this is our time to win, and we will be great against BDS, the awesome team.
Listen, you've both got supporters out here in Boston, that's for sure. Anything you want to say to your fans here?
I love you guys, and we'll do everything today to win the hammer.
KDS, what would you like to say to your fans?
Obrigado por todo mundo que tá torcendo pra FaZe aí, e pra quem tá no Brasil aí, obrigadão, a gente vai ganhar desses caras aí.
Please shake hands and go and take your seats. Boston, for us, this hammer is a beautiful piece of silverware that we get to admire as fans. For the players behind us, this is everything. They eat, sleep, breathe the possibility of becoming world champions. And one of them will do it for the very first time ever when this grand final is over. So not for anybody, but the players behind me. I got one request, Boston. Make some noise!
Okay, if I guess right on this one, I would get this exclusive
Who's
skin.
taking this hammer? Is it
If
FaZe Clan?
I'm not right, I will not get it. That's the annoying part.
Or when it's all said and done, will it be Team BDS? Whoa! It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the SI 2025 Grand Final here in Boston with none other than Dez and Ace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers, and what a final it's set to be, Tim. I haven't heard consistent expectations for this game from anyone. No one's sure who's taking it. Both teams are in with a shot, and both have got such good stories coming into it.
That's it. There's just so much on the line for both of these teams. So much story there that you can just feel it. And I tell you what, Des, I'm not sure I've ever heard an NA crowd backing an EU team as much as these guys are behind BDS.
It's a big one. I think on any international event we go to where it's not on Brazilian soil, it's quite nice to go against the Brazilians. For the longest time, they won everything there is to win, Tim. And here they might be about to do it yet again. For FaZe, for the last 6 invitationals, they have been eliminated by the eventual winners, the Hammerlifters themselves. This would be the 4th one in a row if it happens again. And you have to ask, how much of a beating can this team take to come that close 4 times in a row?
It's now all about those thoughts, those feelings, Des, of each individual player, those last-minute words that they have into each other
They got
to get
good
themselves
casters,
laser-focused and
Could not
locked
pick
in,
anyone
ready
better.
to go here. This is, for all of them,
They
what they
deserve
work
that.
towards. These are the biggest moments of their careers.
Ian said it himself down on the stage, Tim. For a lot of us, it's a beautiful looking hammer that we'd all love to lift, but for these players, it's what? They spend hours a day prepping, practicing, theorizing, everything that goes into lifting this at the end of a calendar year. Almost 365 days a year, of course, there are breaks in the middle, but they are very, very often quite short. as they know that a day off is a day that their competition is getting one step ahead. And these two teams have both put themselves in a position to lift that hammer, to set history. For both of these organizations, it will be the first time they raise it at the end of today, Tim.
Very different approaches from both of the teams. BDS, they're sat down, locked in, ready to go. FaZe, they're thinking about that mental game. Bitter King, he's there imparting those words of wisdom, those last messages to the team to get them ready before they take their seats, before they take their positions for what is sure to be a great matchup.
And we have a great viewpoint from up here above all of the players. We get to see what they're doing, and we were commenting earlier on, Bitter King with the other players are kind of relaxed, sat down, just looking at each other. He was locked in. He was warming up for the last half an hour. That has been his focus. I know that it means so much to him and the rest of them to get this one over the line. The question is, how many times can either of these teams face heartbreak? For BDS, the two majors they've lost this year. For FaZe, as I've said, they've gone out of the last 3-6 invitationals to the eventual winners of that hammer. How many more times can they face it, Tim? How many more chances can they fight through?
Start the game now,
As it
please.
seems, just really not wanting to leave anything up to chance here. Des paying attention to every single detail.
Yeah,
They've been
like
there
the
before.
skin is
They know
pretty
what it's
good.
all
I
about.
want that one.
As they take their seats, Tim, that means only one thing.
By
The
the way,
chalet
Flap,
is not far away from getting
I'm
started.
not
We
sure
spoke a
if
lot
it's
about this
correct, but
phase.
this
You
one
heard the
is
analyst breaking
the
it down as
siege
well.
lore.
Chalet feels like a big challenge. FaZe haven't shown it in a long time.
They posted.
BDS have shown it a
I
lot.
think
There is
that's
a lot
the
that
correct
FaZe can
one.
study here. I can see from up above. They've got the strat sheets at the ready. They've come in prepared, Tim. No team would walk in on a day like this not expecting BDS to try and target one of those permanent maps that you've got on Chalet.
It's the one.
Is
It's the
that
one.
map.
It's definitely going to be a big start, like you say. BDS, mixed success on it, but it's obvious why they've chosen to go in that direction.
So
But I appreciate
the
for a
map
second as
is
well, the
going to be
gravity of the stage they
Chalet
sit upon, Tim. It's been absolutely gorgeous.
as the
truly
first
has.
one, which
Wonderful seeing
is
everyone dressed up today
BDS.
as well. Even Josh and Alex earlier on with the
Loves
panel
this, but
dressed up
this
to the
map
heavens as well.
has
It's
been
been
a
absolutely
ban
wonderful.
for
But the day has to end
FaZe.
with jubilation for one and tears for the other. And everyone's a bit split on which team that should be. I'd love to stand here, Tim, and say, yeah, for us as EU casters, we'd love to see BDS lift it, but we've also cast FaZe time and time again.
For FaZe, a year spent dreaming of putting past ghosts to rest. 357 days since hearts were shattered. Here again to right their wrongs. Never has a Brazilian team bested intercontinental opposition in a 6 invitational grand final. That is the mountain that they must climb today. Standing in their way, BDS, a team of consistent quality, inspired as ever by a man many consider one of the
Hello,
best to play
Elma.
our
Thank you,
beautiful
this
game.
guy.
Manchester in May, Montreal in November. Having fallen at the final hurdles, it's time to pick themselves up and face the greatest challenge of them all. Another grand final for these two giants. Another chance for immortality. Today in Boston, a guarantee that we see a new champion. A champion that has truly paid their dues. Your 6 Invitational 2025 Grand Final starts right now!
Ryan, nice to get back.
Chalet is where our first
Hurting you
battleground
again.
commences. The BDS a map that we all know, they love, one that FaZe hate, but there is zero chance they are coming into day,
After
Tim,
that
without
map
lots
is
of
going to be
ideas about how
Consulate,
to bring
then
down their French
Nighthaven, then
opponents.
Clubhouse.
FaZe's first bang and a surprise no one. A target ban against Shaiko, the Deimos being taken away. Very rarely, Tim, did you get
Then
the chance to
Sky
play this
as the
operation,
last
this
one.
tournament. Teams fear him running around on Rainbow Six's greatest villain. And Monty going to follow through from the other side. No surprise, BDS often liking to ban away these shields, even though BDS has played all of them throughout this tournament.
But we heard them speaking about the Monty on the analysis
Wow,
beforehand, saying
okay.
how it could be a way for FaZe to create that space, to create that room that they need inside of the map. BDS, we know, will challenge them at every opportunity. So by taking away that shield, it maybe just gives BDS that chance to force FaZe's hand a little bit. But I think we're likely to see a bit of Blackbeard, a bit of Blitz coming in from FaZe instead.
The Valkyrie surprising, not really anyone either, to be honest with you, Tim. It's another big one that's played a lot by the other side. The Mozzie may be coming in at least as a bit of a surprise, but as a remark, Tim, FaZe, they'll have done their homework. They'll know what it is they're facing off against. And what I
Yeah,
find is
for
a really
me, I
interesting
I had
clash between these two
surgery
teams is the
on
FaZe.
prostate. That's why
They're
my
quite a slow
speech
team, quite a
is a
passive
little
team
bit
over on the attacking side of the
stupid at the
defense.
moment.
They're one of the first teams that you'll see
So
falling
I
away from a
do
roam.
have a little
And a
bit
map
pain
like
on my
Chalet, it
chest right
demands
now.
roaming, it demands map control. That is where this war will be established. The BDS managed to catch out players on FaZe before they could slip back towards site, safely rejoining their comrades to stage a defense of the site itself. Or FaZe managed to shut down the French team before they get in. Round one is now underway. Starting things out down in that basement of Chalet. Tim, their run for the hammer begins right now.
Okay,
We're
Flav,
at the
did
beginning
you enjoy it?
of the most important game of the last competitive year of Siege, and what could turn out and will turn out to be one of the most competitive and most important games that these two teams will ever play in. One of them will walk away a champion, one of them will walk away heartbroken again.
We've heard a lot of talk about Handy and how currently he stands
they're
as
good
arguably
with
the MVP of the
trailers.
tournament. Plus 50 KD, best out of anyone, highest rated in this final. Certainly can't turn away from him, but Cyber for me, Tim, he is that X factor for this roster. Running around with the boss G. Feels like it's been a bit
If I
of a
play
troll
this
throughout the
too,
tournament. Tim
you
T's
mean
doing it when they know they're quite far ahead.
mid
Saw
the
GC
game?
quite enjoying
Yeah,
it against Team Joel and
you
coming
know
to
I might play
potentially
this
start
game
ruining
like
their
all the
position as they
time.
dropped a few rounds away. The Cyber is that X Factor has said. When he starts popping off, there is very little
But
that
I'm
any team can do
co-streaming with
to stop him.
Ubisoft
But
at the
you're
moment.
against BDS. Don't think you're going to quite find the same freedom that he's experienced throughout the rest of the tournament.
Cyber, of course, one of two players to go over
Oh, no, no.
1,000 kills in 6
Not the
Invitational
tournament.
history days. I believe he's at a point where he's actually surpassed 1,100 since he made that landmark 1,000th kill.
Yeah.
Absolutely unreal performance. But that goes to show, to a degree, the extra siege that FaZe have played here at that tournament, and that's something we need to keep in mind. Coming
No,
into this,
it's
they've
the
played
World Cup,
319
basically, so it's
rounds
pretty too
to
high for
BDS's
my
201.
play standard. I'm just
we
not
can
that
make
good.
arguments for that having an impact in both ways. Maybe FaZe come in hot, maybe they come in a little fatigued. They've
No,
shown
Flap,
a lot
I'm
more
not
for
that
BDS
good.
to study. We'll see.
We'll see how it goes when I
Right
get the
now,
new
1 minute
PC. If
30.
I get
FaZe,
better.
They're going to have to hold on here because BDS are already
Could
starting
just
to
be
pressure
because my
side.
PC is bad
Big
that I'm
focus on the trend
bad
side
at
of
the
things
game.
here too. Nothing on the main breach itself, so this means FaZe can move a lot of their players over. We have got players starting to slip around above. It's Solotov to get the first kill of this grand final, though. Down goes KDS. And here's only the Azami being taken offline, but that means no more Keybers being popped around here. Here's Cyber still
would
trying
be
to stick with BDS.
something if I
Taking out
could.
an invitation, Tim.
I
Step
did
inside
one
the side, get the Kings there with the trade, but
Rainbow
BDS
Six
wins to a 4
Siege
versus 2.
Cup
That plant is going
like
down,
a
and there
week
is
ago.
nothing these two players can do
So
to stop
I'm
it,
going in
except maybe to make use of a
for
hatch.
this
But
Friday.
maybe a
I'm
bit
going to
too
be
late.
playing
It's a great
another
chance to use this, but the user is
cup.
down, and it's a 1v3
So
that he will not be able to win. Bredo with the close, and BDS clinical in round one.
You start seeing the problem there with the Bosch D being brought along by Cyber. If you end up in a position where you're in a 1BX, the Bosch G is not the weapon that you want, realistically. You've got
yeah,
two shots
it's going to
before
be a
you're having to
4070
reload.
Super. The
The
TI
SMG can be tough
discontinued
to
for some
control.
reason.
You're asking an awful lot, and Cyber's just found that out. And what FaZe need to be careful of here, Des, we've spoken about the fact that Chalet is a permaban for them. They don't like playing here. We know that. So they have to keep in touch, because otherwise this one could get away from them quickly. And the last thing you want in the 6 Invitational Grand Final is to find yourself a map down.
Might have no choice, Tim. Unsurprisingly, Tim, it's a very vocal, as you said, it's a very vocal
I have
crowd.
never heard an NA crowd cheer so loudly for an EU team. I love it. It's great.
Well, I guess when FaZe are the enemy that have taken down a few of your teams, you know, SSG falling by the wayside, unwanted another, they become the enemy. At that point, the enemy of your enemy becomes your friend. Not too surprised to see the cheers starting to build up. Here we go for round two, though. FaZe have really got to recompose themselves here, Tim. That didn't feel like a very successful round one, as we saw. Down to a 4v2, then a 3 versus 1. It was decisive for BDS. Sure, FaZe got a couple of kills back in. We've got to see him change up the game plan. You'll be delighted here, Tim, that there is no Boss G on side, that we have seen individuals step away, what we often dub a very selfish operator. The gadget not really
I'm
serving
going
the rest
to
of
get
the team, it's
this
entirely for himself.
PC.
His army does something a little bit different here. Bring along those keepers. The impact
It's
of the rotation,
this one.
most importantly, a gun with more than 2 bullets in the barrel.
BDS shaping up immediately to try and put some pressure onto Library. They've got that surrounded Breeder. Shaiko are in position there to start trying to push on in and make it tough for FaZe to keep hold of that side. But interestingly, Leakifact, he's on your opposite side and trying to deal with Master Bedroom. Along with users, just trying to apply a little bit of pressure out there. They recognise that Handy is out there on the defence, and that's going to be an area that they could do with control. And Solotov is also on that side of the map as well.
First the pressure to start building. They've also got rid of the only air jab that managed to go through on the back of the doorway, so no real threat to FaZe here. Shaiko a bit of a misplaced gadget early on, going to sting BDS. Now you aren't going to see the full effect of that operator raining into the round, but I wouldn't get too worried. They've still got two big operators in this round. The line out of Yuzus, whose gadget you hear ringing out, as well as the Capital. Breede fires, smokes in back pocket, lots of utility to offer, and KDS yet again has gone down early.
It's just great patience from
go.
BDS. They are not in a rush for that first kill. They've got
They are
8 drones,
aggressive and they're
down to
reading
7,
FaZe
7
really
drones left
well.
at the minute-and-a-half mark is a lot, and they're using that intel. They're waiting for their opportunities. Leakifact goes in and takes down Souls. 5 versus 3 now, and already in round 2, BDS with a big advantage. Breede getting the diffuser down. Vitaking tries to fight back, but there's little that FaZe can do.
Cyber's up far, being left in a 1v3 yet again. He is down to him and Vitaking, and this is one of the hardest sites to retake on, Tim. It's in full view of a double window going outside the map that you can rappel on, you can hide round the corner. All manner of things that you can do, and it's going to make it super tough for them to pull this off. They'll do the best, but there's a DMR waiting on the window as Shaiko steps across and find one more. BDS, it looks to me at least guaranteed to be up 2-0 here. Users on that.
Nicely done.
Gets a kill, and BDS across these first 2 rounds are making it look easy.
You and I spoke coming into this one, Des.
Like I said earlier, FaZe Clan hates
game.
playing on this map, so BDS likes playing on this one, so it's definitely good.
Eles jogam de uma forma, tipo, mais lentinha e posturado, tipo, o sólido padrãozinho grosso, saca? Então vamos fazer, tipo, na garagem, vamos fazer aquelas pezinhas de recurso, onde o Adder segura a trincheira ali no vermelho.
They're doing it very well.
A gente fica lá e não vamos perder a posição, tá ligado? Então fica o cara...
Mainly we keep the same plan, because like you said, they don't know how to play the map. So we just keep things simple. We do a
By the way, guys,
the only
we
thing they can
are
change, like
very
you said,
close
is
to 1,000 followers here on Twitch. I think like we are 30-something away, and on my Twitter we are like less than 20 or 25 at the moment.
Careful about the run as well. Yeah, let's go, guys.
I think we are.
Of course,
we are
seeing all the players
11
so involved
away
in the conversation
from
about what needs to change. On their side, it's more carry on as it is. What are we going to see from them in the next round? Are we going to see legit spawn peaks coming out? I do want to touch on one thing in the last round that I saw that was brilliant. This play here, Flash comes through. Either he stands in the room and is full white screened and is basically dead to rights, or he backs away and may well do so when he's full flash into the waiting arms of the player on the lobby stairs. I spoke a lot throughout this tournament about these cute little like 2v1 plays or the set piece plays that teams conjure up to punish players that are in difficult situations. BDS have shown in that last round, round 1, they have been switched on, they're playing as a team, and they're punishing FaZe when they're not in comfortable positions to deal with that amount of pressure.
Yeah,
beautiful stuff.
For me, I think Leakifact's got it exactly right
Jaeger's on there.
FaZe, they don't know how to play this map. We just keep doing the default. We make sure that we've got all boxes ticked, and we'll win the rounds. And we saw that at the end of the last round there. FaZe were just a little bit out of sync. When that diffuser's down, they've got the right idea.
Come on, BDS.
We can block off the window, we can start doing something, but the timing was just off. And so
it's
they
that
lose the
spawn
first
peak.
man, and then there's armies battling alone. It's always going to be a problem.
You see why she's our most banned operator at the tournament as well, Tim. Like you saw Leo in the telestrator earlier talking about how FaZe make great use of that operator on Cafe to isolate out these 1v1s around the map. And
they are allowed.
It was from SSG in that game in particular.
It's a Russia team, but they have
as well as BDS so far
their organization is from a different land.
Really trying to dig themselves in this
land, so the organization is not Russian, but the players are.
The Warden dancing around on side
it's not like a World Cup thing.
Behind these boot jammers, behind these electro claws. Something tells me, Tim, though, this French side are not going to be stopped.
No, like I said, they just seem to be ticking every box at the minute. Solotov working across that top floor. They're attacking onto basement here, but of course with the Ram just wanting to open up the floor inside a fireplace. That has begun, and it makes it very difficult for FaZe to keep themselves locked in that position. Looking across the FaZe positions, they've got 3 One's actually KDS has just gone back to site. They're all starting to just filter back now. And
No,
that's to tell you the
like
pressure that they feel
it's
is
not
from
that
BDS.
you represent your country. It's like the teams.
Based on what the setup was going to be, and he's pretty spot on here.
That's
Full-man
the
player from BDS, top down
difference.
working through, and every single player of FaZe is now back on site. I spoke about this being the sort of thing you'd expect from FaZe. They wouldn't play aggressive out on the roam. It's not really their style. They'll drop away when pressure starts to build up, won't play their lives. They'll always find themselves back on site, unless they get punished by BDS around the map.
Why would you drop like that?
In steps to decoy
Oh,
of
there was
Viana.
something.
Shiko
I
was
was
giving
like,
over a
why?
bit of info there. Was there a player in connector? How many players are inside of site? There's no one in connector. There's 2 in site. And now his team will know that information as well.
Time is ticking for BDS here. 1 minute 5 left on the clock. They start to get that main breach open. Cyber now is in a critical position, just in behind those metal shelves. He's the one who can peek around that corner. He's going to look to be supported from Wine as well. So the push is going to come down from Shiko. Does he have an answer to Cyber in that position? It's a little head-to-head that we've got going on here. He wants to find that space. He wants to find that availability, that possibility to get in there.
Done.
Users. He gets him the kill, and that might just start
Okay, Flap,
unlocking
thanks
things for
so
BDS.
much for being
Cyber
here.
steps across there away from the shells
Thank you
and
for
just
the
fully
alert.
expose himself to the breach. A massive risk he was going to take, but I think knowing he was
Yeah,
tucked
I'm
in there, there
getting
was
better
no
by
utility
time,
around
so
him,
it's,
remembering.
like I said,
ADS is a
it's
magnet
going to
towards
take a
trench
couple
side.
of days.
Always gonna pay the price. Now,
But
BDS
I
is
will
trying
not
to
be
get
live
a bit of
tomorrow
flash
because
going on,
I
but
need to
BDS
have
has
a
no
rest
slouches
day
to-
where
they're not
I'm
gonna
not
fall for that. He can't
talking.
just walk at them. KDS getting one back, but the trade is there yet again for BDS. Our best trading team at the tournament when it comes around to kills, and now getting the diffuser down. Had to peel off for a second. 2 left for FaZe. Can they play spoiler? No, they certainly cannot. A C4 though, no, it's shot out of the air. Green ain't gonna be able to stick this one, and uses FaZe the kill that he needs. BDS
Nicely
survived the
done.
timeout, Tim. They're up 3-0, and I don't think FaZe know how to put the brakes on this train.
BDS just looked
They need to
fantastic
be
that round.
careful, though.
In reality, Handy was a concern for me. I thought, you know, what's he going to do here? Is he going to be able to drop down and cut that out? But no, not at all.
I hear Fresh has got a few words to say to us. Professor, what you got?
We saw that BDS have picked into Chalet. It was a big risk for them because they could have gone to Bang, but so far it's working out. We heard Leakifact talk in the timeout. These guys don't know how to play this map properly, and we're seeing that evolve. The big thing to note for BDS on the strategical front is they're playing for the path of least resistance. They're seeing that FaZe Clan are going out. They're extending across the map. Big multi-layered extensions.
Impala?
They're going for the minimal amount of space possible and
Is that
keeping it as
different?
simple as possible. So far it's working out
It
perfectly for them
looks
because
fast
they're 3-0
because
up.
of the camera switch.
It's hard to see a way back in, isn't it, Tim? For FaZe, they've had the timeout, a chance to make right the wrongs
But it-
of those
it
first
is
couple of
actually
rounds, but it didn't
slower.
build up for them, and this could be a bruising second quarter of the game. FaZe have tried that downstairs site twice. We're going to step away and try instead going in towards kitchen and dining here, Tim. Does still mean we're going to have to see some top floor control from FaZe. It also means BDS are going to have to challenge that. Because you can't really afford to defend the site itself, or it's not the most defendable. You've got 2 options, maybe 3. Extend out laterally and play the rooms surrounding the site itself, or you go above. In this case here, it's about going above. It's about taking that vertical control, ripping up those floorboards, calling in the maintenance man to fit some new ones afterwards, I'm sure, but making sure first and foremost that you get every kill.
For those that
or
do
get
not
that
know, I
diffuser
did
down.
post a
So,
YouTube
for
video
BDS, it's
about
top
the
floor.
Siege
Keep
Cup
an eye on what
that
happens
I
here.
played
There's no
last
matter windows,
week.
excellent
So
set
if you're
piece plays
interested
to
in
play
watching
around this
that,
top floor. You're gonna
it
see
was
BDS
first
excel
Siege
when it
Cup for
comes to
most of
teamwork.
us that was playing as well, so.
Drone's just being cut down again, but again, FaZe not doing, I picked up on it earlier, Des, not doing a fantastic job of taking those drones out. BDS have brought even more along with Brava, with Twitch. They're going to have an absolute abundance of intel
It's
ahead
going
of them
good.
here, and BDS are showing
I
how great a
do
job
have
they
trouble
are
with my
doing at
speaking,
using
so
that
it's
bit.
going to
Picking
sound a
up the
little
entry
bit
kills, they're getting
wonky.
themselves the man advantage.
Because I had
They're
surgery
doing everything
on
that they need
Thursday,
to here on
and
Chalet.
I got some
Big thing
small
to speak about a lot of BDS is
complications.
their love of Dokkaebi, with
from
3 of their
it.
players having her in their top 3 most played operators.
It's
Not just
under
this
the same
tournament,
name as I
but across
have here,
stages, across
or the
majors,
link
it a
is
consistent
in my
part of the gameplay. Whenever you see that phone call come out, look
bio,
around the map because something will be happening. In
or
this
you
case
can
there,
just
it was
write
users getting into a
exclamation
hospital
mark
window,
YouTube
making sure
and
no one was
it would
close to try and
take
blindside
you
them.
there
Managed to get the barricade
as
broken
well.
away, and others moved at the same time. A second one's now about to come online for Leakifact. Next time you see it ring, you may well say it's time for us to go, and all of BDS spring into action. Here it comes.
They're just waiting for other utility to head on in. They know they've got somebody to deal with out on solar stairs. KDS is going to take a lot of damage, and here they go. The Blackbeard is going to push in. Users manages to take the Kaid down. Liquefied picks up
Nicely done. That's team play.
Cyber, he manages to put the stop on it somehow, taking down Shaiko. That's the Brava offline, but BDS, they've just grabbed so much control.
They've put a lot of pressure upstairs, forced players downstairs, and then executed onto them and isolated players who were up towards that top side. Yeah, that solar stairs player was dead to rights. He had nowhere else to go. It's again a beautiful bit of team play where the Blackbeard comes in from one side, two players come in West Main, they punish a player who's split down the middle, and there is nothing they can do to stop this. Yuzu's plant now going down. BDS once again back on top. Tim, they've got the highest plant percentage at the tournament.
That's
and
really nicely done from them.
Well, it's gone down 3 times so far.
Which is even above their plant percentage, 31% coming in, so you'd expect, you know, maybe 2 out of 6 rounds, but no, they are just going for it every single time. FaZe just cannot stop them right now. The angles are being held. Users picks up Cyber, BD finds one as well, and BDS.
It's not bad. It's really good.
Flying.
Well, if
If you compare to my speaking right now, it's very bad. But it's my illness that kicked in, so my speech will get back within a couple of days. So.
And BDS are in the gym now, just getting to flex the muscles a little bit, beat down on some poor punching back that can't fight back. And I imagine for FaZe there's an element of saying, look, we don't expect to win this first map. We expect it will go away to the other side, then the real series begins in their eyes. But for BDS, Tim, it's still a 1-map advantage they'll have.
It's all well, that's exactly it. It's all well and good thinking that. And yeah, you know, that's part of the advantage of coming in through the upper bracket, that you get that first map choice. But the reality is, this is going to have a big mental impact on FaZe. They come in here, like you say, it's not just about being 1 map down. It's the fact, look at the method by which they're going to be a map down. They're getting smashed right now, and that is not a good start for them. When they've come in with the heartache that they had last year in this final, they've got to center themselves, they've got to steady themselves after this. And I tell you now, getting 4 or 5 rounds on this map would go a long way towards doing that, even if they then lose it.
Tim, they've got 8 kills so far across 4 rounds. 2 kills per round is what they're averaging. In case you haven't been watching, that is just how dominant things have looked. And Tim, now they're spiking things up. You've got users coming along on the blitz here. Normally 3 days to go to shield operator on this team. But you see a blitz on side. Well, he likes to run at people, Tim. He likes to blind them with those wonderful LED lights at the front side of his shield. And then 3 kills tend to follow. You see this operator picks.
Beautiful LED lights.
Coming in at some point for BDS for now. So you don't need to rush. Get the drones in, get the information, where are these players, and then look to punish them later.
Again, something, it's just what BDS have done fantastically well is this. They've just waited patiently for the opportunities to be presented to them because they know that their chances will come. Last time around, it was about 1 minute 30 before they started pushing into the map on attacking this side. And they did it fantastically well. Users is going in on the Blackbeard. He's just going to rush on into site and start trying to pester, trying to pressure, and just use that blitz utility to just create space.
Problem is, Tim, they haven't got the vertical here. This could sting them if they're not careful, but they've been forced back because of the pressure coming in from the rappel. BDS, again, have got everything thought about. They've got the plant down, Tim. 4 out of 5 rounds, looking pretty good so far for being an objective-focused team, but they are down in numbers, and that is where the worry comes in. But like we said earlier, you've got that consideration as a player outside. 3 days got to do it against 4, Tim. He's still got fire in the back pocket. Can he hold on at this point? Keeper barrier is available. He gets one. The Cyber's there for the trade, and finally, FaZe will get themselves on the board.
There was a second where I was a little bit worried for FaZe there. They all came flying round the corner together, and I thought, don't stack up, he might just get 2 or 3 at once. Like you say, I think FaZe were always going to lock that out. They had the Azame, keep a barricade potential onto the window. There was all sorts of things that they could do to make things difficult for BDS there. So BDS losing their first
really
round.
well.
FaZe holding on. The question is, does that create a foundation for them? Is it something that they can build upon? Because the problem that they've got is this isn't going to get any easier, Des. When they move on to the attack, it doesn't get any easier. If you're not comfortable on a map, if you're not prepared for that map, if you don't like playing there, the attack is almost certainly going to be more difficult.
Key thing here, if you look at the outlines at the top of your screen, there were a lot of players from FaZe still on the vertical. And where I'll give full props to BDS though is they've read. There's no one on site, guys. As long as we watch Hatch, as long as we watch Library, this is ours. We can get a plant down here. It was more how everything started to crumble beyond that point when players were vaulting over that lobby balcony, pushing back into ground that BDS had taken and squashing them back in towards site, picking up kills as they went. It was a really good response from FaZe, Tim, but it is the first time we've said that across 5 rounds, and I fear a lot of the damage has already been done. BDS
Thank
will
you
probably
for
walk away
the
from
alert
the
of
4 too hard.
Arctic.
Very happy. It could yet still go on to be 5-1. I do want to see them
If
make
you
sure they're
guys
controlling
wonder why
verticals.
I'm
That was
not
what stung them in that
talking as
previous
much,
round.
it's because
They can
of
get a
my
5-1
voice.
here,
I
but it
need
does
to
require
like see
going
if I
back to
can
what
like
worked in those first
stay
2 rounds.
Well, FaZe know a little something about 7-1 scorelines in the first map of a 6 Invitational Grand Final, Des, because that's what happened last time out. Except it was them. It was them. It was FaZe who were able to hit a 7-1
luck from
against
Cyber.
W7
That
in
was
that
so
first map.
unlucky.
It wasn't enough to grab them the title, so I'm sure that even if this goes, as it looks like it will, towards BDS, in such a fashion, FaZe will know that the turnaround is possible.
The long
That
series
was
is one
just
thing worth stressing.
unlucky for him. I feel
It's been
so
over
sorry
the years,
for
Tim, and FaZe
Cyber.
more than any, having consistently been around that top 4 finish. Know what's required when you get towards those final days. A swing coming through, but Shaiko doesn't give Handy anything. Don't think he had any information there, Tim, but he was just ready, just better when it came round to hitting his man. 3 left standing, now down to 2. BDS back in full control in this round, Tim, and they barely had to make use of the shield yet.
BDS just look like they're playing a different game at the minute, Des, to be honest with
They're
you. FaZe
really
are
good.
not competitive at all here on Chalet, and what we considered could potentially be a little bit of a gamble for BDS, bringing them to Chalet with no previous information, has worked perfectly. They're absolutely demolishing them at the minute. We're going to see the blitz taken down. Bride will likely be finished off, but not going to take his eyes off the ball because he knows what's going to come. Leakerfact will trade out there, but doesn't matter because right now BDS can just win this one by attrition. KDS pushes onto main stairs, but announces his arrival to Shaiko. He will be hit by the air jab. He will be hit by Shaiko.
Let's go.
And FaZe, they go down 1-5.
Rough first half. A big welcome to the grand final from BDS to FaZe. You know, it's your permaban guys, and it has not looked strong so far. I think we have a slight tech issue on stage that will get rectified in just a moment. Then that second half can continue. Definitely worth stressing, Tim, for BDS, again, knowing it was their map pick. You can see why. They look incredibly comfortable. All the little bits and moments of team play, the smoke that I touched on earlier on in the earlier rounds on towards the bar gaming site, and the immediate jump in from that lobby window to get an immediate trade. It's happened time and time again across those rounds, and it just feels like W7M did not have a response. They're going to have to find one now, Tim, and I think in a way there's a bit of blessing for them. They're going on to the attacking side, and being on that attacking side, you tend to control the tempo a little bit more. I can't see BDS being that team that are going to spawn peak the living death out of FaZe.
Well, they know they don't need to. There's absolutely no need to whatsoever. BDS can just hold one site here. They can just hold one site, lock it down twice in the rotation, and they're going to win 7-3. They don't need to worry about that. So BDS need to just play smart siege here. They just need to hold their angles. They need to make FaZe do the work. Make FaZe come to them. We heard them in the TAC timeout. Leakerfact saying they don't know how to play this map. We just need to play it default. We need to, you know what, the famous saying, don't interrupt your enemy while they're busy making mistakes. And that's what BDS just need to do now. Just sit back and just let FaZe play into them.
What a goal!
Heart Cole realising he's got his time up on the screen. It's been a great run for a few N18s, it's worth stressing.
I'm sure a lot of people here would have absolutely loved to see Unwanted in the final. I think, you know, they definitely deserve their shout. They definitely deserve their spot in the top 4. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Hot and Cold Dream and the rest of the boys. It was a real run to watch.
I think all eyes will be on that roster now and which org they go to. I've heard there's been a lot of
Technical
sniffing around them already, and you can't exactly
We
blame
don't
them
need it.
with the kind of performance they've had.
We don't need it. Let's move
Sure,
on to
as
the
always,
next
Tim,
map
post-SI
instead.
roster shuffles
It's
are always
better.
fun one to watch, and there will be a few to keep a close eye on.
Love to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Which, as you say, I'm sure it will do. We're just continuing with our little tech issue here. We will get that resolved as quickly as possible.
Tim, I have to ask.
A working double time.
So all of us came today in black tuxes, and you are the only person in the team wearing a non-black tux. You're wearing green.
I am wearing green.
Why green?
Because we're in Boston.
Did you just miss the memo on the black tuxes?
I did not, but I have. Funny, so a little behind the scenes there, Des. I actually have a black dinner jacket in the back. I have one, but I'd put both on and I was like, no, we're in Boston, the home of the Celtics. We'll go green.
I imagine
Mostly cheers there.
Mostly cheers?
Most.
Pull the other one. That was mostly boos.
There's a couple of boos. But...
Have a word, Tim, have a word. Another big story for you, actually. I spoke about SI and how FaZe, over the last 6 invitationals, have gone out to the eventual winners of that competition. Across the 9 events they've been to, the last 9 events, including majors, they have always been knocked out by an eventual grand finalists. And that brings one word to my mind when I think of FaZe, and that is kingmakers. They lose to a team, they make it to the grand final. On many occasions, that team has gone on to win. So fair to say, when is their turn, Tim, to take the throne? Is it today? Is it? Never. It could be one of those teams that just constantly find themselves close, but missing out at that final hurdle.
Well, saying that we have used numerous times for FaZe, and I'm sure that they would love to stop hearing at this point, is always the bridesmaid and never the bride. And you get into that territory where we have those teams.
It's gonna hurt for FaZe to lose for a 5th time, but I'm sorry, BDS has been on the top of the entire year. They should deserve it. Well, FaZe Clan has not been in the top like that.
Only have one major to their name, a game that you and I cast along with Parker back in 2021. Is criminal, really. You know, they should have far more titles. They should have far more trophies in that cabinet. But the reality is they just struggle. And we've seen that from both of these teams. BDS, of course, as we've referenced in both of the major finals through this year, and unable to get it done, unable to take that final step. One of them is going to change that today.
Cyber Rage Quit is the chant. I'll tell you what, guys, I'll give it to you. That's a far more creative chant than most other things we've heard on North American soil historically. I can see there is life on that computer on the stage, so hopefully back into it, not too far off. I've got to give a shout out, by the way, Tim, to our cosplayers. They are so far back in BDS the whole way through.
They always deserve a shout. The phenomenal hard work that all of the cosplayers put into their outfits is absolutely fantastic. We see you all.
And they're a noisy bunch down there as well, Tim.
They're always the noisy corner. The cosplayers are always the noisy corner.
What I will say is, it's easy to be noisy when your team is up 5-1.
That's right.
What happens when BDS win this map, FaZe win Consulate, FaZe win Labs, break that curse of choking on Labs in a grand final, then what happens?
That's when it's time to get really loud. That's when it's time to get really loud. I don't think we're too far away from getting this one resolved now. I think the issue...
I can see there is life in the...
Yeah, that's right. The issue itself, see, it's just getting everybody back in the lobby and getting back up and going. But look, you know, for FaZe here, is this going to help or hinder? I don't think it really does either, to be honest with you, Des. I don't want to write this map off. There's plenty of Siege to be played on Chalet, potentially, but BDS just look in such dominant control of this one. I don't think a pause is going to help FaZe come back from it. I don't think it's going to slow BDS down.
Yeah, I don't believe Shaco ever cheated as well, but that just...
switch sides, Tim, I say it all the time.
When you're playing as a professional, or try to get into professional, you need to keep your PC clean, because they or your mouse stuff. Like in general, you need to keep everything clean just in case.
Suddenly it's a 5 versus 3, and there is very little that FaZe can do on the other side. So it does feel like they've been outpaced.
So I feel like Shaco just forgot about that.
More room to play with. How BDS then choose to disrupt that? That's what you're
about to the tech issue this SI has been so freaking bad.
News, Chalet back underway. If you are just joining us, we're going into round 7, where BDS are on the attack.
Let's get back into things then.
Yeah.
Final attacking round for BDS. 4-1. They currently lead. And they're going to be looking to pause this out from here for this half.
I understood what you meant, Sean. but still, it would be a good redemption for him.
Little update for you, just so you guys are aware. Dreams on the screen.
Have they not got enough of Dream yet?
It must be both exciting and terrifying to be a Dream. And you could be chilling, having a bit of downtime, then a camera comes on, and the whole of Boston erupts. What we have done here, just to kind of update you guys, by the way, is we're going to replay round 6. There was a disconnect in the middle of that round, which meant FaZe were down a player. Admins have decided round 6 must be replayed, so BDS on the attack here again to close out the half. You will not be mistaken for thinking it was 5-1. It was. That 6th round is now going to get replayed out. So FaZe, one last chance, Tim, to get that 4-2 half.
So many people forget about this angle.
To be fair, these things happen, and they just need to.
So now they know that
Cyber
is roaming about,
of course, looking
or
to
at
just
least
repeat that same
someone.
situation. They're going to be pretty confident that they can do that, given everything that they've been able to accomplish so far here on Chalet. They're looking to get themselves straight.
I'm guessing
into
they
the
are
library again.
going to do the same kind of. They're not going to be pushing as hard towards wine as they did earlier.
Towards sort of fireplace side, they're trying to hold the entire map, but BDS just always seem to have a contact point close to them.
Keep a close eye on those calls once again from Leakyback. I'll always speak about the Dockerby throughout this series because it is such a pivotal part of BDS's gameplay. When that call comes through, fair chance, either Cyber, maybe KDS who's roaming around on that first floor, is going to find themselves getting stung. We've had the EE1D come out from Shaiko, which again, when you see these global gadgets going off, BDS are going to start their move on forward. Cyber for now, not want to say being ignored, they're aware of his presence around bathroom, but not too fussed by him. First call comes out here. By the looks of it, there's a focus on towards Mez from a couple of players, starting their move forward from BDS, taking ground with it as best they can.
He's going to be looking to push in here, Leakyback, take a little bit of ground, get himself up towards the wall at the bottom of West Main.
Will Cyber get the kill?
It cuts off rotations.
It's big. Now the rhythm from BDS is broken because of the tech issue.
Of which there are 2.
So the question is going to be if they still have the same rhythm or if they lost that.
Immediately push down blue where there's a little bit of space, or alternatively they play their life. Bitter King, he takes the second decision. He's going to play his life down there, and he manages to find one. KDS picks up Leakyback as he tries to push in from that rear side. 4 versus 3 at FaZe. They're looking a little bit more comfortable in this round 6 defense.
Holding on, but low HP. KDS being picked up at the back, and Breeday's got one more, but no. Kill comes back the other way, 2 across the FaZe, a 3 versus 1. They might be throwing a bit of a lifeline here by the looks of it, Tim. They could get those 2 rounds they were seeking before we had that tech pause come on through. Yuzu's, can he save it? It's a lot of work to do to him. In fact, it's going to require an ace in the round, and it's simply not going to happen.
Totally, I was afraid that pass would actually
where the strengths were, where they could hold on from. And as soon as it got to that 3v1, we're just going to disappear from sight. We're not going to give him his fights. We're going to force him to come and find us, and then use that vertical that's been opened up against him and close it down. And FaZe, they get themselves into a much better position. 2-4. I think that's a bit of robbery from FaZe there. I don't think that really probably does justice to how dominant BDS have been. A 5-1, even a 6-0 wouldn't have been a huge surprise for the EU team to kick things off in this one. As it is, they've still got a majority share of the rounds. And moving on to the defense of their map choice, a map that FaZe don't usually play, you gotta still favor BDS here.
All right. Goes back to all the things we spoke about before that tech pause, Tim. It's FaZe on the other side. What's up, brother? I've been told to say, Tim. The big one for me is a BDS going on to that defensive piece. Again, it's FaZe who now start to control the pace. They're the ones who get a bit more breathing room, a bit more time to think in these rounds. Let's wait for BDS to spring it back on them, though. Come out with the aggression. C4s galore, 3 of them available. A lot of things to slow down. FaZe as well, looking towards the Tuber and the Kaid here. But also, of course, we spoke a lot about that as army already. The Legion Goo Mines also doing a wonderful job of that. As FaZe have got quite a bit to work their way through.
Cyber being very cautious there, knows that his life is extremely valuable on that thermite. There
Yeah,
is to back him
the
up,
tech pulse
but
are
KDS
done
as well.
kind of
to be honest,
purpose.
having both available isn't the end of the world here. Downstairs is a site where you can actually breach loads. You can breach into the main entrance here, but then you want to go around the rear side, breach in from that electrical trench, breach in from the bottom of West Main, and just really open the whole thing up. You've got a hatch potentially, depending on what's been done with Dining Hatch, that you may want to play onto as well. So having both of those hard breaches alive to at least use all of their utility is potentially going to be round defining for FaZe here. If they can keep them on the board, it's a round that becomes very possible. If not, it becomes extremely difficult.
Well, it's just we've seen a lot of Capital throughout this game as well so far, Tim. Both teams running it. Of course, it is this first round for FaZe, but BDS, we saw it coming out, what, 3-4 times back in that first half? Making excellent use of it as well.
Why did Pussy the C4's too early?
Smoke, the secondary gadgets, 3-speed, decent gun, brings so much to a team, and I wouldn't say underappreciated, but I don't think enough teams really leverage the strengths that Capital can bring along to a team. Keep an eye on handy and where those gadgets start going. For now, at least, it's a nade being rolled in by the Blackbeard to help try and clear away this wall sling, get it open. And sure enough, Tim, they've done that. But I mentioned it to Brow. They're just going to slow things down. BDS, I think, really reading into the fact that FaZe are a slow team, Tim, and they can punish them here by running that clock lower and lower.
It's inevitable that the wall is going to be breached. BDS know that, but like you say, it's about forcing FaZe to rush. And look at the setup that BDS have got here. It's great. Playing in behind those Kiba barricades at Pillar makes it really difficult. The breach at the bottom of West Main means that the Azabi is pretty much locked in there, but KDS, he's given himself away there. He's got aggressive onto blue, but BDS, they've took their eye off the ball there. Cyber manages to come down main and get himself a double. 4 versus 3. FaZe might just be back in this one.
Cyber could be that guy. Tim said he might be the X factor, but now isolated. The Kiva barrier stopping any pressure coming in from this trench side so they can turn attention towards Cyber. Shai goes back over his dead body here, crawling back in towards side 2. Look at the health bars on this side of FaZe, and look at the fact that Liquefact has got an impact in back pocket. They could get a down or even a kill off the back of this. Not as worried, Tim. The FaZe are now running out of time. Shaiko finding one more, Brede the other. KDS with it all to do against 3 very healthy Frenchmen, and nothing is going to get that round over the line. BDS up to
Getting
5-2.
back that
I think
right
that's
now
gonna be a
so
tough one for
freaking
FaZe to
good.
take, because the backstab from Cyber was beautiful. Drops down main stairs, does an awful lot of damage to BDS, and they were reeling for a moment there. They were on the back foot, but BDS, again, just dug in, played their default, exactly what Liquefact said to them in that tactical timeout earlier. Play our defaults, and we will win rounds. And FaZe,
did
they
that
never
so
did anything
good.
to disrupt Liquefact.
Yeah, they're
I
right
talk
on
about
track.
these primary positions that defenders
I'm
take
kind
up.
of surprised that
That
Cyber
was
did not
his primary
utilize
position.
more,
Defenders
because he
choose to
actually
play
got
in
them
the
from the
most powerful
backside
spot for them.
and
behind
he
that pillar,
did not
behind
get
the keeper
anything in
was exactly
return.
that for Liquefact. And at the beginning of the round he's there, at the end of the round he's there. They've got to do more to disrupt BDS.
I'll give Jesse J. Chick a shout out for this one, Tim. For Handy, yeah, you've basically got it spot on, guys. Given he got the award earlier on, Tim, so far he's 0 and 7 on this map. Just when they needed him most, he vanished. Needs to find his mojo once again, else he might yet face heartbreak the same way that he did in Sao Paulo last year. It was a touching moment, you know, Nade carrying him around the stage, parading him as a champion. This time with Fury out of the way, you'd surely be thinking FaZe and everyone else from Brazil backs them to get it done this time. Handy to finally lift the hammer. So far, it's not looking too good. Here we go, though. Round 8 underway. FaZe not changing away all that much. Double globals coming along with the Dokkaebi and the Lion. We saw this out of BDS quite a few times. Really helps exert pressure, and it's when those calls come out or when the E1D scan comes through that you'll see players on FaZe start to move forward. They use the intel that comes out of those gadgets to make things that little bit easier. Cyber's starting to warm up though, to his 5-1 since we had our tech wars a couple of rounds ago.
That's
Leaking
a
back on the
good
frame rate
kill
first
from
of all.
FaZe, cutting Henry
to kick things off, but the ones
board.
that they're really looking looking for here are Shaiko, Usus, and Solotov. They're the ones playing in what we call that holy trinity. Mezzanine, Library, Top Blue, 3 of them working together, just trying to prevent anybody pushing in. They're all there to support each other, to keep that crucial verticality above the site. And right now, FaZe have not been able to disrupt them.
This is the risk, because FaZe, I mentioned earlier on, are a slow team. Chalet as a map is a pretty quick map. You don't really feel you get starved for time all that often on here unless you really are struggling to get step one done as part of your execute or your setup. But FaZe have got to do a full map clear. They started up towards Solar side, have moved their way down. They've got Handy starting to poke his nose in as well from below. So there is a bit of pressure starting to build up. But as you mentioned, these BDS players that are sat around these key power positions on this top floor are so far unmoved and relatively unbothered. Vidaking on the Blackbeard's going to be the one trying to make his march on through towards jungle. He's the one going to start applying pressure and hopefully making plays off the back of this utility coming in. They've caught out Shaiko here, Tim. Brede gets one back, but KDS will not be stopped. The second in the round.
Yeah, they've broken down that top floor hold that I spoke about, and FaZe should now be able to increase the pace here. They know that the last one is locked inside, and they're able to go in and find that final kill. And FaZe are getting themselves at least something here on Chalet to hold on to a little bit of hope for the Brazilians, Des.
Starting to cook a little bit,
come
Tim. Still
on,
2 rounds
you know
behind.
You can do it. Come on.
This one's a big round. You and I speak about round
Just
9
close
an awful
out
lot during our games.
This game.
Because if BDS win this one, they're up 6-3. You've got the home straight is there for you. Win one more round, you can afford to do something a little bit crazy, a little bit cheesy, and catch the other side off guard and get things closed out. If FaZe win it, they're only 1 round behind. They're back in striking distance. This one is the big one. The mental and, of course, the scoreline at the top of your screen. It does feel, though, Tim, as we said, 2 halves to a game of Siege. FaZe looking much better on the attack.
To see the flood on into sight at the end there. Handy picking up the last. He did pick up on his current stats within the game, Des. That's going to do something for him at least. Get things moving with a couple of kills. And like I say, maybe that's the catalyst that FaZe are going to need, not only to get themselves back into this half, but back into this match. 5-3 then, BDS, as they will continue on their rotation. A failure to hold on to gaming, we'll see them move across to dining and kitchen.
Sure, keep them rotating through their sites and see what you can stack up. I think Kitchen and Dining was one of those sites we looked at. It had some crazy stats, right? The most defender-sided on the map, if not in the game. I forget what the strange one was we were looking at. I'll have to dig it up and have a look at it for our next map. When we get into a break, dig up some more numbers for you guys on how different maps play out throughout this series. That reminder that there are 5 maps for us to work through. You can see them all at the top right corner of your screen, who has picked what and where will be heading at what stage in this series. This first one being picked away by BDS, and FaZe not having a chance to ban it away. You can kind of see why. That was a painful move for BDS to have flicked on FaZe in that first half, though they are now starting to cook things back in once again. Seen quite a rise of Finker as well, Tim, it's worth stressing. BDS have played it quite a lot, Shaiko on it quite a few times throughout the competition. FaZe following the same, but with Souls being the one playing it, even though he doesn't really play the hard support role directly anymore, he's not the one going in and getting the diffuser down. Still more playing towards the back line of his team, so I expect a more supportive Finker coming out in this round from him.
See if FaZe can get themselves another entry. They were able to pick up Leakifact to open things up in the last round, and then that man advantage really did pay dividends for them.
Come on.
This time it feels like they're just struggling a little bit more to find the space that they need, all still outside of the map mostly. It's going to be Souls looking to get aggressive here and start pushing forward to join Cyber. The pressure starting to mount here on BDS. Souls, Handy, they pick up one apiece. Solotov digs his heels in with a trade. But
what
it's
are you
not going to be
doing,
enough. Continue to just
BDS, what are you doing?
BDS right now, 4 versus 1 in a matter of heartbeats. BDS nearly all wiped out.
You're seeing exactly the same strengths coming out of FaZe that you saw from BDS in that first half. A 3-2-1, you saw your man. A 3-2-1 countdown, the shredder numbers almost gets away with it, but Handy with the close.
Wow, that was interesting.
Point, Tim. FaZe there, so beautifully played. Piano window, bathroom window, double rappel, pushing in from Ivy. Absolutely wonderful stuff, and BDS did not stand a chance. Cannot land a shot. Attack timeout.
This is exactly what we need, guys. More traps. And we have to play maybe more aggro at the early and fall back together, but we have to take 1 or 2 kills before to fall back, guys. But traps so fucking important right now, okay? Yeah. They want to play full exec, full shield. Okay, it's fine. Let's go. I think we need to play like, do not give space. Do not need to swing outside, but we don't give space. And when they push us fully, we just full push together. So we can do classic strats with Brede Kaid.
I think Josh, you can play mute or you want to play traps.
What's the side?
Basement.
Après Captain.
Captain? So you don't have C4 to help me above, if they push me above.
We have C4 on traps, we don't play.
I think mute and I can play traps. I can play Fenrir. Checo, you can play like Legion, or Fast play Legion, and Checo Azamis.
What we do?
Basement. You want me to go?
A stack up on traps, Tim, as we go down to that basement site was the call for BDS. They've realised that even if full shields come along, that can respond. But if nothing else, falling back together was the key part of that for me.
I love the little call from Leaker back at the end there. It was like, basement. It was this who would sort of choosing it. We've all been there in fights when it's like you're choosing the wrong side. No, basement. So they're going to be going down. Yeah, I think, you know, they're recognising not only the fact that they're playing behind the shields, which we knew that FaZe were going to do. It's something that they spoke about on our analyst desk fantastically as well. You know, they're going to do that to create space. They're going to do that to get themselves inside of the building. And yes, FaZe have been doing that. So BDS need to recognise that. It's twofold. Bring the traps to deal with the shields, make life difficult, but also, you've said it already, there's to slow FaZe down. They are a slow, methodical team. Burn all the time that you can off them. Make them check every doorway. Make them check every time they jump in through a window. Make their life difficult.
It certainly doesn't make it easy, but where both teams have found a lot of success is getting this 3 or 4 man setup at the ready and then springing in. The problem with Chalet, often it's from outside the building. You can't do much about that outside of trying to spawn peek, and that is always a massive risk that you take in the early round to lose a player trying to find out the enemy team who may well be fully aware of what it is that you're trying to do. But it does feel like that's an avenue, Tim. If you can catch out the player in Ivy there who's got 0 support to himself and be willing to go a bit more aggressive, and maybe they get away with it, but it's far easier said than done. There's drones watching you, there's crossfires at the ready. We have the beautiful gift of outlines to know where every player on both teams is. They, of course, don't get that inside the server.
Shaco's currently trying to hold on to Mezzanine. He's being supported there from Blue Stairs by Solotov as well, so these two going to have to really work together. Leaker Fight manager to pick up one out in Piano, and that is a huge start. The book is gone, removes some of that verticality. They do still have Andy on the ramp, but KDS will be taken out now.
Efek is like...
E1D scans. Andy does manage to pick up Leaker Fight, but the damage is done. It's 4 versus 3 to BDS. One more round puts them on that all-important map point, and look at this. FaZe are just jumping in through windows.
Yeah, I was
asking for Shaco to take them down.
I was wondering
extra
why.
aggression from Leakyback has made a difference. We were speaking about it a minute ago, Tim. Be willing to push into them before they get set up with 3 or 4 players. Leakyback's done that. Yeah, he's gone down for it, Tim, but he's taken 2 players offline. It's forced 1 player to push by himself in library. You saw Shaco unchallenged behind a keeper barrier. Get that free 1 versus 1. A much better round from BDS. The FaZe, yeah, they've got a lot of the round to work with, Tim, but BDS have done the right thing. All fall back on towards site. We play off each other. Knowing there are 2 players left, they're in trouble. They might have the ram gadget, they might have a phone call, but they haven't got a lot of hope, Tim, of getting this one over the line.
No, it's going to be very tough from here. They've got to use what they can, and at the minute, that is time. They've got a minute left on the clock, so they're not in any... Oh. However, it does get a little bit more desperate as Frida. I think he hears that boogie drone getting put down. He knows that they're up above in fireplace, and he just uses that sound fantastically well to pinpoint accurately, put that nitro down, and get the kill. Handy, trying to get anything working that he can here, but on low health, he's got a low chance of doing anything in this round.
I love how earlier on, Tim, we had that moment of saying he's 0-7 in a game where they really need him. He collected 5 kills since that time and hasn't died, but I think the crowd know it, Tim. With that champ building up, that he is dead to rights. May get away with 1 more kill in the round. BDS are going to swing on him as a bait with the flash. Surely he doesn't collect all 5. Not when he's got about 15 HP to his name. Steps in for 1, can't find his man. 10 seconds left, and this one's chalked.
For the minute, Frida has taken a smart choice and absolutely disappeared off into the bowels of the map. There was no chance that Andy was going to find all 3, but Shaco, he made doubly sure. You know how he can guarantee no more kills? He'll just take Handy down. So, BDS move on to map point here on Chalet in the first map.
Let's go, BDS.
What I will give to them, Tim, is they've looked better this half. I was very worried in that first half. They were going to get rolled over by BDS time and time again, but naturally when things swap, this is also, of course, an attacker-sided map. It's an interesting choice. Well, I say attacker-sided. All maps in the tournament are defender-leaning by stats, but amongst the pool, Chalet is one of those that actually has seen more of a lean towards the attackers than some others. Consulate, one of the maps will step too soon, actually. I think over 60% defensive win rate, so you've got to have that as a consideration when we get there.
It's like we said, you know, coming into a map that's your permaban, if you can come away with 4 rounds on there, that's really not the end of the world. If you get smashed 7-1, 7-0, then yeah, that's going to have a big, you know, effect on the mental. But I think FaZe, like you say, they now go into this area, this region of being able to think at least, look, it's not a map that we play. We've done pretty well there. We've got 4. We've been competitive. And I think that's fine for them. No team, I mean, every team comes in dreaming that they can win this 3-0, but the reality is, they don't expect to, I don't think. They know in a 5-map pool, it's going to be tough to just get consistently all maps that you're just going to go through, you're going to win all 3, straight out you go, job done. So FaZe, they won't be too cut up about losing this one.
Solotov across onto one of our Architect operators, usually doing the same on the other side. I mention it because Castle is actually his most played defender on this map. BDS making good use of it. Love seeing our teams make use of Castle to open up new angles for defenders to be able to safely rotate through the map. Of course, there's also invite potential baits from the attacking side, which is one thing you have to respect. Really looking to make life hard. Liquefact being on that Azami, that third.
If I'm yawning and stuff,
really going for
it's
straight
not
phase
that
here, so
I'm
have to have a lot of
tired or
utility
anything.
to chew their way through, and that's why you see it.
I haven't had
Flores and
much
Ash, all these operators on side with all this utility that will help them clear through a lot of the gadgets stacked up by BDS. So it's going to be a slight frustrating round for FaZe, I expect. Unless they pull the trigger and say, screw all that, we're going straight towards site. But by the looks of it, they are making sure they're clearing their way through first.
Yeah, Solotov being underneath Library is going to make that difficult for them. That's one of the areas that FaZe are currently trying to get themselves into. They do manage to deal with an important bit of utility there. Those Selma chargers just able to take down the mirror. That gives them a little bit of a line in towards the areas that BDS are trying to hold as well. So FaZe right now still have problems to deal with. Yes, they've taken out a bit of utility, but they don't really have confident control of areas yet. Cyber is now pushing his way up Ivy to take a little bit of control into Piano, but BDS, they're locked in office.
What I like is the Bleed's willing to swing a bit earlier here on the side of BDS and challenge them. Sure enough, Tim, they're swinging out loud. Found 2. Liquefact losing out on his challenge onto Handy on the bathroom window, and Cyber's in. Got the backstab and brought things down to a 3 versus 3. I'd wager a lot of the damage has been done by BDS, so you're taking away 2 players. Almost a third going down here on BDS's side, though. Uses low and now finished off. We're into a 2 versus 2, Tim. Does it end here, or do we go to 6-5?
There's every possibility for Solotov and Breeder to hold on to this. They've both got themselves back into Dynig, so they're going to try to lock this down from sight. The problem that they've got is that there's 40 seconds left to go. We've got Cyber above with 2 more of the Ash chargers. We've got 1 more soft reach charge, so they can still keep opening verticals up. But KDS goes a bit too big there. He gives them the opportunity.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive for KDS there. He should have played together with Cyber.
Through the long corridor and isolate 2 separate 1v1s. They know exactly where he is. And Tim, I don't think he's got time to go upstairs here. We've got 15 seconds left. Gonna have to full send it and make something happen. And this ain't looking like the way to get it done. He's gonna try West Main. BDS will wait. And this first map looks to be locked up to be theirs. Winning out the 1v1.
What the fuck? What are you throwing? What are you throwing?
Turns into a monster.
What the fuck?
And sends it to 6-5. Just what it looked like. BDS.
Why would they overpeak?
I would back Breeder and Solotov in that position every day of the week.
They're so fucking overpeak. What is wrong with them? Why would you give that away?
Than a big mistake.
I don't know why you swing as the first player.
Yeah, I'm pushing that as well. Why, if there's 50 seconds left, why do you swing?
As soon as they know that he's coming from West Main.
Here, look, this is what I don't get. Like, I don't understand the swing, because now you're leaving your teammate in a 1 versus 1. He's having to try and guarantee a trade by taking shots in the same direction, which gives the info to Cyber. They make that 1v2 so easy for him. However, he's the one hitting the shots, Tim. Cole Palmer on the stage.
So fucking stupid. Like Breeder, so fucking stupid.
Cyber Palmer doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Not quite.
All I can think of is maybe the nerfs.
Given that round up, Chalet. The reality of it is, Des, it could be big because Chalet should be over.
Now my husband is going to get them by me because I was not quiet.
There's this little thing on every map today.
A little matter.
Called unlimited overtime. This could yet prove to be a long series if we can't find teams decisively closing out their maps.
I don't want
BDS like
overtime.
that may have just opened that door for FaZe to step inside out of the cold outdoors of Boston, get themselves nice and warmed up for what could be a very exciting 3 or more rounds in overtime. Users getting handy off those, a great start to it.
That's the response that they needed, because BDS know that Chalet should be over. They should be in a break by now, getting ready for that second map, but they're not. Souls manages to take down Solitop in the basement.
That's why I get so mad when I'm playing defense. Why do people need to get the last kill?
If they can get themselves
if
into
it's a
overtime,
2 versus 1, why would you feel the need to peek at that moment? Risky. Holding hard angles and not swinging is way better than you swinging.
Choco proves me completely wrong. Uses that drone as the guide that it's time for him to go aggressive. And you can be sure FaZe are not going to make that mistake again, but it could be the mistake that cost them Chalet. They battled it back and brought it right down to the wire. 100 seconds still to play for this 3-man unit to bring down the 4 on BDS's side.
Gonna see exactly. FaZe need to take their time here. There's absolutely no rush. They need to play off each other. 3 versus 4, so it's essential that they are getting kills without losing bodies here. They need to get themselves back into that man advantage. Here comes the drop down the hatch, and Cyber manages to take down Shaiko. That's what FaZe needed. You've now got a minute 10, and you're 3 versus 3. Diffuser is in hand. You can start really working from here.
Well,
Cyber is flying.
For Pro to make mistake, I totally agree with that. But if you have played Pro that long as they have, they should not be swinging that. That's arrogance or nerves.
In this case, the 4th man for either of these squads, but more towards the defenders. FaZe the ones who are going to have to move with some pace here. Almost sees the head, but no, can't quite control the recoil on that F2. Misses out on what could have been a freebie and takes a lot of damage for his troubles.
It's just one round that have made like major problems
3 versus 2. Cyber
that they did
having absolutely none of it from
themselves.
BDS, looking to push us to those few extra rounds. Or what could be a lot of extra rounds.
They really want a half-wall plan, but I was going to say they need to kill Liquefact, and now that's done. Souls can step in, but Brede is underneath him. He's got a C4 available. He knows where the plant's going down. Is he finding his man? Yes, he is. 5 seconds to play here, Tim. They've got to try again. They'll go for the same spot, and Brede is trying his round up. If he gets this right, the shot through the soft wall, it could be huge, but no! FaZe send us to overtime.
Fucking hell.
What a turnaround from the Brazilian side.
Now BDS needs the fucking timeout.
This could be catastrophic for BDS, Des, when we look at the longevity of the team within the final. They've come in here with the map pick, having won through that upper bracket. They've taken Chalet, the permaban.
It was BDS that threw that from.
They've been in a commanding lead. Absolutely dominating FaZe throughout this map.
It's so stupid. They should not have peaked.
If FaZe
I think
take
Brede
Chalet
is
away,
feeling that.
BDS are in a
I
real
think the
hole.
nerves is getting to BDS at the moment.
I don't want to attribute all of this to mess-ups by BDS, Tim. But it feels that they've been 2 or 3 rounds this half.
They should have been off Chalet.
Where they could have been off Chalet. And they couldn't quite make it happen. That is criminal. Beautiful bit of team play again, because we had one player, I think it was KDS, was stepping out on towards the main breach, going for a swing onto the player at the exact same time that Cyber came in from the office doorway. Good 2v1, but Brede, who was sat back inside the Master, was the one who dipped away, was scared of losing his head to Cyber.
Yeah, they
Cyber
did.
took that massive gamble to swing in, knowing that Brede could pop up at any time and remove him, but is rewarded with a kill, and his team have got things to OT. Oh, I love it, Tim. The storylines start to write themselves after a while. Oh boy, do they know? They look like they know! No, they don't know, Tim!
Why,
Shaco's
Shaco?
gone. The counter, spawn peak, aggression, whatever you want to call it, has rewarded them with a kill onto the Capitao.
FaZe are running rampant right now, Des. They are running all over BDS. Nothing that the EU side can do to slow this down.
What I love from FaZe is that is such a good read on how this map has played out. Both teams have struggled to defend. They've sat back.
I feel like Shaco should not have peaked that. There are points where you should not be peaking a spot picker at all.
As we spoke about earlier, is to get aggressive. There is nothing more aggressive then spawn peeking someone. Shaiko's offline, the Capitao gone, tons of utility removed. Could not ask for more. It's a FaZe fan or a FaZe player. Solosov getting KDS from underneath, but there's a trade there immediately, giving them nothing.
And who else? Cyber, there for his team once again. As a reminder for everybody, in unlimited overtime, we're looking for 2 clear rounds. That is the key. So FaZe need to get 2 rounds without response as the BDS. If either team are going to take Chalet to kick things off.
If you count it, by the way, Cyber's on 16 kills so far. It's a big ask to go on and break a kill record in the best of 5, but if he carries on playing like this, then we do see all 5 maps. You just never know.
Every possibility, that much is for sure. Right now, FaZe are looking pretty comfortable. They are dug in, inside of sight. And
yeah,
just
I feel like they
They're
are losing
BDS
this right
to
now.
do the work now, and BDS, they've got to find some answers. They've got 6 drones, they've got the utility that they need. They have to stay patient here. 1 minute 15, there is no rush. They're going to be sending in the Retero drones from Liquefact to try and soften things up a bit. But the really important thing is the next kill. It desperately needs to go BDS's way if they're going to turn this round over.
Need that Fenrir was there as a bit of a bait. Yes, now streaming out Liquefact though. He's just a little bit better, Tim. In that gunfight, down goes the King. Found another as well. What looked to be a round slipping away from them. And now wrenched back from FaZe despite the start, despite losing Shaiko. The rest of the boys have pulled something together. But Cyber, he's still standing, Tim. He's been a monster on this map so far. Gonna see his man here going aggressive. Oh, but looks away at the wrong time. Bride makes amends for last round. Flash coming in deep. It's like an exact reverse of our last round, Tim. Souls is the one left scrambling. Plant going down, and Liquefact's got his number.
Way better. Oh my
BDS
god.
Up to map points.
BDS showing some great resolve there to get that round done. They were a man down. The clock was ticking. They were coming in towards that final minute, and then Liquefact took a big swing. We've seen him do it so many times for BDS, where he just drags them back into a round. Stepped across that piano window, and it was a beautiful shot. And he hit it to perfection. And then his teammates responded, and that's what's important here. They all responded, and they closed out that round in solid fashion. And right now, FaZe, they find themselves on the ropes once again.
I just love the irony of seeing that round play out exactly how the prior one did that saw us go to OT. A single player sat inside a master against 3 players planting on half wall. Beautiful stuff. BDS gets to kind of take a bit of revenge there for the previous, but now they're on the defense, Tim, and we know how defense has gone so far. It has not been pretty.
BDS.
FaZe here looking to take a big bite out of BDS and send us on to round 15.
BDS did win their defensive basement back in round 7. They were able to get it done. Again, remember in the round, it wasn't a terrible round for FaZe. They were able to pressure BDS. If you remember, it was the one where Cyber dropped down main stairs, went in, got the double kill. And BDS did take their eye off the ball a little bit. The one thing that I commented for FaZe that could be the difference maker here is that they failed to disrupt what BDS wanted to do. Liquefact was able to just sit behind Pillar for the whole round, able to play that primary position. FaZe, they have the Shield of Blackbeard on side, they've got the Capitao, they've got the Maverick, they've got everything they need to be able to disrupt BDS and prevent them playing those power positions.
Now, we've seen a few Swiss cheese moments at this tournament so far, Tim, not always to the greatest effect. In fact, it was Bride. When they faced up against SSG, I believe it was, who managed to get a swing round on Labs despite Fultz being sat on the main breach down in basement of Labs. Spray down Benjamin before he could get away with the diffuser going down. Similar attempts here, of course. FaZe, I can't imagine in a grand final want to let that one go away from them. KDS already being threatened from above, but 2 players below
Liquefact, what?
And that's the entry they need. Liquefact off the board. 5
Why?
FaZe on the attacking side, and they're really going to start bearing down on BDS.
The fuck?
Yeah, the loss of the Fenrir will mean that any FNATs that are activated will be locked in. They're not going to be changed now. But other than that, not necessarily at the end of the world for BDS. If they had to lose anybody, losing the IGL lets Liquefact concentrate. Lets him take in all those different viewpoints here and try to build that picture of exactly what FaZe are doing. BDS are already under a little bit of pressure here. They've got the verticals just being worked above them slightly. They've got FaZe now relocating, looking to pressure from multiple sides. BDS trying to hold on. Bride is going to take a little bit of damage there. And here's a big kill from Cyber. Once again managing to take down users, 5 versus 3.
Why are they making such
He is
simple
unstoppable,
mistakes
this man.
right now?
If FaZe walk away the winner, Tim, I'd say he was the difference because BDS don't really have that player right now. Freeday's playing great, sure, but he's not the one who can make big entries for this team. He's a much more defensively minded player. I say that, steps out, proves me wrong. Handy deleted, and it's the Capital that's taken offline. A second follows as Souls also falls down.
FaZe feel like they've stalled out a little bit. They were riding some real momentum in this round. They were pushing and taking space and finding kills. They know that there's one inside of blue. BDS don't need to get over.
Why, Freedy? Why would you
Here comes the push onto Pillar. This is the kill. This will determine the outcome of the round. But no, it's that who determines
why?
with a double to close it out and
Why
keep
are they
Chalet
over
going.
peeking?
Wow. This is the challenge we find now, Tim. I know both teams had that 4-2 half. My main worry is that attackers looked real hot on this map so far, as you'd expect on Chalet. And FaZe, for all we spoke about, there was a massive talk before the game. Yesterday on social media, I was going off about it as well. What would be that first map? Would we see BDS back their own pool and say, right, we're going to bank, we know we can beat you there, we've already done it once over the last 6 months, why can't we do it again? Or would they pick away that permaban? The worry being, you're back to pick away a team's permaban, you have no idea what they play, because they always ban it. And that's absolutely the reason why they're losing this map, but FaZe are showing. Not exactly slouched on this map, Tim. Sure, defense has been hard for both teams, but both are more than capable of pulling off some brilliant attacks, and it's going to take one team to break the mold here. See things carry on.
I feel like we're already starting to see, Des, why we've maybe not been put on unlimited overtime games before. This is map 1.
This is map 1. I know Medic somewhere is sat there just sighing, because whenever it's he's working in one of the rotation of our 3 observers for this grand final. It just feels like a bit of a classic, doesn't it? That it has to follow us around like a bad smell at points, but it does lead to a very riveting final. Let's see how things go in round 15. BDS should expect to win this one on the attack, but nothing is guaranteed.
It's going to be all about that top floor for FaZe here. They need to hold on to master bedroom and office. The site itself is dining and kitchen. But it's about not allowing that vertical advantage to go over to BDS. The drone just spotting out KDS on the Azami there.
Ow!
I'm going to be looking for the same things from BDS here. When they've got that intel, how well are they using it? That's something they were doing fantastically at the beginning of the game. It feels like it's dropped off a little bit. And FaZe have been allowed to play their game a bit more.
That clear barrier, clutch. What I was going to say is what I want to see from FaZe this round is what they did last time they were on the defense. Get aggressive earlier in the round. Take a player away from BDS. Both teams have got to show that on the defense, I think, Tim. They've got to be willing to get aggressive. And here they've got that kill, Leaky back offline. They wrap this one up, Tim. They go on the attack inside. The pressure's all on BDS. That back and forth match of tennis is all we're going to see until someone could break open that curse.
Yeah, the B's going in there just to try and dislodge KDS, but he will not be moved here, and he's just insistent on staying in that position, and that's why. Because he manages to pick up Shaiko. Solotov did find Cyber along the way, taking down that talisman. It might be enough for BDS here, 3 versus 3.
For now, Tim, don't forget, there's still half a round to play. Diffuser is down outside trophy window because they don't want to see it drop to the space they can't recover it. Looking for the verticals potentially as well, knowing this player above. Feel like dropping away that diffuser is a bit of a mistake here because they could maybe get inside the site. As long as they've got users on the windows, they can stop that happening.
One of the problems for BDS at the minute is there's 2 players still outside of the map. You've got Solotov just trying to get something going inside of there on his own, but otherwise it's a bit of a rotate, a relocation here from BDS. We see Brede back onto the windows. It just seems like they're questioning their positions a little bit.
They have. They've moved the Blackbeard away from the window to now be the one to execute because he's a shield. Why wouldn't you? And it's going well for them so far. Solotov finding the one. Shots coming back from below. And FaZe have got to do all they can to deny from above here. But I don't know how easy it's going to be when you've got a shield looking in for a plant.
Users just tickling the diffuser there, just giving that hint, giving that audio cue that maybe he's going to go for it.
Oh,
but how have they allowed KDS onto the flank here? He takes down the Blackbeard. Can he find another? Unbelievable stuff from the Brazilian. It's all up to FaZe now to just hold on to this round as Users is taken down.
Brede's been here before. He does it!
Yes!
He's not going to ball it. He carries on. And I don't think they realise there is still more to play. This map's not over yet, boys. Lock in.
They're so used to stopping at like at that moment. The game would usually be over that map, but it's unlimited overtime.
And now they know, Tim.
Jesus Christ.
That the advantage sits with BDS. They're up 8-7, but I'll come back to what I've said a few times, Tim. BDS are on the defense. I want to see them go aggressive here. Take the gamble. That is horrific. Oh my God. Wow. Got to see him go aggressive on the defense. Be willing to get up in FaZe's face. Sport peek him if you've got to. They've done it to you. Exact it back on the other side. Otherwise,
come on.
FaZe battle back in on this attack. We're back to square one.
I feel like there's a point where every time BDS have the advantage on defense, it's a huge risk for FaZe. And I feel like it's a matter of time until BDS lock it out. So if FaZe want to take Chalet here,
I feel like this is going to be a long night.
Some of those defenses themselves to try and swing the momentum here. There's a potential for them to win the attack here, go to 8 apiece, and then that's the defense that they need to be locking down, because every time BDS get the defense, like I say, it just feels like it's a matter of time until they come away with this. Their map choice, they were ready to play here, and I'd always put the advantage with the defender in that situation.
Real?
Boston, are we back inside with the rest of FaZe to win this round to bring it up to 8-8? Or are we back in BDS to get it over the line? The people have spoken, Tim.
The people have spoken loud and clear. BDS, your mission is laid before you. One more round will get Chalet done and will give you the advantage that I'm sure you will so sorely want here in the Six Invitational Grand Final.
Come on, BDS,
up on the rooftop, sending the Roteros in. We see it so often from this balcony, in through the bathroom window, in through the piano window, just to try and get that little bit of intel, try and soften up any of these defensive positions, take the utility down. Did not, however, manage to get the bulletproof camera. Probably ran out of time, I think, and just had to take the jump there. The Roteros, of course, time limited.
Tense start. I was going to say no one's gone down yet. I said earlier, Tim, I want to see aggression. I want to see Freeday or the rest of BDS getting the entry. They've done just that. We were praising Cyber earlier, but Freeday is absolutely flying. Looking in for a second. Solotov's somewhat exposed here. This ain't the site, let's not forget. FaZe will crush him, so he's going to have to make something happen soon here before it becomes more than one player trying to challenge him.
Yeah, he's going to have to kill his way out of here realistically. He knows where the challenge is coming from, but given that he's down to 1:10, it's not the end of the world here. He's wasted almost 2 minutes. If you look at the first 2/3 of this game, the round went with the entry kill almost every time. It's only been lately that they've been overturned, so BDS sit with a good advantage here. Solotov does get taken down eventually, but it's 2 minutes into the rounders.
They don't know that he's down either. He's still wasting time out here. And look at this, a potential rat play inside of Solar at the same time. They're about to give a freebie away here. Tim uses his tucked in. They've got no idea. And by hook and by crook, BDS might get a couple of easy kills in the rounds. And here we go, sure enough. It's a freebie onto the ace. A second flies through. BDS are breaking the deadlock here. It's a 4 versus 2.
It certainly looks like it's going in the EU team's favour as Bride manages to find another Nitro kill. KDS, who can...
Yes! Let's go!
No more as BDS, after a little bit of a wait, they managed to lock down Chalet and go 1-0 up here in the Six Invitational Grand Final.
There'll be a lot of sweaty foreheads being patted with towels in a minute, Tim. That should not have gone as close as it did. It was a gamble by BDS that almost didn't pay off. But after 16 rounds, they got the job done. Bride and Cyber having an absolutely nuclear map. But from that, we'll go to a break. When we come back, our analysts will break it down.
If you wish to keep working here...
You two are partners now. I'm going to find out what happened to her.
Damn, guys. Oh my god. Too many things. Jesus Christ. Okay, while we're waiting, when they have their discussion, let's look at Old Siege and see what we have.
Map was one of my favorites, and they pretty much ruined it.
Bring back the old
I
Hanford
think it's
Base.
completely
I want the
gone from
old
game now,
one.
too. The old destruction with shotties used to be pretty bad. You needed to use a lot of ammo just to make a tiny rotation. You used to be able to climb on the vent on old Cafe Dostoevsky.
I love that. Guys, I used to go up there, but I would only go after to nade people. That was the sole purpose. I would not go and shoot anything. If I knew where people usually stood, I would actually bounce the nade towards like the cocktail, and I would like semi get a lot of kills from that or get someone down. But like it was so fun to do that.
This would give you a crazy angle all the way down to the reading door or anyone running under skylight. The old F2. No recoil, had an ACOG, 31 rounds in a mag,
Instead
and
of
still had the
fixing
vertical
it,
grip.
that gun,
If you
they
were picking
broke
Twitch
it
back in
instead,
the day,
so...
it most certainly was not to use her drone. Remember when Jaeger could have a deployable shield for a head?
Yeah.
Here's even more things you might not remember about Old Siege.
I had that,
The
it was
Tachanka
so much
3-speed
fun.
glitch. If you hopped on and off of Tachanka's turret a few times, it would make you
Yeah,
run faster.
that was the
So this
same
could
as
turn
well
a
for me. I
1-speed
have
into a
done that as
3-speed.
well. So much
Getting
fun.
swung by a 3-speed dock was crazy. One of the many Clash glitches was shooting with your shield out. This was one of the most game-breaking glitches we've seen in Siege, to the point where Ubisoft just straight up had Clash removed from the game at a point.
Yeah, like Clash was a huge issue for like 2 seasons. Like they took her away. I think it went like 2 months or something before they put her back in. There was a huge issue with her. Like she was too strong. There was so much glitch. And she was too fast. Her shield deployment was too fast. There was so many things. I feel like she was the most complicated character that they needed to fix on all of the characters through the years. Now she's in a good spot, I believe. I kind of do still want to tweak in some ways. I don't want her to have that much of damage. Because like she's obviously going to be a shield operator, not to take that much health away from the enemy, but I can live with what she is right now.
Actually was a point where you could break Lion's drone. This didn't last long at all, but it was pretty weird how they even had hit markers for it. You used to be able to climb on the ledge right outside of the tiny
I remember that. I think Coconut Bra actually
You could also
showed
safely
us
fall
that.
off the ledge without taking any
I
fall
think it
damage.
was him that
So it
actually
was low
showed that.
risk, high reward. The invisible and invincible IQ glitch. This glitch was another insane one that was game-breaking, where IQ's hitbox was still outside, while she could run around inside and be untouchable, unless she hit a trap. Remember when you could glitch outside of the building during the prep phase?
That I
Here's even
didn't
more
know.
things you might not remember about Old
I was
Siege.
on the receiving end.
Not only was there
I
the
did
glitch
not
with
like
the barricade
that.
to get out during the prep phase, but there was the deployable shield glitch that could get you outside too. So this worked on pretty much every map. Casual rounds used to be 4 minutes long, and at the time it was actually called casual, not quick play or standard.
Yeah.
On Old Oregon, you used to be able to get inside the washer and dryer, making you completely invincible, and you could hop back out by vaulting the shield. The headshot hitbox used to be horrible. Sometimes
Yeah,
you would straight up
it
headshot
was.
someone and it wouldn't register.
It still is.
Or it would be that you
Guys, the hitbox in this game is way better now than it was before, but it's still a problem. Sometimes the headshot will not register, and it's so you can never get the game perfect, but maybe get the headshot more perfect. You know, would be nice. But yeah, it's still a minor issue, but it's definitely a lot better than it was before. I got so mad so many times at the game because of it.
technically hit their helmet. In previous seasons, we used to get 2 operators, a new map, new weapons, and a few extra bonus things here and there. And you would get all of these things with the season pass. Ranking up used to be really inconsistent with the ELO.
Yeah.
Sometimes you would only get 10 ELO for a game, but the next
I
one
got
would
like
use
1
50.
point for one
You could
game.
see what this was
one-
like in the Go
once.
Anthony Pitts Platinum Limbo video. Remember when Zofia had 4 stuns along with her 2 nades? Here's even more stuff you might not remember about old Siege. Barbed wire used to slow you down significantly more than it does now, and I think it was 3 melees to break as well. We were supposed to get a Polish season in year 2, but it got scrapped, and we just ended up getting Ella and Zofia and Blood Orchid and White Noise. During this Polish season, we were supposed to get a new map. No clue if they ended up using it for any current maps we have, or if it's still on the back burner waiting to be released. The invisible operator glitch, I don't remember how you did this, but I think it was during Operation Chimera. The only way you could spot someone was by seeing their floating weapons.
Remember that.
On Old Chalet, you used to be able to climb up and sit on top of the fridge in the kitchen.
Yeah,
just out of view from that
yes,
small
I
window
love
where
that.
Blackbeard
That was
always sat.
so
Who can
so
forget
mean.
Kickstar's iconic ace on plane? Rest in
Yay,
peace,
Kickstar. Oh my god. Rest in peace, Kickstar. That was such an iconic moment.
Vanväxer. Och det kostar.
Commercial, guys. Commercial. Just ignore that.
Oh.
How dare you interrupt Kickstar's ace? Oh my god. That was
Remember
so
when Yacht was
crazy.
a ranked map? Here's even more things you might not remember about Old Siege.
Yeah, Yacht was
Capitow's
no
fire
fun.
used to not only look very different, but it acted very different too.
Yeah.
It used to kind of float wherever it was shot, and it wouldn't
I
spread
haven't
around.
thought about it, to be
different from what it
honest.
is
I
now.
know it's
There used to be no
working
FOV on
different,
console,
but
so everyone was locked at 60. Most console games didn't have this at the time anyway, so we didn't really know what we were missing. The Blitz hipfire glitch, if you placed a breaching charge, repelled, got off repel, and pick up the breaching charge really quick, it would give you insane hip firing.
I
You used
didn't
to
know
have different
that.
ranks on
That
different
was
servers.
interesting.
For example, if you played on a US East Coast server and were Gold 1, you could queue up with people in the UK and get a whole new rank after 10 placements, while still keeping your Gold 1 on East Coast.
Yeah, that's actually true, guys. I did not play on NA, but I know multiple of my friends did that, and they got a different rank. It was 2 separate things. So, and also, guys, if you did not know, about the rank, when you played rank, you could play rank. There was no level limit. Today you need to be level 50 to play rank, but at that time you could have level 0 on your rank. It was just if my friend had a level 20 on his account, I could queue up with him and play ranked even though I have 0 in level. It was really odd, and it was so easy to boost people during that time because there was no cap as well.
Coast. It used to tell you who did damage to you and also how much they did. Not sure why they took this feature out, honestly, it was cool. I don't remember if this was just a glitch or this is how it was, but in this old clip, Bandit didn't counter Hibana. Let's see what else Paul Allen remembers about Old Siege.
That's a
Remember
glitch.
when the announcer on Border used to yell this on the loudspeaker? Here's even more.
That's that was the most annoying thing on that map ever. Every time you played Border, you heard that freaking guy yelling in the background, and you're trying to focus and shoot a guy that you know where he is, and all you heard is that freaking sound. It was so loud. So every time you started the round, you would actually shoot this before you actually went in, and the defenders would know where you spawned from because of that. So it was I'm so glad it's not active anymore. So
More things you might not remember about Old Siege. I've talked about Maestro's hipfire before, but some people
Yeah.
forget about the hipfire on the PDW.
Did not
It
think
was
about
almost
it
as
though.
good as Maestro's. Not only the PDW, but the 417s was really good too. There was also a point where it only had 11 rounds in a mag, and was thankfully increased to 21, making it much more viable. Old Favela. Not only was it incredibly close quarters and chaotic, but it was also in
I
ranked.
still like Favela.
I low-key miss this map. I know it's bad for ranked, but it was still a lot of fun. Buck having frags and his DMR having almost no fire cap. Basically could be full auto if you were fast enough. Bodies would not disappear. They would just be lying there, and you could hide in them if you were sneaky.
Yeah, when it comes to the bodies did not disappear, there were so many things in the ranked or pro league settings, pro league scenes, where people would actually hide on the dead bodies, so you would actually miss them when they actually walked past you. So it's really interesting. I know there was a incident on Pro League where it was one that hit on one of the dead bodies and then clutched out the round. It was insane. I'm not sure which year it was, but it was so much fun watching it.
Sneaky enough. Remember when Blitz had no cooldown on his flashes? Here's even more things you might not remember about old Siege. Shields used to be a one-hit no matter the armor or health you had.
Yeah.
The old LMG meta. Especially Zophia's LMG, you could just hold the trigger and let 150 rounds fly with absolutely
I don't miss
no
that.
recoil.
I really don't
And
miss
you
that.
could still reload cancel
It was
at the
like
time too.
bullet rain
The old
all
Valkyrie
over.
camera glitch on Bank. If you threw a cam out of the map in the back alley, your camera would be completely black, but you'd be able to spot
What?
every attacker no matter where they were on
No
the map.
way, did I miss
And the camera
that?
was also indestructible. For
Why
whatever
did I
reason,
miss
Capital
that?
used to have blue smoke. It also looked way different texture-wise. It was like multiple clouds. Thatcher used to destroy gadgets
Yeah.
completely instead of disabling them. This included cameras too.
That would
This
actually
made
be
bandit tricking way more
insane.
difficult. Remember when you could drop shot in Siege?
Mhm.
Here are even more things you might not remember about old Siege.
Got a lot
On
of
Old
hate for
House, you
drop
could climb
shot
up into that
being,
little tree
people.
house and have an angle all the way into master bedroom.
Yeah.
Sadly, the spot isn't nearly as good on the reworked house.
It still
Speaking
works.
of angles on Old House, being able to climb on the dresser in Master if you vaulted over a shield onto it.
Guys, this was one of the more first glitches that I learned because it was such an insane spot to be, but everyone knew, like, it didn't matter which game you went into, like game mode, people knew all the time there's always one person hiding behind that cabinet. Always. Like, it was a given. Like, 90% of the time you will always see one behind there. It was literally crazy.
One of the best spots of Old Siege. In the reveal trailer when they showed the attackers rappelling out of a helicopter instead of just spawning in. This whole trailer is honestly a different game in its entirety. This is what the UI
that
in
was
the beta
like,
looked
yeah.
like. As seen in the Goat Rushing
beta,
Badgers
yeah.
video, almost nothing looks the same except for the frag and breach charge logo. These are all the old operator icons in the beta.
Yeah,
If
that
the
was
names weren't
so
right below
crazy.
there's
Like,
no
I
shot I'd
couldn't
even be
like
able to guess
know
which
what
op is
it
which.
was.
Seriously, just look at Blitz's logo.
I
This
have,
isn't really an old Siege
some
thing,
of
but
them.
whatever happened with that Thatcher rework that was shown back during the reveal of Year 7? Did they just end up scrapping the idea altogether? Remember when you could hop out of the window on tower with Doc?
Yeah,
Here's
I
even more
remember
things you
that.
might
I
not
remember
about
that.
Old Siege. Any op could hop out of
Never
the window.
worked good for
but
me
Doc was
though.
the
It
only
never
one
worked
that would
really
survive.
good for me. It was
Once
bad.
you were down there, you were stuck like Chuck, and the only way you were winning the round was if the attackers threw. There used to be no map or operator banning. Once that game
Yeah.
started, you were locked into playing that map and went right to picking your operator for the round. The old
Yeah.
matchmaking used to take forever since you could dodge before the game started.
Yeah.
You were lucky to make it in within under a minute, although the queue times today aren't much better sometimes. The old pinging system, there were no numbers on the ping, so saying
Yeah, that
over
was
there on
so
my ping
like
usually
the
ended in a
ping.
tragedy if there was more than one ping. The old season pass, I
Yeah.
wish they would bring this.
Like the ping, guys, the ping was so bad because you tried to ping and there was like more than one ping and you like calling like on the ping and you hear your friend saying which ping, like, and you try to be more precise with like with your explanation. Didn't go as well as it is today. So like, yeah, it's a good change.
This back, but it kind of makes sense why they don't, since we're only getting 2 new ops this year. It
You
was
can still
actually
make a
worth
good
buying back
season
in the
pass
day.
though.
Remember
Like,
the Grand Larceny event? This is something I'd love to see return. Here are even more things you might
Yeah,
have
that
forgotten
would be
about
fun.
Old Siege. On Old Café Dostoevsky, the bomb site used to be kitchen and bakery. Small bakery was not a thing, and the room was really difficult to defend.
yeah, I
since you could plant
remember.
right at the
It's
front door.
barely in my
And the kitchen layout was
memory
different,
lane,
too.
to be honest, because
Prep
it
had a
was
window to outside and was actually called
it
bakery
was
kitchen.
so long ago.
The other 2 kitchen rooms were kitchen grill and kitchen prep. You used to only be able to have 1 drone out at a time. If you had a
Yeah.
drone set up somewhere on the map, throwing out your second drone would break the first one automatically. The only
I
gameplay
tend to
could
do
find
that
of
a
this
lot.
was from the GOAT Macy J. But Valkyrie used to have 4 cameras.
Yeah.
Being able to throw 4 cameras wherever you wanted, including
I
outside,
remember that.
was
I-
insanely strong. Remember when you could vote to kick your teammates in ranked? Here are even
Yeah.
more things you might not remember about.
I got kicked so many times, guys. So many times when that was active. It was insane. Like, I stopped talking for a while in my like as soon as I would talk, or if they knew I was a girl, I would be immediately kicked off the team. In ranked, casual, you name it. Like, I stopped talking for a long time. I would only talk when I was playing with my friends. Now I'm not as like afraid to talk anymore because we not get kicked. But like, yeah, it was insane just saying how bad it was.
Yep. Let's get back into the match, guys, because it's actually starting.
So I look at, yes, it's a good map for FaZe, but BDS aren't exactly slouches on it either. So I think overall, you may be surprised how close this one runs as well. It's definitely not going to be a total rollover by BDS there, with FaZe taking a win.
Try not to hug too hard, because
another overtime
otherwise my chest
wouldn't surprise me.
It's
What's another limited OT going to do?
Hey, why not? When you,
it definitely was a real battle of endurance. Of course, a lot of the series wears on both teams. Experience of best of 5 grand finals. BDS already losing 2 this year.
Right now, it's going to be Consulate. That is the second map, and that is FaZe
Fury across the arena in a much.
So the map before was BDS.
Crazy home ground of Brazil for them. This time round, hopefully a little bit more prepared and know what it takes to get it over the line. But both teams have said that. This is what we've heard from them in interviews. Here we go though, Consulate for map 2, and a 50-50 split. Quite a lean one way earlier on, I believe it was BDS were quite stacked to win. People not so convinced anymore, Tim. Here we go though, Consulate's ready.
On,
Boston,
BDS,
let's load it.
On. By the way, guys, if you enjoy this type of streams, I don't do them often, but I do them from time to time.
BDS able to come out and take that first map on Chalet 9-7. It ended, and it was tough for BDS to get it over the line. FaZe's perma
like
ban. We might have expected the EU side to be able to.
Obviously, I would not be having a surgery again.
Not the case. FaZe,
my understanding.
Riding on the back of a red-hot Cyber at the minute. Going fantastically well. Something to watch out for in this one will be his continued presence, or lack of, if he does drop off. And have the Blitz coming in as the first ban, Dokkaebi as the second. They are reversed, so it's going to be FaZe's ban taking out the Dokkaebi. BDS take out the Blitz, and then FaZe will take their first defender.
You know what? I love
again.
both of those bans. I think for BDS, we're banning away the Blitz. They look at it and going, cool, big shield team will take it away on this map. Problem is, FaZe play an awful lot of Monty on this map. They played it against Liquid the other day. They had a 7-1 win on this map.
Oh,
yeah, they did. For them. In the one round they did play Blitz.
Yeah.
Sure, they walked away the winner. I think there's a little bit of concern coming back the other way. Whereas you flip things around and look at the Dokkaebi ban, I've said for, I can't even think how long now, Tim. I wish teams would ban Dokkaebi against BDS. I've said it to the death. 3 of their players have this operator in their top 3 most played operators. All of their attacks tend to center around Dokkaebi calls and little plays based on when all that information is being fed across. They get such a big advantage on the info that those phone calls give to the rest of the team that actually taking it away from them, I don't think you're going to see BDS suddenly collapse and fall apart and not have a response, but this is a good way to sting them. Problem is though, Tim, by banning away a Dokkaebi, what do you leave open? A Deimos for Shaiko. So we'll see that when it comes around. So that, of course, will be taking place in the second half. But now we start things out in this first half where BDS are on the defense and we're starting down in the basement, Tim.
That will be BDS's choice, given that the map choice was FaZe's. BDS will have been the one to choose which side they start on. Not surprised to see the defensive side. Throughout, as we've said, SI, we have seen the defenders having a little bit more joy, it is fair to say.
60.3%, I believe it was, until yesterday.
We have, until recently, had metas that have been attackers at times, but
61.3% today, defensive win rate on this map. It is the most defensive we have in the pool.
Defenders certainly having their day here at SI.
Consulate has always
so we kick things
been more defensive-sided, so...
on the top floor, on the Zolis. He's just going to be looking and watching for anybody pushing in, trying to open those hatches up quickly.
This map definitely won't afford as many opportunities as Chalet did.
Well, I'm really hitting the mic today.
Chalet reminded me in some ways of Coastline, which I know sounds weird to say, but as we saw in that last map, the majority of executes for teams start from outside the map. 2, 3, 4 players jumping in through windows, crushing 2 or 3 players on the other side, and the round then winds down from there more often than not. You don't quite get the same options here on Consulate. It's much more about getting inside of the map, establishing control, playing across all 3 floors. That is one similarity it has to Chalet. It's about the vertical destruction, but there is a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of single doorways, a lot of rooms that you can hide inside of, so the attackers are certainly not going to have as easy a time, and of course we've seen that. This could be a freebie. Freeday not even aware that Cyber was at the front door, not respecting the angle and paying the price. Those sort of kills, by the way, are where you look at a team and how often they play a map. If you play it to death, very good chance you're aware of all those kind of angles. BDS has been really caught out there, and it's, I don't want to say he doesn't know the map, clearly he does extremely well, but not well enough to not avoid being the entry death.
No, it really does nothing to give that faith in BDS.
Really
they're able to turn something out on Consulate against FaZe here. Like we said, FaZe towards the end of Chalet especially really did look like the better side overall, winning fight after fight. Liquify just wanting to get aggressive check-in. There's no claymores there before he does. Solotov will take down Cyber. The Ash, not the end of the world to lose, but Cyber himself getting kill after kill in the previous map will be a big hit for FaZe.
I do love how the respect has been shown by FaZe here with the Jackal on side. Being willing to track down those potential roamers. We know that Liquifac's been causing a spot of bother. They get a sniff of those feet and they'll be after him. Saying that, Handy's already found him out a bit early on. Looking good. We get towards that spot now as those numbers dwindle for BDS, where the Jackal tracks become even more powerful. Yuzu's getting rid of the Jackal though. No tracks on side.
BDS able to start digging in a little bit. It looked a bit wobbly to kick things off at the beginning of the round with Breeder getting caught out, but as it has gone on, as seconds have ticked by and burnt away, they've been able to at least get something going, but Handy manages to find Shaiko. 3 versus 2 now, and FaZe are starting to get aggressive from this rear side, starting to sweep their way across. Bit of Kings looking to push into security, but Handy has moved around.
Solotov, he had to win that. He's tried to play aggressive and catch the other side off guard. It's not going to reward him. Into the last 20 seconds, we went in FaZe. Relatively untroubled in round 1 there. Close it out.
Yeah, I think that was what shows us there that Chalet, FaZe were uncomfortable. Here on Consulate, no. You don't have that grace if you're BDS. FaZe there had a little bit of a setback in the middle of the round, but they worked around it brilliantly. And that push at the end with Handy just deciding I'm going to rotate back through archives. We need a little bit more width on this push before they went into security corridor. Fantastic stuff from them.
If you look at their attacking success on this map, although they haven't really attacked it a whole ton, generally it hovers around that 50% mark, Tim. Then no slouches at attacking on Consulate. And we spoke about that defensive nature of the map, the most defender-sided one that we have in the pool. You'd never guess it based on that first round. You can understand why they picked it away, looking that hot at the start. I'll remind you what I said back on Chalet though. 2 halves to a game of Siege. BDS themselves could be fantastic on the attack. We'll find out when we get there in that second half, because again, I mentioned it, without the Docker be on side, will they be punished? Not having that operator that they lean on so much. This next round, Tim, they're looking super dug in as well. A Smoke and a Chanker on side. Whenever we see Chanker, we get a little bit, I don't want to say nervous about it or a bit worried, but we see it used mainly on the bank basement. Doesn't really deny away a large area of the map, mainly down to the fact that those fire canisters that come out are quite small. You can afford to run over them as an attacker if you want to. They have to be expertly placed. So we'll see what Brine can do in this position. Dug inside the meeting, offering it off towards the B site. Very fair to say, Tim, they're expecting a window execute on this site.
Yeah, and I think it's about the best place to play the Tachanka for denial, really. The problem that we see with the Tachanka, as you say, is that accuracy issue. Getting them into the right place, getting those bouncers working in your favour. When we see it on basement of Bank, for example, it's not always that successful at stopping a plant going down. But here, you're talking about a very small space. If FaZe were to try and plant in behind that half wall, it's super easy for the Tachanka to land that Shimika launcher in the right place and to make it a nightmare to put that diffuser down. As it is, FaZe not quite stacking up for that push yet.
They're in no rush, Tim. They've got a shield on side. That Monty that I mentioned back on that last map. Said that with the Blitz being banned away, I would expect to see FaZe running this quite a lot, and sure enough, Imagine King will be at the front of their push. Top Yellow going to be their focus, currently being stalled out by these smoke canisters as they come on through. Flash is being wasted here because they can't easily push their way in without taking a ton of damage on the way through. Eyes on Souls, naturally, on the glass. A couple of smokes in his back pocket. When they come out, you know what happens. Enemy players start getting illuminated yellow. Makes it far easier to kill them when they can't see you back through the smoke.
Solotov's in a tough spot there. He's going to find himself being pressured from bathroom window, but also Top Yellow. He's a real linchpin of this defense. Needs to hold on. This is the thing that's stopping the tide of FaZe just washing over BDS from Top Yellow right now. In behind that shield, Users manages to find Handy. That is one taken down for BDS at least. 5 versus 4. King, he's tried to push forward, but he's taken half of his health in damage.
Ow.
He needs to be careful with that shield. A double comes in for BDS, and it's 4 versus 2. They are holding on.
This is looking like a perfectly counter prep round, and we'll talk more about it when it's over, Tim. but it's looking like FaZe are going to fall apart here. So much focus on those yellow stairs, and they've been completely torn apart. Cyber with it all to do against 4 on the side of BDS, and they are giving nothing over. I said it back on that last map, Tim, with it being Chalet as well, that FaZe will come in with a lot of counter prep on BDS. Well, here, BDS have read perfectly into how they attack this top floor and designed a perfect counter response. You saw the Shumakers coming out, we saw the smokes, all the flashes were being expended, trying to push the way through, but they simply could not break open BDS. FaZe countered by the French side. Things are up at 1-on-1.
What a support for Breeder.
I mean, he's flying. He's got 18 kills on the last map.
Had a great game, a great tournament, and a great career, to be fair to Breeder. He's been around for a good long while inside of Siege now, and he continually delivers. I often say this, there's nobody I would like more in those 1vx situations. He really is up there at the very top tier of support players.
It's hard to put up there because on the other side, Tim, is Souls. And we spoke about Souls to the death over the years. We'll never forget that 1v1 that he won against Rin in Oregon top floor, round 15, map 3, to make it to the grand final of the Sweden Major, which of course they went on to win. You almost look it down and say that his 1v1 in that game, that clutch, was what led to them winning that trophy the very next day. This is the beauty of the best of 5, Tim. So many maps to think about, so much analysis that backroom staff can do. I'm sure BDS have been very busy poring over VODs of FaZe on many of these maps. That last round was a perfect response. They'll keep on cooking that. In this round, heavy anti-intel setup. Mute, Mozzie, Solis. Trying to keep information away from FaZe, which means they'll try and trip them up. They'll be using C4s. They've got 3 of them in back pocket. Any ways they can catch FaZe out, for them, will be a great start. But if they use all 3 C4s, or FaZe are about to execute with at least 30 seconds left, it'll feel like the strat has somewhat failed.
Gonna double down on the shields here, so keep an eye on Cyber and Vitaking and exactly where they're pushing and what ground they're able to take, what success they can find. Handy will take down League of Fight, but not before Solitov finds Souls, 4 versus 4, as we have a little trade going back and forward between the two teams.
I can't wait to see how he gets that knife kill. I'm really curious to see how on earth the Sledge has got close enough to be able to knife someone. We'll see it on the replay at the end of the round. For now, at least, it's in a 4 versus 4, though. The FaZe, losing the Ash, not exactly the end of the world. I think if nothing else, keeping that Blackbeard up is going to be so crucial for them. Cyber the one who should be commanding that front line, moving on forward, creating space for his team. But also like the response for KDS being on the Bravo. We spoke about this heavy intel setup, denying things away from the other side. Here we go. I didn't wonder what happened. It was a great response. Fair play. Timing, perfect.
I think that's what's called falling into your lap, that one.
Quite literally.
Quite literally.
That was a nice one.
One of those where it'd be a panic
unlucky
for me
from
with
the
that. Just like
there,
absolute like terror, just hitting every button on like my keyboard.
Hit die, and you turn around and be like, I meant to do that.
Yeah, nice and cool. KDS just going to be working, trying to get himself inside of the closet. Finds one north, there's a second push. Shaiko able to swing back across and pick up the kill, 3 versus 3.
Tell you what, Solotov's going to feel sold out by Shaiko a little bit there. Shaiko was the intended target, is dipped away. Let Solotov take the gunfight, then swung out and secured the trade. So the BDS
he goes
in that intended fashion. A C4 over the top, finding no one. FaZe have been whittled down to 3 players, but they've equally managed to get 2 on the side of BDS. All things being equal, Tim. So if that utility was dealt with, FaZe had a good amount of time to execute.
Shaiko just saving himself.
A C4 and uses his hands. If he connects this right, it's round over.
Could be a big moment that they're waiting for. Handy manages to pick up Shaiko, 3 versus 2 as FaZe start to get moving here. They've got themselves into positions. It's really about that next kill. They need to pick up Breeder or Users to give them the opportunity to put this diffuser down. It's all going to be about Users underneath. He's just having a look around that hatch. The Nitro is going to go out. Oh, he finds his man. No! No! Viking manages to evade the Nitro from below. And now we'll start putting the plant down.
Users should have a shotgun here, though, to be able to try and challenge him still, but nothing's going to happen. Swing comes in. And Yuzus finds 1, 2 more to go. Sees his man, doesn't hit any shots, down to a single digit of HP. Vitaking with the close, FaZe up 2-1. Right idea from BDS, but FaZe persevered.
And I think that's what FaZe are going to do throughout this map. They're going to grind BDS down. They're going to just battle it out in that final 20, 30 seconds every time. and somehow managed to get the round over the line.
We've got an early timeout coming in here, Tim. Let's
I
take
think
a listen.
You have to focus more on your play style, on your things you want to do. Sorry, because you are too focused on what the other do. But the way you have to play is to disturb them. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but to be honest, they just focus on me this round. Sledge me basement, Blackbird push me, I couldn't do anything. They just instantly focus on me.
Okay, so what we can do then? Because every time we took the first game.
So
the first round, what happened is Brady got surprised by the Taylor's rotates and died by Memdor.
Yeah.
Second round, I got fully push on my side, Sledge basement, Blackbird push me, one visa. So we just don't play like we play close to each other and we try to not die at the start.
Okay, it's fine. This is what I said before the game, so it's fine. Play more close to each other. It's fine. Let's go.
Okay. K2 Barrow strat, remember.
More close together, Tim. Team spirit needs to come together more than anything else. And the thing is, that is the exact antithesis of what we saw as the response on Chalet. The early round aggression was what was rewarding both teams, disrupting the attack. On this map, try and do the same. FaZe have just got a bit more room to play with and are not letting BDS get away with the same antics that worked back on that snowy first map. Been great stuff from FaZe so far. Hopefully BDS find a response.
They're more than capable of doing so, but I am just getting a little bit concerned for BDS at this point. I think
it's only been 3 rounds, Tim.
I know. I just look at it, and exactly like you say there, the momentum that FaZe gained at the end of Chalet, the rounds that they picked up here on
what they're
Consulate,
saying,
you just start feeling like that momentum is building behind the Brazilian side. Like, they've been here, they've done this many times over, whether it be
really well,
in the Invitational Grand Final or whether it be in major Grand Finals. FaZe know what it's all about.
Slightly change.
BDS have only got one of them over the line back in Sweden 2022, of course.
FaZe
are starting to look comfortable.
They are. Still early doors though. Still plenty of time to change things around here. Very common you see attack time after 3 rounds. That ended that first quarter, as I call it.
It's
common because you see the same 3-site rotation in rounds 4 to 6. If you are new to Siege, first off, welcome.
Something new.
Second, once you win a site, you can't play it for under 2 rounds. You win the first round, can't play it again to round 4. And that's why you can divide the game up into quarters if you want to. Now, end of round 3, when you've seen 3 different sites, it gives you that golden opportunity to course correct what has gone wrong. And we heard Leakyfax speaking about what went wrong in round 1, what went wrong in round 2, and trying to devise a response. 1v1 coming out and it's Souls. As much as they were saying about playing a little bit tighter together, Tim, that was Leakyfax trying to get aggressive, and Solotov isolated, punished on the mute. What's crazy there is KDS has literally just hopped inside the piano, got the kill, and then jumped straight back out again.
The thing is, if the opportunity's there, take it, and that's good from FaZe. We often talk about them being this slow and methodical team, but opportunity spotting can be a really important part of this game, and so being able to get in there and get that entry in that way is a big kicker for them.
Choco's really ratting it out inside a server on the Scoffboss at the minute. I don't believe I've seen him play this operator before either. Maybe once or twice, but certainly not a common one. Got himself dug inside here, and he's been pushed downstairs behind. All that we heard them speak about during that timeout, Tim, about playing tighter together, is falling away. FaZe carry on the onslaught that we saw across those last 2 rounds. BDS might need a little bit more than a few chances, I'm afraid, guys, here in Boston. Now failing to find an answer to FaZe's slow, methodical attacks. A charge on 4th from Cyber as well. One tucked inside the kitchen, taken out Brede with a double kill. But he's got to get an ace, Tim, with 1 HP to his name and a Jackal track at his feet. He is not long for this world.
I would have said that it was reasonably unlikely for Brede to turn that one around, and would have been correct as FaZe able to lock that one out and get themselves another round. This is what I said, it just feels like things might start slipping away from BDS here a little bit on Consulate, and it's a really interesting contrast for us. Do they have the resilience? Do they have the perseverance that FaZe showed on Chalet? Okay, FaZe lost Chalet ultimately, but they fought back and they took it the distance.
When you say
are BDS able to do that?
You like
100%
fizzling
believe
stuff
they are.
with
What
your
concerns me though
fingers,
is
or
what we
like
heard
you
during
feel
that
like you need
timeout.
to
To
choose
revisit it
something
again, we heard Leakyfax saying play
all the
closer
time.
together. That round, I didn't see
I
any of that.
like doing that.
Very early front, we saw KDS getting a freebie inside the piano. Shaiko was by himself out inside the server. There was a potential trade going in when Leakyfax swung in as well, but Cyber's just that guy. Collecting both players by himself, didn't need
Thank you,
try and isolate an individual
Biseko.
player who's very happy to win it out as he almost did.
Obviously, I
And I'm just
never
concerned that the
do
BDS has spoke about
hit
things
up
that set
people
out a
on
plan
Discord
and haven't
at
devised
all.
the right response, didn't play it out properly.
But thank you for your
And they're
follow.
paying the price for it. Quick pause coming in here to get ourselves back into the game for BDS. Tim, I imagine it feels like a little bit of a lifeline. Just
And I'm
collect their
already
thoughts
part
about
of,
what's been going wrong
org
across
as
these
well,
last few
so.
rounds.
Thoughts are the big thing for BDS, as we know. We've seen them in multiple finals this year. We've seen them unable to get it over the line, and those are the questions then that you've got to ask. We know that they are more than capable of winning these games, but the question is, are they able to stand up to the mental challenge as well? And that's what FaZe need to do. They need to continue piling that pressure onto them. Right now, you're a map down. All FaZe can think about is Consulate. Get that one done, and we basically move into a best of 3. And that's where we can start really applying some pressure to BDS. How will BDS react if they go 2-1 down on maps, for example?
I think part of their challenge has been across the last 2 rounds. We've seen a 3K from Handy and a 3K from Cyber. Not only are FaZe looking good with their aggression,
Sherlock is singing. I know, and he's there as well.
As soon as I started hearing it ringing out, I thought,
Tom Sherlock.
That sounds like it's got an awful lot to do with Tom J. Sherlock. And then I look at the screen, and lo and behold, who is sat in the middle of it all.
This might feel like a bit of a broadcast faux pas, but I'll repeat the first 2 lines of that chant. I love you, Shaiko. I'd let you shag my wife. Interesting one to go for, but we can hear you loud and clear, guys, don't worry. Fair to say, Tim, throughout this tournament, Shaiko's been a little invisible. Often called to be one of the best players in the game. Yeah. How could you imagine a world where Shaiko doesn't lift a hammer?
I think when you look at Shaiko and you look at his play and you look at BDS's results, I think, yes, it's easy to get that impression and to say that maybe Shaiko has been quiet or hasn't done what he's done in the past. But I think that's been a conscious choice from BDS. We went through the days of Shaiko go kill.
We did.
And they didn't win anything.
The game is far more of a team game these days.
It is.
Yeah.
They didn't win anything on the back of it. So, you know, yeah, is he capable of going in and just throwing 20 kills down in a map? Of course he is. But does it work for the team? Does it work for their long-term goals?
The score
no,
again.
I don't think it does. And so I think BDS have moved themselves away from that. They've purposefully tried to create more of a team. They've brought in Solotov users. They've got this big, you know, front line of people all able to make those contributions.
Certainly not having a bad tournament. It's still worth stressing. He is plus 21 on KD.
I'm just
the
going
entry's
to
letting him
grab
down
my
a little bit.
pain
23 to 27 for a -4.
It started to hurt.
Instead, it's
way
been
too much.
largely
for my
Solotov and
comfort.
Leakerback picking up the pieces. But the beauty about this team is they are very close in EPS. Users being at 102, Solotov 109, and Leakerback and Shaiko fitting right in the middle of that one. It is a rounded team game. However, doesn't mean toffee if you can't get it done in the grand final. Got to do it now as we move into round 5. FaZe kicking things off, and I'm looking straight away, Tim, in towards that Ying, in towards that Grim, in towards that Blackbeard. That is a very scary execute focus composition.
Yeah, it certainly screams window plant. You're just going to be dumping all that utility in to prevent the swing onto half wall, prevent people being able to see. You send the Blackbeard in, you try and get that plant going down. Users will be a key operator in all of this, given that he's on the Warden. Of course, going to have the ability to stand up to that Ying, to those flashes. For the time being, FaZe have actually rotated away from the potential of that window. They've gone over to the admin side and they're getting themselves on into the map, so it could well just be a plant on meeting door.
Key one to know is there are no smokes available to this team. There's a lot of flashes, and of course the Candela's coming out. Users and I guess really the rest of the team won't have too much bother stepping out and making a challenge once those flashes expire. So for the most part, FaZe only get 1 or 2 bites at the cherry here to make and execute work when they make their decision. Last time round they were perfectly countered by BDS at top yellow. No end of flashes came raining in, it felt like, as Monty tried to march on forward. Early skirmishing as well, BDS trying to keep them at bay, which ain't too bad. Cyber dancing around, you've got to land that perfect headshot to stop him. C4 at the ready, but no, not quite being ripped just yet. Solitov falling. Cyber carries on his domination in this series. That Blackbeard really starting to cause a headache.
Handy doing some great work underneath with the skeleton key as well. I don't think they're aware of Users here. He's going to work his way up onto the flank, and Leakafak and Breeder managed to find two. That, if anything, is just going to take FaZe's eye further off
you
the
need to
ball
hurry.
as Handy goes down. BDS, well, they've just got right on top of them here, and FaZe, they folded like a house of cards. It's all up to KDS. He gets one, but his solo health now, it's surely unlikely that he finds another two.
Just on virtue, this being a bit of a
come on
bash for him.
Oh.
Into the Pokeball you go, my son. Shaiko finding a good few in the rounds. BDS get a second. Worth stressing, Tim. They really need to find a third defensive round. We spoke about the stats on this map already. FaZe are the ones in a commanding position. 3-2 on the attacking half. BDS need this one, otherwise it is a tall hill to climb.
Absolutely, as we've said, you know, the defenders on the whole have had the better side of the tournament, but on this map in particular, they've had the best of it all. It is BDS's best opportunity to get rounds away from FaZe. FaZe moving on to the second half with 4 rounds on the attack. Will be more than happy, will be very confident, I'm sure, that they can get it locked down from there. And at the minute, BDS have been able to find some answers, but it feels like FaZe are the better team inside of console.
For now.
For now.
For now. That's where Tom will twerk for any team that'll give him a jersey, by the way. The main instigator of our chance never fails to entertain. Here we go then, last round of the half. FaZe cooking something. We spoke about this during groups, Tim. You get excited when you see an Amari. You're like, oh, flying up through a hatch, or oh, flying in through a window 5 seconds into the round, but very rarely do you see it used that way. In fact, a few teams run this operator purely for the gun. Having the flashes on side never a bad thing, of course. Fantastic gadgets as a team when you want to push your way through, make use of that secondary utility to overwhelm a defensive position. Start the march on forward. It's still demanding that at least Breeder in this round, it was used previously, is on that Warden, ready to deal with it. Keep an eye out because Cyber could yet cause a little bit of bother on that Amaru. Again, the high fantasy, you see it fire through a hatch or in through a window. Doesn't mean it never happens, but it is rare.
As we'd expect for this site, we've got 4 players from BDS still up on that top floor. Just looking to hold on to the verticals for as long as possible, prevent that advantage going over to the side of FaZe. It's been quite a reserved start so far from the Brazilian side here in round 6. They haven't got anybody inside of the map yet. As I say, that Cyber is the only one there, just trying to push forward, just trying to aggress on towards site. Solitov, he manages to pick up KDS though. Those are Rotero drones lost as well. A double kill comes in from FaZe as they start to fight back there.
Oh, Users is huge here. 2 kills on that top floor. FaZe can't be letting that happen. Cyber trying to get one back here, but being danced around, finally gets the down. Uses his round ends, but for Cyber, he's got a 1v2 to win, Tim, and it is not looking likely. Does not have the vertical. Ceiling open up above him. He's in danger, and look at that. I love this. BDS, learning from past mistakes of leaving 1v1s against Cyber, and now joining up together. He has a choice. With 70 seconds on the clock, he can go and challenge them both. Problem is, Tim, I think the Fuser is down upstairs as well. It's a good read from BDS to know what's going to happen. I'm seeing it used to go through a hatch, but not for an execute, Tim. Maybe not again the high fantasy we were looking for. See him on that default cam. They know exactly where he's coming from. They'll be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it's surely a matter of time until BDS close this one out. You would expect, although in a 2v1 we did expect Cyber to lose previously, but he managed to win. Shaiko, however, this time
Don't do that.
rights the wrongs, makes sure that's not going to be the case, and takes him down.
Yeah, much better play overall from BDS. We heard them speaking about playing together, and they've saved 2 rounds from that half. Not forgetting they were down 3-1 at one point. It's up to 3-3. And now FaZe go on the defense. I spoke about it quite a bit in the build-up to this game, social media, previous broadcasts. FaZe as a defending team. I didn't know what we were going to hear there as a follow-up to that chant. For FaZe, they like to play it on their own, but they will fall away quite quickly. They don't see the need to aggressively hold ground, and it was a real stark contrast to what we saw of SSG when they were playing. They'd play their lives on their own. They'd be really aggressive and find the first kill, want to play for a second, not fall back to site for anything. They were happy losing their lives around the map, hoping they'd waste time and get kills. But for FaZe, they are the exact opposite. They like to fall back. They play more defensively. So BDS here, it depends how fast can they act. Can they catch these roamers on a more complicated map? Chalet, it was very easy to spring in from the outside windows and cause trouble. On Consulate, it ain't so easy when there's still a lot more map to work through.
Into the second half we go then, round 7. We're going to have FaZe looking to command the top floor here on defense, kicking things off in meeting and CEO.
Look what we get, Tim. We get to feast our eyes on Shaiko on the Deimos. It is banned away against BDS so often. And you're about to find out why. Many a team at the end of one of those revolver shots or Magnum shots coming out from Shaiko. Really works in tandem though with the Dockerby. It's something I talk about a lot as well in terms of the Deimos being covered well, their weaknesses at least, by a Dockerby. When we first saw the trailer come out for Deimos, they spoke about it. Where you counter a Deimos, you can only trap one person. Use that person as bait, and you can punish the Deimos trying to hunt him down. A Dokkaebi helps you avoid that. It gives the call, it gives information around that player, so you aren't walking into a trap, and it makes it far easier to pinch onto an individual player. But with that Dokkaebi banned away by FaZe, this could hurt BDS if they're not careful.
Liquefact just creeping inside of the map on the book here. Potentially just going to use that vertical up above, get the skeleton key out and just move players. If you're playing a book from underneath, that's generally what you're looking to do. You're wanting to move those defenders around, take the floor from underneath their feet, make it difficult for them to stay in that same position. It's going to open things up for the potential of a window plant here. If Liquefact can find these kills, he knows that the challenge will come from the hatch. He sees the man, it's all too easy for Liquefact as he goes looking for a second.
FaZe have to know that this is how BDS would approach this round, but there's no one trying to challenge on towards Liquefact. I think in fact we might have KDS maybe thinking about it. Holding on towards Spiral, hasn't dropped away instead because there's pressure being exerted there by Solotov. Watching the window, BDS once again have got all bases considered, and here comes that first track. It Souls down to half HP, and now with a Deimos on his tail.
This is where Shaiko needs the operator to use, but can't. As Handy manages to find the kill.
Done by FaZe.
4 versus
Nicely
3.
done.
Sorry, 4 versus 4. But the Deimos off the board is going to be a big loss. Shaiko 4-1 so far. He's been having a great conceal at BDS. They're going to have to work this out without him. And KDS manages to take down Solotov.
A couple of kills there. Solotov knew that he was going to be in the area, didn't know that he'd be sat on the angle waiting for him at that time, would expect a swing to come through instead. Once he started battering on that Kiva barrier, KDS a little bit ahead of the mark there, picking up a freebie. Tried to make a plan happen here, immediately forced straight back out of that window. Souls falls, Brede though, the trade is secured by Handy. FaZe keeping BDS at bay here. They've got to figure something out. Liquefact below on the buck, uses on that window, and there's still a smoke to go.
This is the problem with only 20 seconds left to go now. Where do BDS go? They're going to have to rotate around. They're going to try to join Liquefact on yellow, but time is of the essence, and it makes it all too easy for FaZe to just swing around the corner and get those last 2 kills.
Nice try by BDS, but I feel like they're...
Almost forgot about KDS on that window, Tim.
With
he comes back to bite them.
And Shaiko died.
Imagine now at this point, they're scrambling for ideas. We had that early tap timeout. There's nothing available for them in this half for BDS. Start to feel a bit nervous that if they can't find the answer, if Liquefact can't rally the troops, you've already seen that tap timeout discussion not really having an impact on the next round. Got to figure it out as 5 here, boys. Haven't got that time to talk with the coach. For him to get involved and offer some thoughts, words of wisdom to try and recover this. It is only 1 round, but that can quickly snowball.
It was a shame for BDS as well. They did a lot right. They got that entry kill. They gave themselves the advantage. It was just that requirement for the late round rotate. When you're having to rotate and change where your push is coming from with 10 seconds left to go, you're asking for a problem. Because the team you're against are just going to start being able to get aggressive and take those swings. And that's exactly what FaZe did. Perfectly timed and closed out the round. So we move into round 8. It's going to be a basement defense this time. I'm keen to see how how much
I'm
into the map
surprised that
FaZe
they
play
don't
here?
have Ram, so I think it's going to be a backside push from
Obviously, got to be
Visa
concerned of the fact that there's the
downstairs.
Monty on side again.
I
During
don't
the
think
previous
they
round,
will
stacked up with
care
the Deimos,
about
but as we were speaking about that
top
Dokkaebi
floor.
ban, how it might impact BDS, we saw Shaiko with the track onto the move, chase after him from top yellow, and immediately from bathroom, Handy was there to swing and get a freebie. They had no knowledge that Handy was dug inside of that room. Really starving information away with things like the Mute and the Mozzie. Both teams have done it a hell of a lot on this map today. Some work to be done for BDS, maybe even starting to work their way in through the basement here to kick things off. Shaiko trying to free Brede up to start that one, but can't quite fully open the wall up. They have to call for some help to get that one done. Oh, look who's close, Vidder King. Did ask how far they play on the map, Tim, so far? The answer is quite far.
Just going to be looking to get aggressive onto secret wall there, knowing that the Monty
What the
may
fuck
well
is
try
Shaiko
to
doing?
push. Going to be trying to hold that shield at bay. BDS need to be aware of this Andar, who will take the view. Looking in towards there. Brede gets safely into the stairs and can start moving down. So that's BDS now taking a little bit of space there inside of the map.
Would the fuck have been a better choice?
Cyber takes down Solotov.
They tried to get a set piece play onto it. The track coming out at the same time. Shaiko on the window. Pressure coming in, starting to build from below, but it's like a stalemate in chest him. They can't make him move from the position. And he can't exactly jump onto them right here either. He has to wait. But it's already brought down one. He's done what he needs to. Half the round has gone. He's got rid of Solotov. BDS are like,
they should have used back to open up there.
They're out of nades to try and force him out of that position. They're going to have to take a risk now or rotate someone around, try and pick him off. The blessing or the curse, I guess, of having that Deimos track. Every time the Shaiko moves, they know about it. There we go, finally.
Likafak also managed to pick up one along the way as well. Shaiko will take down Cyber, leaving us 4 versus 3 BDS. Maybe about to find themselves their first attack. It's going to be 1 minute left for them to get this done. All pushing from that rear side.
A C4, 2 smokes to play behind. Mirror windows, I'm pretty sure, haven't been fully cleared out here. And look at this triangle setup coming out from FaZe. They are dug in and ready for this pressure to start building from the BDS side. Sol's arguably actually in quite an aggressive position here. He's going to go and challenge forward. Sees the Monty, but now the Monty sees him. Might be a good time to back away. Smoke being dropped down will try and keep Deimos at bay as well. Shaiko has pushed on through actually here and is now rounding into the hallway. He can get a bit of a side swipe on. Starts his march on 4, but again the mirror windows are going to sting here. Likafak also coming from back yellow. A lot of flanks coming in here for BDS, but can they find anyone? Yes, they can.
A really nice angle being held by Souls, but just Brede positioning the shield really, really well. KDS manages to take down users. Shaiko's there with the answer as he has been throughout the round. 2 versus 1. Likafak's down though, Des. This is all up to Shaiko now. The clock is ticking. He finds his man! As he so often has!
How did that shotgun not hit?
What were those words again, Tim? I love you, Shaiko. I'd let you... You can finish that one yourself.
I don't remember the rest.
No, I don't think you should. Great round. And that Deimos. Having a lot of fun, at least. I think letting that Deimos go through, I don't want to say it's fully a mistake because, again, the Dokkaebi is such a key part of BDS's attacks. But Shaiko is showing Tim why it is always banned against him. I'm looking at the stats loosely yesterday. He's played this operator 3 times more than any other attacker, so even with the ban rate against him, he will play Deimos any chance he gets. Doesn't matter on the site, doesn't matter on the map, he'll play it. And my God, does he make it look easy.
He does, doesn't he? That's the real key. It's just how effortless it looks for him.
Wow, an animated Shaiko.
I know. Usually very quiet. Very quiet character.
Didn't you say to this event he actually said good morning to me in English?
He smiled and said good morning to me, which is not to say that he's not a friendly guy. He is, but
he's not a quiet guy.
He's not normally the sort of person to walk past and go, oh, good morning. But yeah, he was. I was quite surprised.
They've made some brilliant content over time as well. There's the one where they had Yuzu's trying to say a bunch of French words, and Shaiko had to decipher what was being said, and he was losing his marbles watching these supposedly French words coming out of Yuzu's mouth and weren't quite right. I'm starting to see him kind of spread out into that English side of things. Always nice to see him get some words going. Only talking to be done here, though, is in the server. 6-1 on the map. Of course, can't ignore Likafak on that last round. Sorry, a 3K for himself. A great yellow flank coming out. No doubt a decision he made by himself as the IGL. And worked wonders to free up his team, even if it did come down to a 1v1. square things up at 4 apiece.
Liquor back up to the rooftop as BDS will start to attempt to set themselves up, attempt to position themselves. Going to be heading over towards yellow. We've seen so much attention on these top floor pushes over towards yellow to try and get in there, to try and get that advantage when you're looking for the top floor clearance.
Yeah, they need to clear top floor before.
4-4 we stand
Otherwise
in
it's going
terms
to
of
be
the
hard
score.
for them.
BDS.
I mean, they're cooking.
Very patient about getting into the map.
They've got, what, 6 flashes, smokes to play with, and it looks like they're going quite quick here as well. Candela's 3, them already burnt. Smoke being deployed by users as well. One of each of the bolts coming out from the Capital. Solotov gets Cyber off the back of it, but there's a trade back elsewhere around the map, and that's the problem. That Monty was that linchpin, the spearhead of the attack. Now that's been taken offline, they're going to have to figure things out a different way. And not tons of utility to get it done with. A couple of tracks still for Shaiko, one of each bolt left, sure. Love to work with, but I don't think FaZe will be too bothered about losing a Malusi when it's the Monty they've brought down elsewhere.
Echo once again just going to be switching over to that Vendetta. We can hear the Candelas going in, which would usually suggest that there's going to be a little push from the attackers coming along with it, but as it is just taking out utility, continuing to take down Frostmats, creating that space. Leakerback working in, he might just have the opportunity, he might have the space.
In lobby.
Just not sure about what's going up above him, and they take too long and Vitaking punishes them.
Oh. Thought he saw the player's legs, and sure enough, he knows someone's dropped off there. Solotov hanging on this front door, needs to get rid of Vitaking, or they can't plant inside that corner spot in sight. Diffuser is down, that needs to be recovered, but they've got to push him. A 2v1 coming in, and sure enough, get what they need. The Firebolt, at least squeezing Vitaking a bit there. They bring it down to a 3v3.
BDS can get this round over the line. It's absolutely huge for them, gives them the advantage on Consulate, and is staring down the barrel of a 2-0. But right now, KDS and Andy, they've got something to say about it. Shaiko walks on in, trying to get something, can only find one. 9 seconds left to go, and surely FaZe just wait this out, Des.
One on Spiral here, he knows he's dead to rights. We'll try and challenge onto this, but I don't think he gets away with it. No, he does not. Playing it the right way there, FaZe, and letting the clock become the 6th man. And see them back in the lead once more, 5-4. And what I'll say, Tim, when they won that last round, BDS back in round 8, it did come down to a 1v1. It did come down to a 3K from
did not know what to do. They would try to jump in from the window, but
feel like FaZe are in control of the second half.
Just do that.
It feels like the game is just really bouncing back and forward here between FaZe and BDS.
They did not have any information about the one through Spiral.
We keep making arguments for why one is on top, why one might just find that advantage. But ultimately, it seems to change round to round to round, because we're seeing 2 of the absolute greats of Siege at the moment going head to head, and it's a real treat.
This is the game, a bit of a read here, FaZe. They've got BDS figured out.
BDS.
It is FaZe's favourite map. It's very high up for BDS as well, which is why I was somewhat surprised when it was the second pick in this series, knowing that BDS also like it. Did lose it to Unwanted about a week ago. It was a close game, 7-5. They did lose it regardless. FaZe having some game tape, felt very confident going here, and you're seeing why as this one builds on. Back towards an Architect comp as well as that double drone Denard, the Mute and the Mozzie coming out. Castle and Rocktown at the same time. Spoke a bit about Solotov, that being his favourite operator back on Chalet. Obviously on Console it's a different story. Andy's the one rocking on that. The player that we spoke about in Spades, Tim, has had a wonderful tournament so far. Won an award earlier today for him for his performance too. I think even being on a UMP, he'll still manage to find himself involved in this round in some way, shape or form.
Yeah.
One thing I normally love about FaZe, this game, it's a bit different here because Souls isn't up there, but you look across their kill feed normally, or across the scoreboard on FaZe, every player is balanced around the same sort of mark. It feels like a real team game. We saw it yesterday in both of their series. Yeah, Cyber had a fantastic first map that is putting quite far ahead of everyone in the lobby when it comes around to kills overall. But it just feels like a team game with them every single time. There's no one player that they rely on to drag things over the line. Occasionally, yeah, Cyber has said will be that guy, but it's not like they depend on it.
Drone just getting caught out in the mute jammer. They're going to remove a little bit of intel, but Solotov finding out everything that he needed to know in order to be confident in opening up the cubby. That's going to give the angle in towards sight at least. Cuts off some of those rotations. Will tie up one of the FaZe players inside of there as well. Need to be cautious, of course. Nobody's just wandering on in, so Vitaking, for the time being, will be tasked with keeping an eye on that door. Make sure that nobody gets in from BDS and causes a threat.
I think FaZe have read quite well here into what BDS want to do. not only have you got that cubby you've got to fight over, there's also a castle barricade on the single door inside the cubby itself. You've had Leakerfact coming below on the blitz and start opening up the floor. So FAZE largely said, right, evacuate the room, we're playing around it, we're holding the hallway, we're holding inside a B site, we've got long desk under our control. How long they can keep BDS, Shaiko name I'm looking at here really on the Deimos to be the one that brings out a track to indicate what the game plan is a big part of it.
You say
Now
that
they've retaken site because BDS have completely stepped away. Spent a lot of time getting control of ground and starting to open that site up.
It feels like BDS are not sure
sort of
how
got to
they
reset
are
and go
going to
again.
be attacking.
Fredo's just going to start bullying his way
on
through.
this map
Copy here,
more
looking
than
to get in
FAZE.
towards that vending position. FAZE have actually dropped back a little bit deeper. KDS is in long desk, and he's got a little bit of support from Bitter inside the site. But BDS have got some room to work with. They know that vending is clear now. They can start pushing towards that meeting door, but the toxic beer canisters start coming out. They won't matter though when a 4K comes in for BDS and leaves a 1v5 for Cyber. Surely not, Des.
They've absolutely crushed them there, Tim.
Come
It's a
on.
great pinch onto long desk, kept them pinned in with nades, with the Grimbees coming out. And it was enough once Brady had information on what was going on in that room for 3 or 4 kills to quickly fall their way. Leakerfact again being the decisive
there's
player
so
like he
many
was coming
people
down the
there.
yellow stairs on the basement hit. He's done a lot of work there and got his team over the line. These teams staying dead square. We're seeing all 12 rounds of regulation at the very least.
It's like I said, they're just so evenly matched at the minute. It really is fine margins that are going to determine this one, whether that be in overtime or whether one of these two can grab it here and now. We will see over the next couple of rounds, but every time you think one of them has got a little bit of an advantage, one of them has got a little bit of something that they can work with, the other just comes back at them.
That's the moment there, Leakerfact breaking the backbone of that FaZe defense and seeing his team over
That's
the line.
why he's always banding.
Cyber going back to how things started on Chalet, Tim. He's jumping over onto that vigil once again. Is it going to be
Every
Bushy
time a
raining
team
out
lets
trouble around the map?
Shaiko
It
gets
is.
on his hands
Outside of that,
on
drone
Deimos,
denial. Solus on side
it's
once
hard to
more.
stop.
Pulse below, feeding information across to those two operators, I imagine. So looking to aggress onto the side of BDS here and cause a little bit of a headache for them at the early parts of this round, realizing that if they give too much space to that shield of Pre-Day, they're going to get chewed apart.
Getting once again into position here, BDS, getting themselves up to the rooftop to start building, to start scheming, to start strategizing about how they break down this FaZe defense.
A lot of work to be done though, because again for me, it's about springing these traps around the map. It's not giving BDS the time to even see the setup. It's going to be getting aggressive into the team itself. The thing we were speaking about back on Chalet, do we see early aggression? Do we try and break apart the attacks? That's what they should be looking for. EMP, straight into this hatch, opened up. I'd love to turn around and say that we're going to see aggression here, Tim. They'll just go straight in and drop the hatch, but very rarely do we actually see that. It's more opportunistic. I think without very little information about what's going on the site itself and around the rest of the map, that's more preparation.
Pulse scanner, just going to be feeding all that information in, handy. Working with the cardiac sensor, they know then that there is a presence outside of Visa door. They need to be careful then about the potential for this back push, because they could well look to do both at the same time here, BDS.
Oh dear.
Shaiko cannot support Brede enough, and the Monty is lost. Cyber's able to take down Solitov 4 versus 3. As FaZe now look comfortable in the round.
Shaiko's really going to get a kill down here. That diffuser's now down around server side. FaZe set up around this and are willing to challenge Shaiko. If he dares push down again, then they're in a good spot. But there's 2 of them here. Usus and Shaiko stacked up. Another track coming on through, but Tim, what did I speak about baits here? Someone will take a handy spot and be willing to swing on Shaiko the second he steps down. A nade in is going to force aggression. Bittakin goes in, but the nade finds his man. Well played by Shaiko, never exposed too much of himself.
The problem that BDS have got, Des, is that this push is becoming one-dimensional. They're all working their way down those stairs. They managed to get the diffuser back in hand, but what this is allowing FaZe to do is
like I
to
said,
just front up to
it's like
focus
they don't
in that one
know
direction. Nitro
how
goes out,
they're
won't be
supposed to
successful.
attack.
FaZe can
They
just play the
don't
time game.
know.
Shaiko's on a slither of
That's the
HP
issue.
too, Tim. It's got to be headshots or bust, it feels, for him to find kills. Going well so far. 10-1 on the map, despite the score at the top of your screen. Plant is now going down. Impact up close. A little bit of damage tickling onto Leakerfact. And here it comes the step.
Who's the support?
Shaiko distracted by kills deep inside of sight. 15 seconds to go. They've got to find something here, Tim.
Shaiko on super low health. He's not really the best to be covering this. Users go for the plan. It is so easy for FaZe to step around and pick that up.
Someone needs to get down on that stage and check Soul's back pocket, because Shaiko was in it there at the round end. Really wanted to protect his teammates going in for the plant, but Souls from deep was challenging him every step of the way, and is rewarded with that at the end with a kill. Timeout coming in from FaZe, Tim. Vamos listen him.
Tá, é isso. Vamos fazer a DM, só que tipo, a gente vai precisar de realmente atrasar muito esse montanha, tá ligado? Esse eu falei, não montanha amarela ou montanha...
Eu vou pegar Meluze pra gastar HE nas Meluze, pega Goio, pega Mute. Acabou, pronto.
Acho que pode trazer um Lison também.
Não
é bom tirar a Zami e pegar a Lison? Porque essa Zami também não tá servindo de nada, tá ligado?
Tá, claro. BDS. I can't sit to like speed more
Together, slow or fast, okay? Because every time we did slow or fast, we won. Every time we tried like solo thing, I don't know, they expect it or whatever. Okay? So now this time they can go CEO, can go piano, can go garage, we just see and adapt during the round. That's simple. We did good, guys. Keep going like this.
Not really too much stress, I think, on Leaky Fact's side there.
No, it concerns me a little bit though. If I'm looking at that from a BDS perspective, it feels a little bit like, let's just see what's in front of us. Like, this is my point. And I know it's difficult sometimes, you know, if you don't know exactly which site you're going to be pushing onto. I'd just like to see maybe a little bit more focus there. This is what we're going to do. This is what's going to work. Rather than, let's see the setup and then we'll kind of work it from there. Like, that's fine. And sometimes you've got to do that. I think it could be tough though.
The key thing that he said about that, because he's saying like we could go to any site here, so it doesn't really matter like what we talk about on a specific site. We don't know where they're going yet. We'll figure that out. The key thing came before that when we first jumped into the TAC timeout, and he was speaking about when we go slow, they've just figured us out every time. When we go slow and then go fast, they find success. That's what worked for them back on Chalet in that first half. They can spend 2 minutes droning if they want, but the willingness to then send 4 players at once, jump in, execute 2 players where they stand and get the map control they need, that was where BDS found success. So I'm not surprised at all to hear that that's a focus for them in the round. Problem is, Tim, last time we had a TAC timeout, we heard what they were saying. That next round, we didn't see them play tighter together. So I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah, it's
they might
very
just
interesting match.
fall short here and give FaZe a 7-5.
I want BDS to win.
FaZe back to a 50-50 site. Up on the top floor, we saw them win it back in round 7. They were unsuccessful in round 10. If they don't get it,
that's why I'm like having a pillow, because I'm like so
unlimited overtime
invested, but I also like I can't hug the pillow too far
which is understandable given that they
won
last time around. Solitop immediately making it a priority to open up that cubby wall. The rest of BDS are looking to get themselves inside of admin, in behind Bride, who will then try to push forward on the Monty. That's what they did last time. That's what worked. They got themselves into bending corridor. They were able to get onto meeting door. They were able to pressure FaZe with inside a site.
Double track for the attack. The Jackal and the Deimos coming along as a pairing. Any nervousness for me, Tim? That Monty, it slows things down. I get it. Shields are really strong. Why not play around them? Completely get it. But you've had a chat as a team about wanting to go faster later in the round. You can start off slow, but they're really going to have to move forward as a team, which means not losing players too early in this round. They're trying to massage these FaZe players back in towards site. Trying to squeeze them in so they've got more of the map to set up around. Make it more like Chalet, where they have all the control, where it's on them, where the engagement takes place and when it happens. FaZe for now just delaying them out. Already half the round is gone.
Solotov's just trying to get a peek in through that connector window, see if he can get anything going. Users is going to take a ton of damage along the way. They don't want to lose the Capitão. That will be a big part of any potential execution. Bride looking to get aggressive and push forward, but he's going to be forced back. KDS manages to pick up Users. 5 versus 4. Bride has taken damage from the Toxic Babe canister. 55 seconds left to go, and I'm just not sure if BDS have got what they need for this round.
Well, they've got a Souls team, which is one thing they need. KDS is stepping up big when needed. Leaky Fact falling. It's not looking so good for them now. We started out with a little flurry of movement. That pace that we heard BDS speaking about, the Leaky Fact demanded of his team, has fallen away. KDS into another, and it's all down to Solitov and Bride. Oh, Andy hits one hell of a shot. Bride gets one, but it's a Monty in a 1 versus 3. He's given nothing. FaZe bounce back in map 2.
securing themselves consulate, locking things up at 1-1. It felt like they were in control. BDS made a good fight of it. Been very even match so far for both of these two. The FaZe fans definitely enjoying that one.
Our next up team is Labs. Going to be a really interesting map. We know the FaZe have been a bit cursed on that map. It feels historically most definitely at SI last year. But until then, we've got a quick break, and then our analysts will break down map 2. See you in a few.
Available now.
I did not like that. I wanted them to win so bad. Oh well, let's continue watching this.
Siege. Smoke used to have a nitro cell, and this was back when they were nukes, so he was a really good shield counter. Ghost Recon Wildlands had a crossover with Siege back in 2018. You had to track down Kavira after she went rogue, and you can play as all the Siege operators all the way up to Parabellum. They even still have the old Hibana in this. The recoil on Buck's AR was outrageous, especially on console. It would bounce all over the place and you had to pull down a lot to control it. His old DMR was the way to go back then. Getting inside of the safety deposit boxes in the vault on Bank. This glitch was crazy because you were invincible until you popped out slightly, and this was right where the hostage was. The old Rook armor animation. Not only was the animation different, but it was green instead of blue, and Rook didn't automatically pick it up. Remember when you could knock out parts of a castle barricade with a few
I remember that. I remember that. I would also get shot a lot when I did that.
Console had a Pro League scene. This didn't last long at all. I think it lasted about a year before they abandoned it. It would be really cool to see this return, especially
that
now
back,
since
guys.
there are so many console players.
Like, guys, how many of you would love to see a console tournament coming back on Siege? Because it's huge. Most of the fan base is from console. Like, why not utilize what you have? Like, make that a tournament as well. Like, you don't have to make it as big as on the PC, but like, let the console have their moment. Like, there's a reason why it's so big.
This was a small thing, but having to press a button to activate your drone. I definitely don't miss this. I'm a bigger fan of the advanced setting. Hibana's pellets used to only be 6 at a time. You couldn't switch it to 4 or 2. And also, it was insanely buggy. Sometimes you had to push the activate button multiple times to get it to go off, or only a few of them would go off. The R4C had no recoil, and was one of the best
Ash has
weapons
been
on
like
attack for a
one
while.
of the more
You could just
most
fly in with
annoying,
Ash
still
and
the
cook
most
whoever you aimed
annoying.
at. The drone in the
to
reveal
play,
trailer was
Face
way
Off.
smaller than the actual drone that we ended up getting. Imagine the drone spots people would have found if they kept the drones like this. Remember Iconic's clutch on Oregon against Dark Zero?
Yeah.
It's not that old, but still awesome. But here's even more things you might have forgotten about old Siege. Bolo's insane ace clutch on Coastline. The quick leaning, the different recoil pattern for the R4C.
The quick cleaning is not as fast
pistol
now as it was
the 5-second plant
before,
time,
but
all while
it's still a
remaining
really
cool,
good
calm,
clip.
and collected. This was Prime Year 2 Siege. On old Hereford in the basement, you used to be able to climb on top of the shelves. This was a great spot back when the game first came out, because it caught people off guard.
I
That
think it got
sprinkler
patched
alarm that
really
was constantly
fast.
making noise in the basement hallway on Bank. I don't remember when they changed it, but it was one of the best
I
changes
do
they've ever made to
remember when they did that.
You used to be able to glitch out the MVP pose in T-Hunt. All you needed to do was finish the game where the characters stand, and it would glitch out. This was one of the funniest glitches that I don't think too many people knew about. Remember when you would hit someone, you'd basically paint the walls or floors bright red?
Yeah.
Here are even more things you might not remember about old
That's a
Siege.
bloody mess.
When Prime Lion, Finka, and Blitz had the Pro League scene in absolute shambles. Every
Yeah.
round you'd see Lion picked in a super aggressive attacking round.
GG went
Lion almost
ham on
ruined
that.
Siege
It
Pro
was
League.
like
Doc didn't have an
messy.
overheal ability. His stim pistol was only used for reviving either yourself or your teammates to 75 health, which was honestly a big deal back in the day. I couldn't find a clip of this anywhere, but I think if you hit your teammates with a stim pistol while they were up, it would actually do damage. The old operator selection screen, there were only a handful
Yeah.
of ops, especially at launch, but it's honestly crazy how many ops we have now. I'm actually in an old Evan Braddock video called The Recruit Anthem. The video is almost 7 years old, and it was really cool to see my friend and I in this video. You can see my PlayStation name that I still have, the Ninja Gamer 99. I made it when I was 12 and thought it was cool. Remember when Doc used to overheal 40 health? Here's even
Yeah.
more things you might not remember about old Siege. Fortress being in ranked. This map was massive and definitely wasn't my favorite to get,
It's
but I
not the
still
best
had
map,
fun
to
on
be
it.
honest.
I'd like to see
fun
this
play.
map return with a rework fixing some of the chaotic
It's
sites on
more
this map.
fun than
This
House
infamous
and
bolo clip
Yacht,
always gets me.
so.
Pick a bolo, pick a bolo, someone pick a bolo!
Oh, hey, I appreciate that.
Reflex C used to be the only site you could use on Clash's secondary, along with
Yeah,
it being
that
a
was
2
actually
burst.
true.
It honestly
It was
wasn't
so
that bad,
annoying.
but it's definitely better having it full auto with whatever site. When Legion could steal Frost's kill with his goo mine if he threw one on her
Yep.
Frost mat. I'm not
I
gonna
did
lie,
that so
I
many
definitely
times,
was the
it was
Legion player that
actually
would do
so
this to
much
get on the
fun.
board if I was at the bottom. The old grenade glitch. If you pulled out a frag and put it away really fast, the frag would still go off, usually resulting in
I've
a
done that
tragedy.
so many
Not
times,
needing
guys.
to be
I
level 50
died
to
to
play
that
ranked.
freaking nade so
I
many
think
times.
originally you could hop in at any level, then they raised it to 20, then to 25, then 50. But not 100% sure.
Yeah, this was
Let's
what I
see
was
what else
talking
Paul
about
Allen remembers
earlier
about old
about you
Siege.
jumping into a ranked game. Guys, ignore the bad ending. I did not.
Yeah, so that was one of the videos that we had about old Siege. There is more of old Siege that we still have. I like watching like old Siege. I have a part 2 and a part 3 as well, but I guess that's not going to be any fun. Waiting for them to say that we can
back
start.
up, where now essentially the casters actually said during the cast, now it's 1-1, we're essentially going to be playing a best of 3, 4-6 invitational.
The thing is, it's never going to look clean against BDS, because BDS is always going to fight back. They've got so much talent, even on a map like this, where you can see strategically they're not as good. They will always give the fight and went all the way to the 5th round.
There's one beast that was awoken on the BDS side that at least kept them in the running for a bit. That is Shaiko. Let's have a talk about him and how he's kind of pulling his weight on map 2.
He was so consistent on that Deimos. I think he was the only reason actually BDS was so close to beating FAZE on that map. He was consistent in fighting the entries, consistent here in that clutch, in winning this. He was the reason they were bringing back rounds they should not win. Here, the use of the Deimos, and then the nade, bouncing on the south pole here. Beautiful play, and then he kills him again. You know, these kinds of plays were instrumental to bringing back the advantage, and you can see it. Shaiko is alive.
And it's curious for me actually because the Deimos being allowed through was something that didn't happen on map 1, and equally so BDS also allowed the Montaigne through, which didn't happen on map 1. So both teams going in with different attacking bans. I would suspect, given how Shaiko was nearly single-handedly carrying through that game for BDS, that we might not see too much more Deimos in maps 3, 4, and maybe even a map 5.
Well, there's only so many operators you could ban, right, Jack? That's true. That's one thing that you have to live.
He's just so devastatingly good on that operator. He played the nades so well. The
Absolutely.
operator's made for him.
It's like between Shaiko and Doki, you just have like 2 of the best Deimos players that you could ever want to have on your team. But hey, only one of them is here in the grand final. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was map number 2. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, it's time for a third and get you ready for it.
Another break. You're killing me here. Another 3 minutes. Jesus Christ. That's I don't like breaks. I don't like the breaks at all. Yeah, like the breaks can be really annoying at some point. Let's do this. This might be fun.
Oh?
Oh, okay. Amaru Sin.
I don't know what's going on actually.
Reloading! Activating!
Op 4, last stop standing.
No, downstairs, sorry.
Friendly victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Oh, Jesus.
Brother, let me mute, please. Let me mute, brother, fast.
How you doing?
Let me mute fast, please.
Just
Thank you.
watching a video while we wait for the next map to be played.
Shield deployed.
This is a video where people think that I'm a boy.
I was not. Oh, I was muted. Sorry, that was on me.
No worries.
Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
That was on me. Okay.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Valkyrie, come revive, please. Valkyrie, please.
Yeah, shut up. I see that you were down, but I couldn't get you because there was someone looking at me. Revive me, revive me. I'm getting pinged and everything, so the call came through and I got killed. Like, stupid teammates don't understand. Like, I'm not ignoring you. It was just I couldn't move at that point. And it didn't help that they talked over, so I was trying to listen. Cover me, cover me, cover me! Interrogation behind me! Darky knows that you're there.
Nice, my boy. My friend, you are a boy or a girl?
If I'm a boy, what would you say?
Nothing, bro, just to know.
No, it is just for curiosity.
I'm a boy.
Hi, bro, how old are you?
I'm 14.
14, okay.
What? People figured that I'm so young! I don't mind being called young, but like seriously? I'm 49 and I think that I'm 14? Come on. This has been a thing since I started playing the game.
In 5 seconds.
And this is the only game where it has happened. Yeah.
Nice, my boy.
Thank you very much.
Left. He saw you on camera, bro.
Use your flash. Flash and push. Flash and push. Flash and
Go. Push him.
Don't
With
need
your
to
flash.
Kill.
Dude.
My friend, why you don't use your flash? Tell me.
Dude, if you backseat gamer like that, you go to stress the guy out.
My friend, man, just listen to the calls, bro. He's just stronger than him. He has more experience.
I may be 14, but I know that you should not be backseat gamer like that.
My friend.
He knows.
RCS is hardcore. RCS is hardcore. Man, we are not living in a fucking pussy world, bro. We are not living in a fucking pussy world, bro. We have to man up, man. Man the fuck up. Play under pressure.
More than you because I'm not stressing.
Brother, you have to
play my friend.
Pressure, man.
My
play under
friend.
pressure, bro. It's gonna be for your life.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you exactly how it is
man,
from
do it.
your perspective.
My friend, bro, you think I'm afraid of you yelling at me some shit?
I'm not afraid or anything, but I know better. Despite my age, I do play better than you.
You don't. Go listen to Skank a
yeah.
little bit, man. It's good for you. Check out Skank, bro. Check out Skank.
I'm going to like backseat game hard on them so they can like understand what they are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I have muted them for long. It's been a long time since I muted them, so I don't know what they're saying.
But they are funny. That's the thing. They are so funny. It's on mezzanine.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
I forgot to backseat game. I was so invested in what I was doing.
Play under pressure, my friend. Play under pressure.
Yeah, but no one was backseat gaming. That's why.
I am not backseat gaming, bro.
Yeah,
He should have
you
used his
did,
flash.
bro.
He should have used his flash. It was the right play to make, my friend. You use
Yeah, he
your
knows.
flash, you blind him,
He
you
knows.
push.
It doesn't matter. Like, if you said it once, it's enough. You don't have to repeat it like a stupid parrot. It doesn't help. You said it once, let it go. Bro, go, kill him. Come on. Go. He's over there.
The operator remaining.
Now he knows it's not fun anymore to backseat game.
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
He got so quiet after I battered him. He didn't say anything bad.
That Krikus, brother, turn on your fucking screen. Give me your fucking ping, man.
Oh my god, these guys are hilarious. I tried to talk like a 14-year-old by saying dude and stuff. Do kids nowadays still say dude? I'm not even sure anymore, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not getting any help from my guys. And my teammate actually flashed me with the what the hell?
5 seconds remaining. We have been eliminated.
They're not saying anything, my teammates. Like, I'm leaving them with ace and they don't do shit.
No.
Yeah, I know, Sako, I know.
That's fine.
Oh shit, my face cam is on. Oh my god.
By the way, guys, fun fact. I'm a streamer and I'm actually 39 years old and I'm a female streamer. So, look, my
Hey, we
map-
don't care, my friend. We don't care.
You're actually the super guys
What
who
is-
thought that I was 14. I'm 39 and a female.
Hey,
Come by the
nice,
stream.
nice. Good for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, good for you. Thank you for the content.
Good, good. I value you. I will value you.
Wow.
But yeah. Believe it or not, that happens a lot when I'm playing.
His position. He has, and I'm looking more towards the stats around exactly what it is.
It's gonna be, the reason why I made that video was because there was like more than one thinking that I was a boy.
On this map. I mean, the BDS are willing
Yeah,
to let
what?
Monty through the blitz through the phase if they want it in that second half.
Like, actually, sometimes I have to refer
maybe we're used to on this map. That Deimos goes back
people
to being
to
banned.
my
That
stream
Dockerby
because they
will
don't
be available
believe
for
that I'm
BDS if they
female,
want to play it.
which is
But now I'm
kind
not going to
of
go anywhere near it. No,
interesting.
Tim double hard breach coming on through. Got ourselves that Monty being locked in by Leakyfat rather than Breeder, which is an interesting
But
change
like,
away.
yeah, it
Psycho's
has
on the
happened
Twitch,
too
normally an operating
often.
reserve for Solotov. Psycho normally being the Flores player, so both of them changing roles in this round.
KDS, as you can see the silhouette
I even
just ahead
got
of us there, putting the mirror
someone
window
tried
on
to
the
insult me
IT
by
wall.
calling
So again,
calling
just
me an
playing in
Indian
towards that
woman.
ace band, potentially
That
thinking
is
about
also a
making it more
weird
difficult for something like a
insult,
thermite to
which
be
I
able
don't
to walk up to
still
that
to this
wall
day
and just
understand,
put an
because this
exothermic
guy
on there.
who
A little bit
threw
of
the
caution
insult
being
was,
applied by
he was an
Shaco on the
Indian
touch there. Always got to be
man,
careful when
so-
you approach those stairs. The old Nitro out of Electrical is one of the oldest in the book.
Has he
He's missed it. He's missed it.
There we go.
Yes, that was a big moment. If that goes wrong, Shaco's going to be really kicking himself.
Also consideration, you can use things like the Havana to get rid of it at the same time, though you will probably need to clear out any jammers on the other side. In fact, if there are no jammers, Tim, that wouldn't have been a worry. So yes, it's nice to save those extra few seconds, but there are always options available for BDS to get rid of that mirror window regardless. Where they're focusing now is Catwalk, and in this area of the map, it's a big point of entry for the attackers. That plus IT coming together, where you saw the mirror window deployed down early on. You need that control. It stops the rotations coming in from downstairs from any defenders that are roaming. It stops people stepping across and towards IT. The challenge that you have as the attacker is getting into sights from IT and from Catwalk is very bottlenecky. It's a single doorway, or it's a single rotation that's opened up often by the defenders. So you don't give yourself much to work with, which is why you need a backstab then coming in from Aqua, or pressure coming in from electrical side at the same time. I think BDS have got to decide what they want their attack to be here, because right now everyone's very heavily focused on that south side, with no backstab coming through.
Cyber making a decision there not to go with another impact trick onto... Oh no, he has done. That's what I was waiting to see would happen, because he's got a Monty to deal with, and those impact nades can be fantastic for doing so. Not going to be able to do that now, and looking across the lineup, the utility that's left, they're really reliant on that KDS Nitro potentially to be able to deal with that shield if it starts pushing in, but Souls, he's going to find the opener, taking down Solotov.
Great read, and now there's a second one approaching at the same time. I was about to say you've got a shield here. Saw Unwanted with some brilliant shield play between Spirits and Gaveni in this exact position previously. BDS probably got to channel that in at Unwanted here and do a little bit of work. Of course, there's all the info coming in from Leakyfat, but they need guns in behind him, Tim, to capitalise on the info that he's providing. But now BDS is looking a little bit stuck, I'm afraid, and I'm worried for them. FaZe, watching that clock run down. It becomes the sixth man.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Brede. He's on the catwalk door and he's got the diffuser in hand. I'm wondering, how does he get in? Where is the space for him to be able to put that diffuser down? Vatican goes down, but KDS does manage to pick up Shaiko. 25 seconds left to go, and Leakifact, he gets moving with the Monty Dares.
They got the 3v3, but they need to do something else here, Tim. They're so bottlenecked in, like I said. And Leakifact, sure enough, is going out aggressive here on towards Aqua. Cyber's up in his face as well. Got to be careful about this, Ella. A 3 versus 2. He's now backing himself away. Diffuser is with Brede coming in on catwalk side. KDS now gone, and it's on to what they can do. Cyber's got to step across. It's all about this 1 versus 1. He wins it out. Brede's going for the plant, and Cyber's got 3. Shutting BDS down just when it looked like they were on the path to victory.
Cyber is just better
Not a good
today.
start at all.
In more
That
northern
was
terms that
not
you
a good
normally use
start.
to him, he's different gravy.
He is indeed different gravy today. That much is for sure. He wants to lift that hammer. Having got his 1000th kill here at SI 2025, he wants to go all the way this time, Des. And he is just absolutely gripping a hold of this with both hands tighter. And I've maybe ever seen a player try to grab a hold of a match. He is just dominating right now.
Oh, horrid, because in a way, he should have no right killing Yusuf there. Yusuf's clearly afraid that he had 2 angles that Cyber could step out from to challenge the Monty plan, which would sure enough win the round, so he had to make the challenge. Cyber has had a few rounds today so far where BDS, it feels, should come out on top. And they haven't been able to do so. FaZe taking round 1, and if you are keeping count, that's Cyber up to 33 kills in this series.
Doing a lot of
There'll be more records that he's looking for before things are done here. Get into round 2. Going to be down to the basement for FaZe. No major surprises. I expect them to see basement, and then probably storage will be their next site, should they follow their rotation.
Saying that, we've seen FaZe play in control storage and do quite a little bit of damage playing on the control side of things. KDS, remember, tucked in behind the bomb chassis?
Yeah.
Pretty magical 2K that he walked away with, but do agree with you, I don't expect we'll see much kitchen play. When it has come out, it's been chaotic at best.
Asami seemed a little bit...
Maybe want to throw us a little bit of a curveball if it comes round to it. I think for BDS, though, if this keeps on going against them, they find themselves
I'm so
losing this round.
excited to get my
Maybe the
PC,
next,
guys.
you'll see that early tack timeout coming in again.
But it would take like a day for me to install everything. I need to reinstall all my streaming equipment, OBS, fix the overlay, download the
It's
games.
going to prevent BDS from being able to open that warehouse hatch and
like
get the view down into Animus. They have managed to breach the double wall, so that's a little bit of progress for them at least, but they have to prevent anybody pushing into them in storage because they need storage control in order to be able to move in through that breach.
What to do? Looking in towards those mirror windows again that Shaiko nearly missed out clearing away last time around. And Dockerby, glad to see it back in the lineup. Don't want to call him dependent on that operator, but it does feel like it a lot of the time. First call coming out. I always ask, what's the movement being made by BDS when you see that call come on through? A lot of it. You've got users and Solotov in towards bottom Aqua here. You've got a bit of an exo push coming in from Leakifact at the same time. So BDS have made good use of that call to get a lot of players inside the map. Start getting set up for an execute. Solotov deleted the 2nd round in a row. No second call from Dockerby.
The problem for BDS is whilst they have got a lot of players inside of the map, they haven't got any control for it. Look at where they're being hurt from. I said this at the beginning of the round, they need to clear out catwalk, they need to clear out top floor, otherwise they will be punished from warehouse, and that's exactly where they've been punished from. 5 versus 2 now, BDS just completely failing to take any sort of map control. FaZe have played in their original positions pretty much throughout, and they have punished them. FaZe take round 2.
But for a second, Shaiko was going to find his man there. I come back to what Leo spoke about. Very, very start of this series. And Azami making use of it to isolate out gunfights, not give a chance for a trade to come through. And BDS have relied on trades a lot throughout this tournament. The stat I reeled out earlier on, about 2 or 3 days ago. As a team, they have the highest trade percentage. About 22% that number sat around. Better than any other team at the tournament. Those keepers are definitely doing a bit of work to frustrate them here and deny that possibility. 2 rounds going against them. See one more, I would expect that attack timeout to come in.
Yeah, BDS can't allow this to continue for too much longer because, like I said, coming in, Des, I'm sort of keeping in the back of my mind that mental resilience, that thought about the rest of this game and how it goes, FaZe are a great clubhouse team. We would expect them to go there and against most teams to be winning that map. If BDS don't pick up labs here, that is what they face. Going to clubhouse not only to try and beat FaZe there, but to try and rescue the entire tournament there.
Yeah.
And that is a huge ask. So for me, BDS, you can't let this start to spiral. You gotta dig deep and you gotta dig quick. You gotta start finding those rounds. On the attack, they need at least two. At least two.
We were speaking to Xenox about it downstairs, and I was generally in agreement with him that if FaZe get this map, I think they win club, and that's it, 3-1 to FaZe. If BDS win here, it will require all 5 maps to crown our new world champion. Of course, we'll see how they can do. Work to be done by both sides still. It's still very early on in the map overall, and I'll say it again. 2 hours to a game of Siege, and that's maybe not quite the way to do it. Solotov for the 3rd round in a row here. Picked off very early on, and an easy and free kill, to be honest.
It was, and they're starting to hand these opportunities to FaZe now, and it feels like BDS are maybe just getting in their own heads a little bit. I said it in the last round, they didn't, yes, they got inside of the map, but no, they didn't take any control. They didn't win any fights, they didn't gain any ground. And this time they send Solotov blindly in through a window and get punished for it. And that's the tip of the spear. If you've got a blitz on side, you are looking to push in behind them.
There'll always be that big question as well for BDS. You've lost 2 major finals this year. It's a stinger. Different lineup now, of course, compared to last year, with Usis and Solotov joined the team just a year ago. But they know that pain of losing in grand finals. Heck, both teams do. But the BDS start to build in the mental, do they start to crumble? Because yet again, they are falling apart at the seams. FaZe looking to go at 3-0 here in a flawless round to close out this first quarter. And I'm pretty sure, guarantee, that we step into attack timeout for BDS.
Almost certainly. BDS would have needed a 1v5 ace clutch to close that one out. And if anything does, the problem for BDS here is that the rounds are getting worse and worse.
Here we go then, attack timeout. Let's see what's going on in the BDS camp.
Push together, okay?
Or if we're gonna do that thing, do it with people. We got used to it.
We continue. We continue. No, we can't. Let's brief a bit, guys. Remember why we are playing for the fucking SI, okay?
Yeah.
So, again, we need to want it, this SI. We need to want it, okay? So now, just brief, build down, and let's be on the same page. That was unlucky for you, Farty, I saw the camp. But that's fine, okay? Let's forget this round.
I should just fucking flash his ass.
What?
It's tough for Solotov. Been caught out so early on. I think we get the timeout because the coach hasn't been able to get in there. But even with what we were speaking about, that mental factor of losing 2 grand finals, is it going to be difficult? Very likely.
It's starting to change. That was the big thing for me there. You know, it wasn't necessarily a full tactical timeout, but the content of what we have coming from Leak Effect there is changing. It was game specific before. It was let's bring the traps. It was let's play slow or fast. Let's not give them the opportunity in the middle ground. Now it's what are we playing for? What are we fighting for? Those questions are starting to creep in.
No,
I'm listening again. Now they get a second one because the mic wasn't working. Let's listen.
Let's go.
It's just people are ignorant and don't know.
Let's fucking go, guys.
More of a gas up one.
My bad, but I don't be like demotivated. I should have killed the guy.
Where they get the most money from, Ubisoft right now
I think they don't even play with me, by the way, for the Grims. We can play Grim as well.
And Assassin's Creed. So they have Skull Bones as well, but it's not as big.
Just as we want to listen to what he's got to say, and he gets a bit animated. But the same sort of thing coming across. For me, it feels like the mental issues that we saw earlier in the tournament. Think back to that now infamous clip of Leak Effect going off and saying, no one is listening, no one is talking. What is going on? And this has always been a concern about the BDS side.
People are ignorant and don't know.
Great actor.
It's the same people saying. People saying that Apex is dead as
the only ones I've
well,
really seen speaking
but
so
it's
far
not.
during these timeouts, and it makes me worry that when heads start to dip a bit, when things get hard and they stop communicating, rounds will keep on slipping away, and that has been the BDS curse for as long as I can remember.
And that's why I mention it. That's why I say that content shift of those discussions away from such specific details to this is SI, come on. It just starts to maybe give us a little bit of insight. But look, There is a lot of Siege left to be played here yet. BDS will have plenty of opportunities. This is their map pick. They won't want to start on the attack. FaZe have chosen the defense to start on. So BDS have got a second half to look forward to. You love to say it yourself, there's 2 halves to every one of these maps. And BDS right now, they are going to be desperately looking forward to that second half.
And both teams don't forget in their last game on Labs that I told you about, both went 5-1 on the defensive half. More about the mentality and the mental effect that it has when you start losing that hard that can really punish you. But enough about that for now. Let's focus on the game and see if they can bounce back. FaZe, very impressive, very resolute in their defenses. They've given very little room to BDS. We're dealing with shields. We've had Cyber pop off and get a 1v3. Everything you could ask from them, they're doing pretty damn well so far.
Going to be opening up that catwalk door. That's why a little bit of pressure. Nobody actually playing out on the catwalk this time. We would quite often see the Azami there, but they are not going to be in that position, playing instead behind the A-bomb chassis. This is getting more aggressive, and this is, I think, what BDS need, is to come in and get a couple of confidence kills. And that's exactly what they do. A double for users, one for Breedy. KDS finds one back, but it's likely to be meaningless. As League of Fire 2.
Way better.
Does its job, Des.
The key thing for me that BDS showed there, Tim, they've said it themselves a lot throughout the series. Slow, then fast. It wasn't really like slow to begin with, but it was the setup work, it was the droning, it was removing of utility. And then when they say go, they go. They don't hang on, they don't play slow, they don't doubt themselves. They hit the trigger, put the pedal to the metal, and away they go. Really good round from them. FaZe will respond. They will find an answer. They will battle back in. For now, that starts down in the basement. I've got no doubt we'll see some roaming looking at this lineup, Tim. They've played a lot of Ela, it's worth stressing too, because it helps them deal with those shields, just in case Breedy does go across towards the Blitz or towards the Monty. Having that on side helps a lot.
For those of you at home, we've got 2 huge camps of supporters here. We've got, on the left side, as we look at it, we've got all the FaZe fans in one big group together with all the flags out. And then on the other side, of the complete opposite side of the floor, the complete opposite side of the stage, we've got all the BDS fans. And there's a real bit of back and forth between the 2.
What about those in the middle, Tim?
Maybe they don't mind who wins. Maybe the neutral does. Although I think most of the neutrals here have been back in BDS, so. Yeah. Look, BDS could not have got a better timed round.
Nope.
Tactical timeout. They come out. Not only did they get the round, but they get it convincingly. That's the confidence boost that they needed right there. I said at the beginning, 2 attacking rounds is enough for them. They need at least 2 here on Labs, and then they can get onto the defense. So whilst it's been a very, very tough first 3 rounds that seem to be spiraling away from them, BDS have an opportunity to grab a hold of this and rein it back in.
Where I start feeling a little bit nervous though is I look back at Consulate and how they would stall out on the attack sometimes. I was about to say this is one of those rounds because we've got to attack the basement. We're starting off on the top floor, a minute's gone down, we've only just started to push forward, but Cyber overexposed himself and paid the price for it. I don't blame FaZe. They're trying to get up in the grills, up in the face of FaZe and keep them on edge at all times. Both teams really going at it, and so far, last round, this round, BDS are battling back.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously just needed reminding that they were at Siders. That was
this ain't a scrim.
Maybe
it's a little final.
Maybe it just slipped their mind that they were on stage at SI, but one way or another, they've certainly woken up. 2 entries in a row, and they can look to build on that as well. Breedy is a little bit low health on the Monty, which is not the end of the world, but something they need to be cautious of. KDS is going to take down Solitov.
Did they not drop that ball
KDS
out?
has slipped the net.
What the fuck?
How have they let this happen again?
Too many mistakes creeping in for BDS, Des.
They had these roamers red pinged earlier on. They knew there were 2 playing up on this first floor. Now they've got a bit of team play going in. A good flash coming over from the Buck, and that led to that kill. So a good moment. It's balancing back out at 3 apiece. We've only got 60 seconds to play, though.
And they do need to deal with Souls. He's still up above. I've spoken about mistakes. The question is, are they aware of his position? I don't think they were, as User strays around the corner, and he's going to be picked up by Souls. 3 versus 2 for FaZe now, 45 seconds, a low health Monty. It's not looking good for BDS.
It'd be a risk, but you can't afford to chase Souls around the map here. I've just hit sight. Force a 2 versus 2. Don't give him a chance to get back and join his team, or you'll be in a spot of bother. Vitter King chucked in on the bomb chassis as well, not a real common spot. Liquefac almost being getted down from above by him, but gets away. Both now not looking too healthy, and for FaZe, with only 25 seconds to go, feels like they should be able to hold on. Who is going to be BDS's Cyber?
Nice
Who goes big when they need him? It's not going to be Liquefac, and it's probably not going to be BDS on the Monty.
You can see now Vita King's just looking to get aggressive. Doesn't need to, as it's going to be handy picking up that final kill for FaZe, who are able to just prevent BDS building any momentum on the back of a great round 4. They lock out round 5. FaZe continue to keep themselves in the driving seat. There's one more defense for them, and then we start asking some really big questions of BDS.
Knowing that club is map 4 is what's got us all a bit nervous. Solotov, honestly, is a player I've got to look at, though. Whether or not it's a blind trust and a blind trust for a call coming from his team. He's died in the first 3 entries in the first 3 rounds. Over the last couple, has gone in as second entry. In the previous round, his team steamrolled, so didn't have to worry. But in that round just then, got picked up completely for free. This should not be happening. It's really painful. When we know that they like playing things like the Dockerbeers from Mark before, it wasn't in this round. But it does let BDS make a lot of allowances that normally they would get away with. Here, though, FaZe are punishing them every step of the way.
See there what it means to the fans.
Top floor.
They've been here before. They want a different outcome. Top floor, as you say, will be the final spot for FaZe. And they've brought along the clash.
Again, curious, I didn't see it during the setup of the round, but curious to know if that was hidden away, because if BDS haven't realized it's on side, they could struggle here. They've got things like the nano EMPs that you can toss at the clash, takes off that shot for a short amount of time. There's no real gadgets, though, that...
No direct counter.
That's it, and that's where I worry. They're going to have to get some really good crossfires on the go here and punish him. We've seen teams do it several times. One player being that backstab that completely upsets the apple cart. Got to look for it in the round, but otherwise, Tim, I like what BDS have got. They have got a good lineup for this one. It's concerned that FaZe have equally got a very good response in theirs.
Just going to be opening up to the side of that mirror window to prevent any mirror tricking. Taking out the Skyros pellets. Cyber's going to be looking just as he throws the impact nade a little bit too deep there. Going to lose his mirror window as well, so that's going to force the LR back into sight. And it just starts to give a little bit of space for BDS to work into.
They've shown this catwalk and IT focus execute twice, which is why Vita King is now dancing around IT on the clash, looking to frustrate them a little bit, to keep them outside the map. What I really want to see from BDS is to do something a little bit different here, and by the looks of it, they have got 3 or 4 players starting to stack up on this meeting side of things. Brede, Liquefac.
One of them is going to die dirty
Also one or two hanging out below.
now.
So someone telegraphed where they're coming from, of course, to us, not to FaZe, who don't have a 100% idea on that. Still 2 players hanging around IT and Catwalk as well, but it could be bait at this point, Tim.
Natural goes out, will be unsuccessful.
Nice.
Continue challenging onto Connector. They've got to know about Cyber this time, surely. BDS, they've walked into blind traps a couple of times, and I think this time they will get away without that being the case. But again, BDS just feel like they're circling here, Des, without too much real purpose just yet. Let's see if the Candelas can give them that. One goes in to Electrical, the next goes in to Pillar. But there still isn't much movement from BDS on the back of it. What have you got for those Candelas, Des?
Well, they've managed to get Solotov inside of Electrical, which is one step, but guess who he's faced off against? There's a clash in his face. That's not going to make life easy. Uzi's going down, they try and get the backstab in here, but there's the flank on the other side. KDS has been sat in this spot nearly all round long again.
Feels like
paying the price. FaZe with a
BDS
5-1
don't know how to
History is repeating itself.
FaZe were just on a different level there, in reality. BDS, as I said, just didn't really seem to have too much of an idea where to go. 2 Candelas go in just to get them electrical, but then they get hit on either side of that and lose bodies.
Late for me to be sitting and streaming.
There's just too many mistakes for BDS right now, Des. There's not enough big plays, like you said. Where's their Cyber? Where's their player that's going to step up and grab a hold of this one?
Why did I start
I would love
so
to be
late?
a fly on the wall during BDS's next chat between maps if they lose this game.
Yeah.
Club, as we spoke about, builds up a lot of pressure, but not seeing the issues being rectified that are being spoken about during these timeouts. And it's really starting to cost them. 2 minutes of misdroning going on here too. Granted, for FaZe, they've done a very good job of chewing their way through the drone work of the other team, but just unforgivable at this level to let that be the difference maker. Top floor, we're going to start things on.
Breeder's just going to be keeping himself hidden away there for the time being. Although, interestingly, IT wall at the minute is not reinforced.
Yet.
There you go. Breeder's going to... I don't know whether they were trying to keep the bandit off the radar or what. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. There's a Maverick on side, so FaZe are going to be able to deal with that either way. But if you remember, I said, Des, we were likely to see a lot of shield play with that hard breach ban coming in. It's something that BDS haven't really lent into that heavily. Immediately on the attack, FaZe, Blackbeard, Monty.
We saw BDS trying a lot of shield play back on console, and I think it just wasn't working for them as effectively as they'd like. It's a very plan-focused team. You'd think you'd be able to utilize shields really well to get that diffuser down more often than not. Maybe a stats going to analyze later is how many of their plants were off the back of picking a shield in the round. We will see. I do back FaZe though to do a lot of work here with both the Monty and that Blackbeard coming along. Bitter King said it earlier on, will play the Monty if available. Here it is, so he's straight on it, and KDS, who is frying this map, onto the Blackbeard, backed up by Souls on the Ying. A lot of scary utility in the back pocket of FaZe.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on where that utility is situated at the minute on the Blackbeard. KDS has moved out towards Aqua, so there could be a little bit of pressure coming from there, but that's likely to be later on in the round. For the time being, FaZe, they're just having a look around this site. They're just doing the appraisal. Where is the utility? What do we need to clear? They need to be careful, of course, moving around here. Mirror window is open, and the mirror of Solotov there. He's keen to have a little look out of there, see if he can get himself anything to start this round off.
It's immediately the defensiveness coming out from BDS. They're almost letting FaZe have whatever part of the map they want. They've got Aqua. They're pushing into wall. That is unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Leakyfact can't be going down there, and Yuzu's certainly hasn't helped. One coming back the other way. A lot of aggression towards the Monty. They're sure that he's alone, and they'd be right to him. There's no one here. If they can bully him off and get a kill, it'd be wonderful. Right idea. There's a player on the window. And with this, they'll back away. Souls looking to join up with the Monty, which leaves Cyber alone on catwalk.
I love that team play from FaZe there. Did you see that Bitter King didn't head back out of the door? Because he's had the call from Souls saying, hang on, I'm on my way. And he knew that there was an opportunity for him to find a kill, but ultimately, Yuzus manages to take down Souls. 4 versus 3 now in favor of BDS. Cyber tries to get something going for his team, but can't. Solotov cuts him down. Nitro out. Will do a little bit of damage to the Monty. It's all up to him. 1 versus 4. Solotov closes it out, and BDS, they get themselves a defense on the board.
Taking a lesson from their attacks there, Tim. Slow to start. Let FaZe bunch up, let them do what they want to do. But then be prepared to go fast, and they push hard onto that Monty. That breaks apart the 2 or 3 players that were sat on catwalk, and it all begins to collapse for FaZe from there. Much better from them, much more active, but a hit in, boxes in with a call in.
Hey everybody, I mean, it may look dire for BDS, but the thing is, BDS matches up so well on Nighthaven Labs against FaZe, because FaZe, as we just saw, they love the shields, but BDS can constantly apply that pressure, and if FaZe, the one thing that is their downside is they're not that fast on clearing, so they rely heavily on shields, but BDS, just like we saw, if they can keep constantly putting that pressure on the shields, spacing out their defenses, FaZe will just run out of time, and we saw FaZe in a similar situation last invite. They were able to bring it back down 1-5. I think anything's possible. I think BDS is a lot better favored in this situation, even though they're down a little bit.
Thank you very much, Fox. Always good to hear from a former pro. 5-2. A pretty crucial round coming up. FaZe win this one, Tim. Massive advantage. 4 rounds on their side. There's a lot to ask for BDS to claw that one back. Into the base up we go. Good defense on the top floor, and we spoke on the desk before the series, Tim, about the sends and presence of that across the competition so far. The team making excellent use, you know, the change to be able to raise and lower that light wall, the warden no longer really being effective against it, can really enable some cheeky plants to go down, and that's probably what FaZe are looking for here.
Andy just taking that long angle in through the window, not going to find anybody. BDS not wanting to give them too good a start here, but like you say, it's a map maker for me. If FaZe are able to pick this round up, it really does just catapult them towards getting the win done. 6-2, you would have to say that surely it's too much for BDS. 3rd-rated defensive team overall at this tournament coming into today, but they're just not playing like it today. There's Cyber takes down Breeder, that's the mute gone, and that is some map control at least for FaZe gained, and they can now start pushing on.
And the C4 taken offline at the same time. Problem is, we've heard them speak about it a lot in tap timeouts. Play together. BDS completely isolated there. Cyber, all the more happy to take the kill. Oh, Solotov spinning it back. Gets a second as well. That's what you want to see. Souls is there for the trade. Again, facing 3 players in close proximity, able to secure it out. But that's 2 players dead on the side of FaZe, Tim. A lot of the strength of this attack now diminished.
We lost the book as well. That's going to be potentially a really big impact for BDS, taking away that verticality. FaZe going to have to find another way, possibly. Going to have to look at a lateral push. Going to have to move down and find some kills. But keeping it at 3-3, they've kept themselves in it, the Brazilians. They always seem to have some answers, Des.
It's the light walls for me, Tim. That can do some serious work. They've got 4 of them available. You can slice this up like cheese if you want. You can do anything you want to the site when you've got this much gadgetry to play behind. You've got flashes still. We've seen how much FaZe love using flashes throughout this series to overwhelm members of BDS and push in, securing a 3v1, a 2v1, whatever it might be, a man advantage situation regardless. And there is only 1 C4 left in the back pocket. BDS.
They're preparing for the drop into Animus, and they will go. Handy is there, does have the utility available on the Sens, is going to start playing it. Maybe just try and create a little corner where they can put this diffuser down. 30 seconds left to go. The challenge from BDS could come from Cargo. Handy sends out another screen, but as of yet, FaZe are not moving, and when they try to, Leakenbach takes down Souls. Nitro comes out, will not catch anybody. 2 versus 3, Des.
They tried to bait out with 2 light screens, but found nothing. BDS showing a lot of patience here. That Legion steps out, Leakenbach can find a freebie. Handy waiting for him, another screen coming out, off towards his right. A great 2v1 coming out. And another one over the line,
Yes.
BDS. Starting to catch up in this game of cat and mouse.
I've spoken about BDS mistakes. I've picked up on those moments where they've misdroned, where they've pushed in, where they've lost bodies. But it's fair to say, Des, that they're having some magical moments as well. That was a great round from BDS. They just need to find that form a little bit more consistently, and then they will make a real matchup of this.
Small mistake though, I mentioned BDS at the start. That's the one that you can do without losing super
I'm
early on.
kind of
especially
scared
when there's a C4 for
that
Plant Denial in back pocket.
BDS will
This is a big
make
round,
mistake
not
on the
just because
next
it's round 9,
round.
like we spoke about on the last map, Tim, where FaZe either have a 3-round lead and they can play around with that to get it over the line, or BDS come within striking distance for FaZe by just 1 round. Why it's big is because it's that offsite. It's control and storage. If BDS can win this, they've shown they can win all 3 sites. You start to get a bit of belief. They could take this maybe to overtime, maybe even take the 7 and 5. But FaZe may yet jump in with a tap timeout to figure out a way through this round. Through this game even, really. The round's now underway, can't do much about that. Well, I've already got my eyes go to straight away though. Souls on the Nook. Potential backstab could be enormous. We've seen them try on the top floor attack before to have a backstab attempt coming in. It was a Monty didn't really have the impact they needed, but it shows they're willing to have this 2 or 3 point push. And if Souls is that player that goes unchecked, catches out 2 or 3 players from BDS, the backline is broken, FaZe are then on match point.
You spoke about belief there, Des. And the thing about belief, it's not about you and I believing. It's not about everybody at home or here at the MGF Music Hall believing. It's about BDS believing in themselves. And that's what they need to find. Nitro, in hand, ready. We've seen this used to great effect so far this tournament. We've seen multiple kills come through.
We cast the game the other day, and there was a player 4 rounds in a row had to go and open
Just
his
over
ball
and over.
and got C4'd, shot at. Just could not get involved in the game as a result. Waiting to see if anyone steps out here. The answer is no. Cyber going to be able to make it soft. BDS not wanting to take the risk. Worth stressing, Tim, of course, that site is downstairs. This is just FaZe trying to get some control on the verticals. The BDS cannot deny from above. IT itself is perfect for denying the storage window, but it needs to be dealt with.
And I think it's the perfect game plan from BDS. Frustrate FaZe. Make them use their time. Make them rush towards the end of the round. Yes, they're going to win a couple because they've got great gunners on side, but you're also going to get your opportunities as well. So BDS, I think, playing this right. Just try and burn as much time as they can. Legion is on side. Ella is on side. Hold that top floor. Do everything you can, but Cyber, he proves that there's plenty that he can do as he picks up Shaiko and Breedy. 3 versus 3 though as Solotov finds Souls.
That's pretty big. He was the backstab factor for them, and Handy's up to get rid of Leakenbach. No man's land there. stuck in Narnia without a way home. Solotov and Yuzi's got to go so big here. This old duo that joined this team just a year ago. In fact, the old BDS core 2 years ago knocked their old team M&M out of SI. Of course, they're now on this team, looking to do it together rather than against each other. It comes down to the new boys to win out a 2 versus 3. FaZe establishing the verticals. That's what they wanted was IT to make this plan safe. Users has got to go huge here, but the book, like an angel of death, awaits above as he slipped the net. Users has got 1, almost got 2, but it's a triple coming out for Cyber, and he makes it a 4. Solotov can't find his man. And Cyber, not only does he want the hammer tip, he wants to kill records.
I'm not even sure what they are doing.
BDS just lost control of site a little bit there. Vidaking was able to get in and start putting that diffuser down, and it forced users into a tough position.
Bom, só completa a parada lá por Rigora, tá ligado? Só que, tipo, tá vendo que o shield também não tá fazendo muito efeito, saca? Talvez só o Blackbeard. Vão ser o Montanha. E ficou mais a bala, tipo, eles chegaram a oferecer brecha na elétrica, se pai.
Let's fucking go, guys! No regrets, only solution, guys. So what we can do now?
Last time they played double shield.
No, I would Brede, you can play Bandit. Farty, you can play Legion or Azami top garage. Sheko play Fenrir, put the Fenrir at set before. Or you play Fenrir,
I think Mirror is so good because Ace bent. Like, you can't throw my every time.
Okay.
I should play the Mirror, you can play the Legions and the Azamis and stuff.
Okay, let's do that. I can play
A lot of work to be done. 3 rounds BDS need to find if they want any chance of winning their map pick. But you look back across the series, Tim, Consulate, yeah, it was 7-5, but felt like FaZe were in control for the majority of it. Chalet, it's their permaban. FaZe don't play it. Yet they ran it all the way to max OT and then beyond before BDS took the win. Here, BDS are on the back foot. Clubhouse looms, threatening, menacing. FaZe's map pick could be where it ends. It could be that 3-1 to FaZe unless BDS can find a way back in here and now.
A test of mental fortitude coming up for FaZe here, Des. They've been here before. They've been on 6 rounds on Nighthaven Labs and it hasn't gone their way. They find themselves here again today. It does not determine the outcome of the match, but they still have to get this done. They still have to get this over the line.
I mentioned the offside, Tim, as well. Control storage is what I was worried about. Might have got the other 2, but now you've got to win all 3. No mistakes allowed. I imagine you'll see relatively safe comps coming out of them. Trap operators, things like the Elo we spoke about, the goo mines of the Legion. In case there are a lot of shields being brought along. And here it's just the one, the monster's been dropped away. Vidaking taking that away from KDS as KDS hops onto the Capitao instead.
It just starts to feel a little bit reactionary for me from BDS. Rather than playing their game, it's kind of like they're trying to play it into FaZe's game. And I think there's a fine line and sometimes that will work, but right now I feel like that's just giving FaZe a little bit too much space, a little bit too much leeway to do what they want to do, to get themselves into those positions where they're finding kills.
And a reminder again for FaZe, last 3-6 invitationals they've lost to the eventual champions, been sent home by those before them, kingmakers in their own right, but yet to wear the crown. It could just be 1 round and a map away from finally getting it. Where Cyber has been that guy for them so far. Likafak finds a response.
Good pick.
It's a huge pickup for BDS. It's exactly what they needed to kick things off in this round. We have Vidaking just looking to get himself onto the catwalk. We have an FNAT just triggered as well, just making the progress difficult, impeding FaZe here. They are going to take out the mirror window, but Brede, he manages to get a much bigger prize, taking down Vidaking. There's the Blackbeard. Out comes the trick as well. BDS are on another one of those big rounds that they seem to be able to find us.
I really want to be super excited about how well they're playing this round, Tim, but you're expected to win this top 4, even the basement. It's that offside that I'm already thinking about in round 12 that has me a little bit nervous. 0 chance you get away from 3 players swinging you at once. And honestly, Tim, it's that entry where I think things are settled a little bit. You get rid of Cyber early on. A lot of the gunpowder for FaZe, is taken offline. But it's a big if. We've seen what he's done so many times. Still a lot of belief here that BDS can get this done too, unsurprisingly.
Every single round that the EU team are able to win, the place erupts and the noise seems to get louder and louder. And then the Brazilians have their say, of course. But right now, for BDS, it's about consistency, Des. It's about consistency, it's about getting in. And yeah, last round was a fantastic round. It was a great performance from them. But they need that round after round after round now. There's no excuses, there's no mistakes. There's no more opportunities for bad round, good round, bad round, good round. It's got to be solid, it's got to be consistent. And they've got to get it over the line.
It's kind of funny, Tim.
I'm
back to the
hoping that
longest series ever played in
they will
competitive
win
Siege.
this. I really hope
Place called
that they
Berlin.
do.
Do you remember who cast that one, Des? I can't remember actually. You have to remind me in a minute. FaZe were involved in that series.
Yeah.
It was brawling, it was the
By
whole
the
way
way,
through.
if
and
I'm not
honestly, the
talking
crowd
too
wasn't that
much,
different.
it's because of my
We had a
illness,
small
but I'm
group of
super
FaZe supporters doing that.
super tired as well.
I'm pretty sure some of the
And
guys
I'm
probably
pretty
the
sure
same
it
people. During the
shows on my
difference, that was
face.
the whole thing was, the response was, "You're shit, you're shit." I want to hear that from you guys in the audience. If you really think BDS can still do that, it's my God, do they need it? 2 rounds to go. This one, I'd expect them to win. It is that basement site. They were very comfortable there last time. FaZe would shoot up and spat out by the time they were even seeing the basement of Nighthaven Labs. Now, offside is where I'll start to worry, but BDS making that occasional mistake that is costing them big time. Can't help but feel a little bit nervous. I like this, by the way. Probably get Souls lying down here and see with the Oster Shield what's going on. Look at it, lovely.
I like that. So
they can't shoot back.
No, there's a couple of combinations of this. In this case, it's using the Oster. Sometimes you'll put a smoke there, and you'll have a glass that's inside the smoke, and you just peek through immediately. But I really like this little variation of it by getting the Oster in there behind the Talon shield. A nice attempt. Didn't pay any dividends for FaZe.
Wasn't far behind a Shaiko, but he's just being very cautious now. He knows that wall is starting to look like Swiss cheese. Turns out he's not a big fan. C4 takes out the drone. Worth. Not finding any players. Half the round elapsed at this point. FaZe still trying to figure out their way through. For now, Animus is the main focus point for them. Got to start thinking about if they want to get that main breach opened up, they can get more vertical control, because Solotov right now is happily sat inside storage for no bother. Leakafat, I mentioned Cyber was a problem, Tim. Starting to get in this round.
I think they know that there's one inside of there. Cyber's looking for the challenge. The interesting thing from FaZe here is they don't have a huge amount of vertical options. Very little, in fact. So it's not really too critical that they get in here. They need to find the kills more than anything to stop the vertical being used against them. Brede is there on the cover. Manages to take down Cyber. 4 versus 4 now. 55 seconds left to go. And FaZe, they are stalling out there. I feel they haven't brought the tools that they needed for this attack.
I think Biddeking's made a small mistake there. He stayed sat on the window rather than bolting in as Cyber pushed in towards Warehouse. A rare bit of miscommunication. Very likely. Biddeking now finally gets a bit of revenge though, bringing down Brede. But that's upstairs. 35 seconds to play, and yeah, they've got the numbers advantage, Tim. But I always say that clock becomes the 6th man as we get down to it, and FaZe could find themselves being forced to make errors.
Solotov's just going to work his way back down here. Could have something to say, and will, as he takes down Handy. Bideking does manage to get one in the mix. Users onto Souls, 2 versus 2, and it's looking difficult for FaZe with 10 seconds left to go. This is where they have to take the risk. For the risks, they start to pay off. Solotov, 1v1, 4 seconds.
Yes! Yes! So good.
A matter of seconds on the clock, and he makes a big call to swing with that super shorty. Back in the day, you never get kills there. But what did I say, Tim? That clock becomes the 6th man. Close, but no cigar for FaZe. And then I hate to ruin the party and be a party pooper here, Tim, but it's that offsite again. It's control storage. They got rolled over last time around. I was a little bit nervous. The BDS may have given us a couple of rounds to build false hope, only for FaZe to take this 1-7-5.
Well, the belief is certainly building here in Boston, that much is for sure. FaZe so close to having the big moment there to close out the round, but BDS somehow, by the very tips of their fingers, by the very end of of that round were able to close it out. Solotov just proving his worth, proving how cool he remains under pressure to close it out. We head into round 12. FaZe have one more chance to close this out in regulation, and this is surely the one for them. This is surely the one. It's the
Can they
offside.
not be saying that? That's actually
That chat, I
mean.
can't repeat him.
No.
I'll lose my job.
I'm
words.
hoping that they would
It's
do
building
it.
up between the
on that.
fans in the same way it is in the server. Solotov hopefully injecting a little bit of life into his teammates' veins. You need it. It's been a rough couple of maps. Chalet has started out strong, but since then it's never really felt like they've had control of any of the games. FaZe showing their class and their prowess in this series. It feels like they're almost like the standing champion, and it's BDS who have to earn the right to challenge.
Nitro was pre-ripped, but will be put back in pocket. That will just give that little bit of an audio cue, should it be brought out again. Breach will begin to be open. This is something that we've said consistently throughout, just working down the side of that mirror window to create an opportunity to be able to move in and take control of IT. They need to have that verticality above. We've seen previously plants go down on the pillar. King got in there, put it down. It created a lot of panic for BDS. FaZe are going to be looking for a similar opportunity.
What was mad was Yuzu stepped inside of it into storage and shot upwards, killed the player that was in IT. It's not an invincible spot to hold, but you definitely have the advantage. They've got what they need, a small slither of the map, slowly working their way across here. King taking a lot of control of this top floor, nothing being given over, a few shots landing into users and leaking back. But no one yet dying in Solotov.
Why?
This is the problem, Tim. You're trying to make that solo hero play. You'll pay the price once FaZe start marching through.
They need to be a little bit cautious here, FaZe, with King's progress. He's got the diffuser in hand. The last thing they want is that down in no man's land. They need to think about, what have we already taken? Do we have enough? Can we think about putting the diffuser on the ground? At the minute, Shaiko could be a little bit of a problem. He's in that default plant spot, but might have to move now as the kills start to come in. Users does pick up the trade onto Souls. 4 versus 3.
Feels like he had no right to win that one, but has found his man. Bit of breathing room, creeps in, one on the window, the Monty inside. They've got to win this, but
aim, Shaiko, aim!
You normally see a player hold on the window and not feel the need to step in.
Why are you
but Andy takes matters into his own hands.
Why
KDS is down.
Not ADS
2 versus 3. We're down towards this last 30 seconds.
King is manoeuvring here, just trying to bully these last players. Andy with a double. He's going to close it out. And FaZe, you take 9 Haven Labs and take a 2-1 lead in the 6th Invitational 2025 Grand Final.
I hate to say I told you so, Tim, but that control storage site was always going to be the curse. BDS have to pick themselves up here. FaZe are 1 map away. See you in a few.
Okay, let's go and watch. I haven't shown you guys this though.
So in this video, I'm going to be showing you again, subscribe to the channel.
It is.
Whoa! What? My eyes might be tricking me. Yeah, there was.
Nice.
Swapping back.
I thought there was actually one, and he just flashed by me, and he's just running.
1 friendly operator remaining.
I don't know what he's doing. Play too much card, I guess.
What is this screamer going to do? They are not in this site, they are not downstairs.
Like, they're not downstairs. It doesn't mean that they can't roam to the other side. I just put a claymore just in case, because you never know. Because there might be like a flank either way. Even though everyone is on site, they can still like roam
BDS
around.
won the first one.
Because I still had time.
Roberto.
They are
not
downstairs.
1 map
They're
away.
fucking downstairs. I thought they
2
were
maps.
upstairs.
No, they're downstairs.
It's best of 5.
But we can still do this. No worries. Did you say 1 in bar?
Yeah, Vigil on stairs. Ping 4.
Ah, fuck off, Vigil.
Where?
Bar. Ping 2. Was at the stage. Coming towards bar. Nice.
Thank you.
What is Glass What is Glass doing?
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
If I had time, I could have gone for kill, but there was no point. One on bar stairs right now. Bar is dead.
Not sure how to get my kills sometimes, but I just do.
I need to get that one shot. Fuck!
No longer in your possession.
Window in gym is open. Nice.
Bar stairs.
Yeah, I have an alarm there.
Oh, and I had to stand up there. Oh. Yeah, I'm getting super risk of the... He stuck to me into it!
On ping 2. To the door.
I'm stronger. I'm better.
Another one.
Woo!
I am better.
Good job.
I'm so good!
Oh, nasty.
Oh my god! Also, I got Twitch on the staircase. She went out, she went up the staircase, and I just vaulted and hip-fired her. She stuck to me into it on the way down.
Wow.
I got ram.
Legion back is on stairs.
Like, up or down, what the f...
In hallway.
I got one at least.
Down to 15
Yeah,
seconds.
I'm dead.
One friendly.
Yeah. It's inside.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to go. Op 4 is placing diffuser near a bomb. Destroy it. Diffuser located. Protect the bomb.
Fuck, it was not open even.
You hear him to the right. Left.
Ah, what?
All friendlies. Last operators.
Oh, fucking
Not sure I get
lord.
those kills, but I just do.
Yeah, coming up.
Destroy it.
Oh, there's a fucking glass. I totally forgot about it. No! Ah!
Nice try.
Fucking hell! My team is dark, not you dark, but they're randoms. Just wanted to clarify that. Dark doesn't suck, the other teammates does. I got bandits.
Nice.
Planting.
It's coming!
I get 16 fucking kills and we lose this? Just, okay, this is going to sound bad, but I'm blaming so hard on my randoms. this just goes to show, no matter how many kills you get, you can't win if you don't have teammates to cover you. Like, that's so bad.
Yeah, that's so bad.
BDS, they got to step it up here.
Again, when you're looking at players on BDS specifically, Shaiko's obviously going to be a huge one that's going to stick out for me at a 33% cost. That's barely even making a dent within that round, within the map. So going into a next map, we're going to need to see life coming out of Shaiko in particular. But again, on that base side, if they can control the aggression that BDS wants to bring on those attacks and play it and rely on those defenses just to close out an attacking half, they can easily get it done.
I mean, BDS definitely needs some life because
they do.
Solid top were at the top of the leaderboard. We talked about how they were substantial on keeping BDS so strengthful throughout the whole year that the rest of the players that we're usually talking about, specifically Shaiko, haven't really been putting on the performances that we expected to see. Clearly in that matchup, it looked like they had the hardest time getting back into it. So obviously, that needs to be a wake-up call. We need Shaiko to wake up. We need Licky to wake up. Breeday's been doing pretty decent. I can't say anything about him, but we need the two other spearheads to be able to come alive.
Yeah, Users had a moment here that we'd like to talk about, Gabe.
It wasn't Users, it was actually FaZe, no?
It was?
Yeah, it was FaZe's setup here. So yeah, no, it was this is what I'm talking about, the stronghold defense from FaZe. They execute everything perfectly. They force BDS into unwinnable positions where they think they can take map control, but FaZe would immediately pounce on top of them and not let them into any part of the site, and then closing out that round in a flawless round. Again, just the emphasis of how strong FaZe truly is on their defensive half.
I mean, you said Usus made the play, but he was the first one going down.
Yeah.
So no play for him.
You weren't wrong technically.
Technically not wrong.
True.
But somebody who's been making plays in this main stage grand final matchup has been Cyber. He's been so good at FaZe, and we talked about him the whole event, and he's coming alive in this matchup. He's been the best player on FaZe in the best of 5 so far.
Here's the question. Should FaZe lift the hammer? Would you consider Cyber the best player in the world in Rainbow Six at the moment?
I mean, he's on a team with Handy. That's tough. That's tough. He's on a team with Handy right now. That's a really tough beat.
I mean, I think realistically, every one of those players can be the best in the world here. It takes a team effort to get this far, and they are doing it now.
Well, Cyber is 21 kills away from breaking the best of 5 kill record in the history of the game. One good game or maybe 2 good maps. Who knows? Maybe I'd love to see it go a bit deeper. Then that record might be shattered right here, right now in Boston. Gentlemen, thank you so much. What a map we've had, but still the advantage for FaZe Clan. They're up 2-1. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, it's time for map number 4.
I hate break. I don't think I have another video. There is only talking about my I actually don't have anything that I can show you at the moment, which is kind of sad. Let's see. Have anything else? By the way, if you wonder why I have the face cam off, it's because I'm looking very, very tired right now. So, and I might sound tired, but that's just my voice.
Oral-B vet att oavsett hurdana tänder du har så förtjänar de en perfekt och skonsam rengöring. Det runda borsthuvudet anpassar sig till dina tänder. Det rengör där manuella tandborstar inte kommer åt. För 100% renare tänder och friskare tandkött. Varumärket som används av flest tandläkare världen över. En perfekt rengöring börjar med Oral-B.
Come on, next map.
Now, one series separates us from finding out whether or not it will be Team BDS or FAZE Clan that becomes the 6th Invitational 2025 World Champions. Now, we know, of course, that the winning team gets to raise in the air one of the most iconic pieces of silverware in all of esports, the hammer. But what you might not know is each individual member of whichever roster does manage to become triumphant today gets a piece of history to keep forever as well. 2 prizes for each team member. Number 1 being this, the trophy that you get to keep in your home forever. Imagine waking up every morning, looking at that, knowing, I did it. Plus, you get this. Now, I've got to be careful with this. It's really heavy. It is a keyboard, 6th Invitational 2025 branded by GMK in partnership, and it is truly beautiful. Look at the back. Let me see if I can show you this. Like I say, all in the SI Boston 2025 gold color scheme, and that is yours forever as well. Imagine winning both of them. Just a little bit more pressure for each of our players.
That is a sick-ass keyboard that you get there at the end.
Hard.
And Ian is a strong man, so imagine it took so much effort to lift it up. Must be made out of gold, if anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the main stage here at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park, and we potentially are 1 map away from making history. FaZe Clan on the cusp of closing it all. All they need is 1 more map, and that map is Clubhouse. What's their history like? Does it favor them and put them in the driver's seat?
It absolutely does. You know, we talked about the round differential where FaZe was already up 100 rounds over BDS. And again, on Clubhouse, they have played this map 6 times so far here throughout this tournament, but with BDS only playing it once. So if you got to look at that results in terms of practice and sample size, FaZe has that in their back pocket.
If you're BDS, you have to be worried a little bit going on to Clubhouse just because it's a comfortable map for FaZe. The attacks matter the most, but the defenses, you can get a really good run, especially on how strong it is defensively. Attacks, though, what do we know about FaZe? They're very good at the shield play. We saw them on Night Haven Labs trying to double shield. Yeah. Clubhouse is a map that counts on your attacks. If you can absolutely abuse shields the most to give yourself an extra round or 2, you'll be sitting very comfortably.
Clubhouse is also a map of fundamentals. So should your mental be there, should all of you be working together as a well-oiled machine, you'll see that just go in spades for you.
Absolutely. I mean, and we just talked about it with BDS, the mental shakeage. We didn't see it affect FaZe. we're now going to see if it affected BDS, because absolutely it's a fundamental map. It's all about trades, it's all about teamwork. On Night Haven Labs, it looked like BDS kind of abandoned the script and started going for individual plays.
And that's the crazy thing, is because that's not a BDS that we typically are used to seeing. And on a map like Clubhouse, you need to be more focused on your fundamentals more than anything, because that's what it comes down to. It's whoever's making the least amount of mistakes and whoever is making the mistakes, if they're being punished for it.
Gentlemen, it is spelling disaster for all the EU fans that are watching right now, including myself. But I'm going to ask Boston here, potentially one more time. Are FaZe taking this?
FaZe up.
We have the contingent over here, though. Are BDS pushing it to map number 5? You heard it here first. Give the people what they want. Up to Ace and Dez. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. All that talk about FaZe on this map. We sat here a couple of maps ago and said if it goes this way, we see FaZe winning it. But looking at the stats, BDS, no slouches on club, Tim. 6-2 over the last year.
Absolutely not, but the problem that BDS have got now, they're not just playing against FaZe, Des, they're playing against themselves. This is where
the whole series have been against themselves.
This is where it starts to get really tough. Those previous finals will now be in their mind, whether they try to keep them out or not. The memories will come back.
Well, it's time for BDS to lock in. Let's get into it. Clubhouse, map number 4, coming up right now.
Let's get into this then. BDS will kick things off on the attack, sorry, on the defense to start with, which means our bans will be reversed.
Monty.
So the opening ban will be BDS's. They will take out the first attacker. You feel like, I mean, it's such an easy thing to say that BDS need a strong start. Of course, they need a strong start here, but looking at what has gone on so far, they've got one map, which was FaZe's permaban, and then FaZe have been able to just go back-to-back to go 2-1 up. If you're a BDS fan right now, you've got to be worried, especially with FaZe taking away that Shaiko Demo.
Always the worry, isn't it? The Maverick, a little bit of a surprising one from me. You know, it's one of the least played, in fact, it is the least played hard breacher that FaZe bring along for this map. Cyber, most played, Mike Maverick. Handy, Ace, Vita King, Hibana. They play all of the hard breachers. The thing that it does to man when you don't have this on side, and to be fair, this is why the Kai ban kind of works against it, and I think it makes sense that they want to take the Kai away here when Maverick has been banned against him. It is smart counter-banning almost by FaZe. It will demand that you bring things like a Thatcher along to make sure those walls definitely get opened up. It takes away some of the attacking teeth from FaZe, so don't blame BDS at all in what they've gone for. Just wonder if there maybe be a more impactful ban that they could have looked towards. Not really been too fussed by the shields on the side of FaZe, even though at points have threatened, but I'll probably agree with them in saying that shields haven't dominated this series like it has others throughout the tournament.
No, I would agree, but we've got to remember on Clubhouse there are some real opportunities for those shields. You think about the dirt push into basement, for example, using the Monty or the Blackbeard to get down there. We've got the Blitz brought along by Handy immediately. How often do we see that used to push down blue and take the ground and push on into sight? When you're talking about catwalk defense, take a Monty, get up there, clear it off. Really, really powerful on Clubhouse, and I'm sure, given that they picked it in round 1, that FaZe are going to be looking to abuse that.
Right down to the base we go for round 1, and Leaky Pack, as you can see on your screens, is up on that top floor, getting some of them mute jammers down. Trying to kind of drag FaZe into this fight around the map. Our main concern is where BDS have bled out in a number of rounds throughout this series. There's been having individual roamers out around the map and getting punished when FaZe realise what's going on. A good few years ago now, we saw what was famously called the SSG roam popularised on this map, leaning into Mute, leaning in towards Mozzie and Vigil to cause a bit of bother. Surely they have the understanding here that that was a Nook coming in and firing a few shots, and Sol's maybe kicking himself a bit there, but nothing was to come. As C4 comes out, tickles in the tiniest bit. Solitov falls yet again. His entry record this series is looking poor. Leakifak also punished, like I said, Sid. They will punish these roamers, and BDS already are down to just 2 players.
This is a terrible start for the EU side as they continue to be bullied by the shield. Chaiko finds one, but can do no more as Souls and KDS pick up the last 2. BDS, they looked all at sea in that first round. You can see, I question the mental game from them. It seems to be wearing them down, Des, and FaZe right now. We watched them coming back in from the break. They were laughing with each other. They look calm, cool, collected. They look ready to go and take a title.
And wouldn't they deserve it, Tim? and said 3-6 invitationals in a row, they've been kingmakers. They've lost to the eventual champions, been knocked out by them every step of the way. Might not have always been in the grand final. It was always one in their own minds, I'm sure. They feel that now should be their time. Another fun stat, actually, that someone shared to me, I believe it was Vidi on social media yesterday, shared that we've had two Brazilian teams so far. We'll lose the final 1 year, then go on to win SI the next year. We saw it out of NIP, we saw it out of W7M. Maybe that FaZe become that third team to do just that. The fact that BDS can walk down main stairs and do that, that should not be happening.
No, it really shouldn't, and that's the point. It's not about losing a round for BDS. Again, it's the manner in which you are losing that round. At the minute, on the rounds that they lose, they don't feel competitive. On the rounds that they do, yeah, they maybe have a big hero play. They'll maybe get somebody going, get a 2 or a 3K, and they win the round comprehensively. But they are becoming fewer and far between.
Very, very clear on where momentum sits in this series, and it's not with the defenders. Let's see how this round plays out, though, see if BDS bounce back and give us a bit of a game on this one. Otherwise, if you see it running away from them, then you start to feel very, very nervous for them. BDS here, straight up in towards Catwalk, as they'll try and take this Cash CC control. It's not where the site is, but the sooner they can get it cleared out and they can force Yuzu, so leak it back, even Shaiko, the better. Also, players working in from below. Yuzu's on this clash is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but has to respect pressure that can come in from bottom red stairs.
The range is just a little bit too far there. I think Yuzu's just zapping a couple of warning shots towards FitKing, but it won't be enough to do any damage from there. A little bit of a stalemate, a standoff here at the minute.
Did C4 over the top, surely?
You would have thought so. BDS does push through, is able to reposition outside of the breach. They can start thinking about getting that wall open. Nitro gone, will not do any damage. This is good from FaZe. Good, patient build-up play.
See BDS do this quite a lot on this side, to be fair, when I think back to casting them historically. Kiva's used to cover the retreat back in towards site. You've wasted, a minute and a half. It's not bad. Problem is, you now leave FaZe with a minute and a half to get set up on this site. They can now play on the south balcony. You need control of this side of the map, so you can play on south balcony and play on the gym and bedroom windows. Now they have that as an option. One thing to note, Tim, they have not opened Jacuzzi Breach. There is no late round backstab that BDS need to worry about yet, and that clash is still standing.
The problem that BDS have here is that they're being pushed deeper and deeper. They're now in a smaller and smaller group. They're limited pretty much to Lodge, Shower and the Jacuzzi Breach corridor. That's all they've got to work with. FaZe, going to be difficult for them to create any space as Shaiko gets the explosive. Bursts into construction and takes down Handy.
Shocked there was no trade swing coming out there. I think the threat onto the window was enough to keep KDS at bay. This one going over is good, and now impeded by Castle Barricades, which you saw getting rolled down by Solitov not too long ago. He's still playing below here with shotgun in hand, it's worth noting. They can't comfortably plant inside of this site, they'll always be a threat. 3-Day steps round for one, but Cyber, that name that we cannot take out of our mouths today, comes through and starts a bit of a comeback. 4v3 for BDS, and the clock is now starting to work against FaZe.
This has been a really promising round for BDS, despite being forced back so deep into side. They've played their game plan. They've fallen away at each opportunity without taking a loss. FaZe haven't been able to take utility away from them, but KDS gets himself inside. He's going to be able to put this down potentially. The cover is not there. Uses Shaiko one apiece, and BDS goes out the round as Liquify finds the final kill. BDS level things up 1-1, and there is a glimmer of hope for the EU side.
They could be down and out, Tim, and you still have the chance coming through. Don't want to get too excited about one round there. Losing on the basement feels a little bit unforgivable. Much better on gym and bedroom. I wouldn't say it comes down to that time wasting out towards Cash and CC. Much more on Shaiko being willing to swing like he does here.
Yes.
Getting away with a freebie shouldn't have happened when there's two players in there and a player on the window. FaZe are dead to rights. He's got away with Daylight Murder, a wonderful shot onto Souls to boots. And they really are having to fight tooth and nail for every single kill in these rounds. FaZe are not making it easy. Now we go to Cash and CC.
I mean, it's yet another spot inside of construction that's been sort of informally named after him. You can't expect him to allow FaZe to just keep themselves stood in there. For me, I think on the attack there, FaZe did not do enough to punish BDS, Des. They got in there and they forced them back. Out of cash, out of CCTV, out of construction, they took that ground, but they never punished them. And that came down, I think, to not opening Jacuzzi wall. You picked up on it during the round. BDS were able to just say, yeah, okay, we've lost a bit of ground, we've lost a bit of map control, but it doesn't matter because we're not losing bodies, we're not losing utility, we're not being punished for this. And that was the big problem FaZe need to deal with.
If Jacuzzi was open, they don't stop that plant going down, I expect, because they have no pressure coming in from the hallway. That's one for FaZe there. The consideration needs to be on ensuring there are enough angles to pressure BDS from. Even if you don't put someone on those angles, it's more about the phantom pressure it creates. Having a breach open, you can't always tell if there's a player out there waiting for you, Tim, but you have to assume there is. Otherwise, you lose your life for nothing, and that's how rounds slip away. Still, see how things go next time we come back to that site, I imagine. In round 5, for now, I said the focus is on Cash and CC. FaZe have largely got control over the master bedroom side of things. They've all been given it by BDS. They've got a bit of control inside of Garage itself. But have otherwise said, FaZe, it's yours to take as you please. We'll let you have that ground, but we will fight you when you start looking at the site.
Not going to be pushing to take catwalk control, all going to be master side, as you say, but you bring the Monty last time and you clear the catwalk when it's not a CCTV site, and then you don't bring it along this time and leave Leaker back to play there. Again, maybe questions that will be asked of FaZe in the next couple of rounds if this one doesn't go their way. Handy has an answer to Shaiko, but not before he can take down Cyber. He can't protect his teammate. All he can do is find retribution.
It's the Blackbeard that goes offline. The fear for FaZe here, Tim, is they haven't actually got lots of utility to execute with. They've got everything for the setup. Preventing the flats coming out with the Nomad. Getting the breaches opened up. Flashes they can toss in and frag nades. They've done a lot of that already. So at this point, BDS, as long as they dig in deep, I struggle to see how FaZe actually managed to pull off a successful execute here. They need to get another kill or two if they want to get this diffuser down, and that is hard without loads of utility on side.
Just going to see the Selma charge tricked away as well. Solotov manages to find Souls.
Nice.
Just going to see the Nitro shot out of the air there as it comes through the window towards KDS, but FaZe are stalled out here. They don't have catwalk, but they do now. Peter King goes in and just claims that for his own. KDS onto Solotov, and this is the danger with a team like FaZe. They can always find kills, Des.
30 seconds to play with here. Bidaking's got that long angle. Do not expose yourself here, Usis, or you are in trouble. He just got to hold on, and Brede, standing up tall, 2 kills in the round for himself, has staved off this onslaught from FaZe. KDS now pushing in through this doorway. They hear the sound. They have to swing at the same time here, but they can also play clock tip. There's 10 seconds to go. If he pauses to get rid of the goo mine, he probably runs out of time. He'll do just that. Won't be able to get the diffuser down. Needs 2 kills, and BDS are going to play it patient. Give him nothing. Down to 1 HP, and they win through the clock. Well played by BDS, but a bit scary there in the middle of that round, Tim. FaZe still showing they've got teeth.
Yeah, BDS locking in there, certainly playing that 2v1 better than they did the one back on Chalet. This time just keeping themselves out of danger, locking it down, getting the round. 2-1 they start. Let's not forget they picked the defensive side. We would expect a better half to start with from BDS. They need to make sure that they're getting enough rounds here that FaZe aren't able to run back at them when they get onto the defense in the second half.
Final is actually,
like I say, we definitely can't see BDS as slouches on this map. Their record, 6-2 over the last year. Happy to play there, have picked it themselves at multiple events. It hasn't just been picked against them. Same as like Consulate in a way when I look at it. That was the second favourite map for BDS. When FaZe picked it, I was a little bit nervous for them. They got the job done. Now BDS really need to fight their way in. So far, after that first quarter, they're up 3 rounds. Good start. FaZe are not going to let them off lightly, Tim. They'll change their own ideas here. Last time round, they got a great rush down into this basement and absolutely wiped BDS at the face of the planet. More of the same I expect with Handy moving over to that blitz. Why change away from what's worked so well before? The Capitao and the Ying also going to make this so much easier.
Yeah, exactly that. Last time it was the blitz push down through blue. We'll see whether he positions himself there again. Shaiko just looking for that early pick potentially. You feel like that's the energy BDS need here, Des. Get themselves into the rounds quickly. Get up in the faces of FaZe. Just inject a little bit of pace into what has otherwise been a very strategic game of Siege.
This the same sort of thing we were speaking about back on Chalet, right? It's being willing to challenge the attackers early. Don't give them enough time to get the full surround and get ready for an execute, because if you give it to them, well, they'll do pretty damn well with it. FaZe being a little bit cautious here as well, making sure they've got a full map clear being considered. Last time round we had Leaker back up on this top floor, trying to cause a bit of bother on the mute, but they just sliced him off on main stairs. The Nook of Souls getting in and doing a little bit of damage. Vidaking with a 2k down that main stairs too. Made it extra difficult. On site and below here, a C4 up onto that wall below. Leaker was fishing, but they backed away a bit too soon here. FaZe are not going to make the kind of mistakes that mean you get free kills, I'm afraid.
This is a much more winnable round for BDS. Last time we saw them defend this, as you said, they lost 2 bodies really, really quickly when they were trying to rotate back to site. BDS are not a team that would generally defend this site all over the map. They're all back on site this time. They're going to be confident of their positions, and they're going to try to hold them for as long as possible. It's up to FaZe to try and disrupt them. The first area that they're going to try to do that most likely is going to be blue stairs. Try and get in there, open the hatch, try and move that as army.
Well, you had the Candelas on the Ying coming down main stairs at the same time as Handy. You've got the Capitao moving down blue. We've seen that kill so many times, Tim.
Yeah.
Straight in from blue, down towards Church Wall. Doesn't always net in a kill, but teams who aren't aware of that, they pay the price. And it's funny because BDS, Shaiko, I always think of, was a player that would play that spot and get many kills from that position. Leakerfack has paid the price, so Bandit taken offline, a C4 also removed.
And what it's indirectly done is free up blue as well, because Shaiko's had to dip deeper. He now needs to be playing more toward door to replace that position that Leakerfack was lost from. He's still trying to hold on to blue, but his attention is split. He doesn't know where the pressure is going to come from. He knows he's got the blitz on this side of him. 45 seconds left to go, FaZe. They've got everything they need here. They just need to be careful that they don't stall out and let this one slip away.
Still getting a couple of hatches opened up here as well, but for the most part, it is done. We've got the first fireball coming into blue to move. Shaiko is now back in blue, uses, I'm pretty sure, dropping smokes on towards Handy here, inside of Moto, so trying to keep him at bay and isolate out gunfights. Shaiko going in deep as well, tucking himself in and waiting. KDS marches his way down, Shaiko finds him out, 2 quick kills to BDS. Get the other side guessing, and FaZe have got to find something here. It's down to a 2 versus 2, shot in the back again. Shaiko is going off Tim. Finally finds himself down now. Users has got to clutch up big.
This could be difficult. The blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy. Let's see if the swing will come. Users, no!
Are you serious? Why did you move?
You cannot keep giving rounds like this away on the biggest stage of them all. Time out for FaZe. Let's listen in.
Não, é o seguinte, vamos fazer um pouco umas plays mais diretas, tá ligado? Tipo, de abrir o server meu, só que abrir o server pode ser um pouco mais complicado e não bombear dinheiro. Então eu preciso que o KD pegue o track bid, aí tu faz o montanha, saca, subindo, e o Souls faz o capitão. Tá, isso, e a gente vai, tipo, vamos abrir aquela parede do céu de qualquer jeito ali.
Tá, vamos fazer o seguinte então.
E no bom
Focus on the next round. Focus on the next round.
Let's get the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, let's focus.
His club as well, by the way. Club is
Focus on Fort only.
Yeah.
De classique strat.
They should not have done
Les trains ne même pas sûr. I'm playing bot, stay put on bot in jacuzzi. Partie de Fenrir. Teko as a meetup garage or Legion. Josh Mutz.
Let's go, guys.
We don't leave server side on this one, guys, okay? We're going to fight back. Teko, save one wire. Don't put.
Sounded very frantic when we first jumped into those BDS comms, Tim.
I can tell you as well, we've got a great view of the players there from where we are. And when that round was lost, there was a lot of eyes being rubbed on the side of BDS, a lot of heads in hands, and just really not sure how to react to it.
Less than half a second left. Heartbreaking for the boys in blue. Elation for the ones in orange. I understand as well, if there's no info on site and you assume the plant is going down, you don't want to give them a chance to come off and force a 1v1.
No.
But maybe just, well, literally 0.45 of a second too soon. BDS pay the price. They could be up to 3-1. FaZe keep things square at 2 apiece. We heard during the attack timeout, BDS want to hold Cash and CC more aggressively. They don't want to give it away. They backed away last time and had all 5 on site. It did require a moment of bravery from Shaiko to challenge aggressively into construction to get a freebie. And there was no response from FaZe. I don't think they'll get away with the same joy again. And that's why they're playing so actively on the bandit trick. to this main breach.
You feel like for BDS, it might start to stack up here and feel like, what can we do? Shaco, as you said, had a huge round inside of blue. He really did grab that one by the scruff of the neck, but it wasn't enough. And that will start to mount up on BDS, the pressure that they will start to feel. As if there is just nothing they can do that is right. FaZe on the attack here, don't forget. It's their map choice. They'll be looking towards that defensive half. If they can get 3 here, they're going to feel confident that they can wrap this up.
Just making it too easy at this point, BDS, I'm afraid. FaZe a bit too on the money. Too present, too aware. Too locked in, you might say. BDS trying to find anything they can. They are paying the price. Bit of rushing towards site. 2 quick kills come through. Can they dance back here and get rid of the Twitch? Cyber coming in behind and finds the man he needs. In the blink of an eye, Tim, it's a 2v2. BDS uses to hold on, and now just uses. Can he make up for last round? No, he cannot. FaZe up 3-2 on the attack.
That is most certainly one step. One more step on FaZe's journey towards lifting that hammer, towards laying to rest the ghosts of 2024, Des. Getting the 3 rounds on the attacking half is a big, big step for them.
Enormous. Absolutely huge. And BDS gambled their last defensive round on bar and stage, Tim. Feel they've been figured out on every other site. Time to try something a little bit different. Bar and stage, one of those sites that we don't see all that often. And you see some really interesting defenses on it. Sometimes leveraging all 3 floors of the map.
I'm getting
often
mad.
2. Sometimes it looks fantastic and teams
like,
pull off an incredible defense. I look back to Rogue
at
the Berlin Major in that final round, Tim. It was won on this exact site and defended it extremely well. BDS, when things are already a little bit draining, when the team looking like they're running on empty, like they can't find a way out of this situation they're put in, it feels like a huge risk.
The Echo was a key factor back on the day you mentioned in Berlin, Des. And I'm pretty sure that that one still stings for FaZe. And I don't think they're going to allow the same thing to slip by again. Let's see as it plays out. Still doing setup there as we see the wall getting opened up by FaZe. BDS just need to be cautious that they don't get caught out.
Used to seem a bit surprised by it as well. Like, oh, the wall's open. They've gone for it pretty quick, and I don't blame them. We've seen some ridiculous kills through that wall. And it's opened up. I remember one from a long time back, construction site. Wall was left soft, someone sprayed through it. Killed a clash, it was on bedroom door. Absolutely bonkers, you just never know what you'll get when you start things out a little bit quicker. Take a few pot shots through. Could have been users falling away very early in the round. Choco's doing his best in this game, it's worth stressing, Tim. The only one positive is 7-4. BDS you can look at a 3-3 if you like. On the other side for FaZe, I spoke about this earlier in the series. Lowest is 3, highest is 5. It's not the Cyber show, it's not the Vida King show, it's not the Handy show. Every player is involved in this lead.
Vida King just trying to move in there. He's going to get the castle barricade open, so that starts a little bit of progress. They need to be aware of that top floor. We can see from the silhouette ahead of us that the castle barricade on gym door is potentially going to be open. That's going to leave an angle down through that hatch. Souls manages to find Solotov. Great start for FaZe. That takes down the castle. 5 versus 4 at the halfway mark.
Solotov's having a really rough time on entry throughout this series. After the last map, he was sat at 7 and 9, and it just seems to be getting worse as the series wears on. They're getting a nice cheeky plant in here, Tim, and I don't know if they know about this. Sure enough, they're trying to retake, and the Nomads doing all the work they need. KDS has absolutely shut this round down. Closed, locked up, offering nothing to the other side. BDS can do nothing but look on as his team are about to lose their 4th defensive round of the half.
FaZe just will not be stopped at the minute. BDS just trying to get a little bit of intel, any sort of morsel that he can work on. Manages to pick up one, but Cyber is there, ever present for FaZe to close out the round. And the Brazilians go one step closer. 3 more rounds, Des. 3 more rounds will do it. They move on to the defense. And right now, BDS look broken.
I've seen these pictures so many times before, Tim. BDS players, head in hands, frustration, but most importantly, or most obviously, silence. One voice trying to command and rally the team around. As we've seen twice already this year, it cannot be enough. FaZe have got that secret sauce today, Tim.
They just look amazing.
They're cooking. There is very little mistake being made by this team. Playing trades at the back of each other. Everything is considered. Very rarely have we seen them let BDS slip the net and get away with a kill. Now that side switch, maybe you'll see something magic. BDS are on the attack. They started out so strong, back on Chalet, but they can't afford to drop any more than 3 rounds.
There is absolutely no question that this FaZe team turned up meaning business today. Cyber particularly has just taken this one and guided his team through it one map at a time. Unsurprisingly, he sits at the top of the overall ratings for FaZe, but not far behind are all the other players who have played a phenomenal part so far in getting FaZe to within 3 rounds. But there is still an awful lot of siege to be played. BDS, it's time to start fighting back on Clubhouse.
I think back to the number of missed dronings that BDS had on labs. I'd be a little bit nervous for FaZe, to be honest, Tim. Well, nervous for BDS, to be fair. FaZe are the ones capitalizing on the back of it. For the most part, they're dug in here. Pretty much everyone back on site. FaZe don't feel the need to go aggressive. I spoke about this throughout the series. They're a team that don't like to play hyper-aggressive out on their own. On Chalet, they had no choice. Over here, they can afford to be a bit more defensive. Sitting behind all this utility they've got, they can waste so much time away from BDS. We've seen them struggle with the clock at multiple points in the series as well.
It's just a case of no matter what BDS seem to try, there is just always an answer, always a response from FaZe. It's like they've almost seen the game play out ahead of time, and they know what's coming next. And they're ready for it.
First phone call.
Halfway through the round, the phones will begin to buzz. Cyber just dips himself away. Yellow ping is there. They know his position. They have to get this entry. They can't lose it.
Nearly did.
Usus moves in, gets the kill. A good start from BDS. Something for them to build on in the round.
Don't realize about the cross, and no! Solitar's found on his way out. That's the problem with Oil, Tim. Once you start walking up that corridor, you're dead to rights. If they know you're there. The C4 over the top finds one more. KDS being chalked alive a little bit. Walks away with 3/4 of HP though. They can afford to dig in now.
The real problem that BDS have got at the minute is the position of Vita King. He's just inside of Armory. BDS were showing all their presence towards blue, trying to push down there and take that ground, but Vita King's just holding that tight angle from the door. So BDS have had to move. They've had to try and work an alternative. KDS spraying through. He knows that one has dropped Moto. He's taking a look. He can't find his man. But there's Vita King. I said from this position that he was going to hurt them. And it's Shaiko who gets cut down. Brede continues fighting. 30 seconds for BDS.
Surely they know at this point. Usus must know about his ban. Yes! They have no idea that he's there. Onto his backside he goes. Got to be careful of the fire there, my friend. Still a bit of time for this plant to go on down, but Handy is lurking, Tim. I think Brede's got an idea that he's here, and he would be right. This might be a mistake. Letting him in towards Moto. He's got himself tucked back inside the site here. In a great spot, and Usus might just run head first into him. Brede alone in a 1v2, and it has collapsed once again. FaZe are 3 steps ahead at every turn, Tim. BDS are on the ropes.
The difference that we see there at the end of that round is their ability to work as a team.
Time out, Tim. Let's have a listen.
Guys, the only thing I see right now, it's a team give up. This is the only thing I see. Everyone. So what you want to do? You want to give up right now and go back at home, or you want to fight until your death?
Until my death.
So do it, guys. Right now. Now! Not tomorrow, now! What the fuck are you doing? Please! It's time to fucking wake up, guys!
Let's check the setups and don't hesitate, by the way.
And we have to play more fast, more together! We will say it every time, we have to do it!
I feel like we hesitate as well. Just fucking pick Thatcher, fucking blitz. Just take shields. I'd rather lose trying to do that than just wait around.
Exactly, Jim. We can literally do the full clear like the RCB podcast.
I respect it. Because it's the same things that we've noted throughout the series, Tim. They talk about it in the attack timeout, and it still seems to miss. They don't ever quite put into practice the things that they speak about. I respect it.
We've got a little call in from Alphama. He's just going to interject for us here.
Frenchies, man, you've heard Stu Flex. Now is the wake-up time. Now is the time where BDS is on the verge of getting eliminated. And I will tell you, they have two win conditions. The first one, they need to bring shields, just like they said. They're missing aggression right now. So the second one is Shaiko. Shaiko is the savior for this team right now. He dropped the ball. He was one of the biggest guys, uncontrolled, to bring this back. He dropped the ball the last map. He was the best fragger on this team on the defense side. With Deimos banned, he's the one that plays in the big, strong positions. With Capitao on blue, he's the one that needs to step it up for his team. Let's take a look at Shaiko right now, because if one guy can save this team, it's him right now.
I think he's very spot on there, Leo. I think it requires more than just one man to save this team, though. It requires voices, Tim.
Yeah.
It's been quiet.
Look, the end of that last round, as I was going to say, the teamwork, the difference was evident. Handy and Souls worked together as a team brilliantly. Souls had the long angle from boxers to cover his man who'd hidden himself away. Users pushed in on his own. Souls cuts him down. Brede pushes on his own. Handy cuts him down. Users and Brede had to push at the same time there. So yes, maybe Users loses his life, but at least they get the kill onto Handy. And then it's a 1v1. They get the trade, but the timing wasn't there. Maybe the communication wasn't there. But for FaZe, it certainly was. And they are not making a single mistake at the minute.
They're looking like very deserving winners to me, Tim. Just 2 rounds stand between them and that hammer. BDS, that is their last time out they will get, unless they can recover this map and send us through to Sky. It has felt since Chalet, they've been on the back foot. But the Brazilian side have been the ones in control. It's looking to carry on just that way. Bulletproof taken out, but look at the C4s as well in FaZe's back pocket, Tim. They've got 3 of them to play behind. BDS could be walking into a trap here.
BDS are playing under such intense pressure as well. Of course, Stuflex says what he has to. They have to fire themselves up at this point, but the pressure to not make that mistake, to not be the one to die, must be immense right now. And it will start to affect the way that they play. Right now, they're working the windows. They've got themselves secure. They know they're not going to be pushed from CCTV. BDS now need that entry kill.
More just that, Tim, and they've got no idea. I spoke about rat plays and misthronings earlier on. BDS might have missed out on the man tucked in, and just like that, Handy's come up, taking a big double. Does get traded out from the window, but the damage is done, Tim. Leakerback and Shaiko are gone.
It's just too easy for FaZe right now. With a player on the window, they're still able to step into construction, to push that aggression. Just the way that Shaiko did to them, but BDS unprepared. They get hurt by it. 3 versus 4. Maybe not aware again. KDS is just going to firm this one. He's going to keep himself in this position. He goes for the peak. They don't know that he's there. And BDS, they keep being hurt by what they can't see, Des.
We've called about the misthronings throughout time and time again, Tim, but FaZe will abuse every mistake this team makes. They are 1 round away from correcting the course of history and lifting a hammer. They fought for this for so long. 3, 4 tiring years of being knocked out by the eventual winners of the 6th Invitational. This time, they make amends.
FaZe will know better than anybody else that this job is not done yet. 1 more round is required, but they are on a map that they love. They're on the defensive side, and right now, they are firmly on top of BDS. BDS just don't look competitive with this FaZe side at the minute. Over what I've seen over the last hour and a half, I have no doubt that right now at this moment, FaZe look like the greatest team in the world. They look absolutely phenomenal.
Throughout this tournament at points, I've looked at them and thought, they play too slow. They don't roam aggressively enough, they drop off. But sometimes, Tim, teams will step up and show you fundamentals are all you need to lift a hammer. Our Kingmakers may yet take their rightful throne, and just 1 round stands between them and their empire.
We've seen it throughout this tournament, Des, and I say it over and over again. Form is so important. You can have a slow start so long as you finish like this.
And think about the history of lower bracket teams going on to win, because they're still warm from yesterday. They had lights out series yesterday. They were unbelievable. 2-2-0s, didn't give their opponents a chance to fight back in. BDS coming in a little bit colder after their win on Friday. You're seeing exactly what happens then, Tim. It's not quite in the game.
Oh, no. I said wrong.
BDS were shown the blueprint for what they need to do last year. W7M, they fought back. They got themselves to overtime, and they overcame. BDS have no choice. No more mistakes, no more chances. 4 rounds in a row, or they go home empty-handed.
It would be one hell of a comeback if they could save this game, but it feels all but impossible. FaZe just sat here waiting now to see what BDS are up to. A construction site push starting to build. 4 players, but Tim, underneath them, Cyber working his way around main stairs. They should see him on this drone, unless someone peels off, in which case, he can be the X Factor.
Drone in and intel has been the real problem for BDS throughout. We've commented on it. They need to make sure that they're aware of the potential of that flank, because otherwise that could be it, lights out. Right now BDS are making good progress on the construction side and push. They've got themselves in there safely. They're trying to soften up the site, they're trying to find that opening kill, but look at the utility that they're facing, Des.
Just stacked up before them, and all this does is give time for Cyber to start his move. Working his way underneath, actually, Tim. He can play Dinar from down here, or a C4 through the hatch. Flick away at the most unfortunate time. Shaiko shooting it out right in front of his face. Will keep the dream alive.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Shaiko there. That really nullifies Cyber underneath. He's likely to just push back up to site to be an extra gun. BDS, now is the time. They have to start thinking about how they push forward. Peter King is going to take some damage there. BDS haven't got themselves that kill yet, Des. They haven't got themselves that advantage, but there it is. Solotov picks up Cyber. There's another one from Solotov. 5 versus 3, but the fight back comes from FaZe as Peter King manages to find one. 30 seconds, and it looks like BDS will keep fighting for one more round.
It's only souls left, and they've got a 3 versus 1, Tim. Surely you can't let this one go against you. 3 days in, plan going down, finds it down. Be so careful here, BDS. Souls clutched out in the semi-final back in Sweden to send them into a grand final win the next day. Surely he can't be allowed to do it here. Amonte staring at his face, and Solotov, a big round from him. 3 kills to keep BDS in it.
You said it coming in. Yes, they need Shaiko, but they need everybody else as well. Solotov, big 3K to keep BDS in this one for at least one more round. It must be impossible for these FaZe players not to have the memories of last year. 6-2 up, they find themselves 6-3. They still have plenty of breathing space. But sooner rather than later must surely be the thoughts in their mind right now.
This is definitely not meant as a slight on him, but it tells you a lot when Brede is BDS's top-rated player, currently with the most kills in the series. And when you've got players like Users, Solotov, Nikafak, Shaiko, these big frontline players that we have seen shine and excel time and time again, maybe you start looking over there to say that's where things might be falling away. For now, they extend their lifeline by one more round. But FaZe have got 3 attempts, Tim. They've only got to be right once. BDS can't afford to be wrong at all.
They can play every site on the map, Des. They can just try each in turn. If they feel like they're close, they can go back somewhere. They have all the options. All the cards right now are in FaZe's hand. We head into round 10, what again could be our final round here at 6 Invitational 2025.
Nice big set piece execute by the looks of it, planned from BDS, as long as they drone and don't get tripped up. That has been a constant theme throughout this series. If you lose key operators, like the Sens, like the Capitao, even the Grim here, crucial operators that need to be kept alive. Arguably, Likafak even more important. Running around here on the Hibana, his job will be a couple of hatches, assuming, of course, they don't lose them too early into the round. Keep an eye on the Sensor and the Capitao, so Shaiko and Usus in this round. For me, they're going to be the decision makers. Wherever they drop their gadgetry down is where all the action's going to happen.
That's going to be the blue hatch open. So they can start thinking about moving players now. That's going to be the next job, but look at this. KDS is getting aggressive, he's stuck. They're going to find the opener, Solotov again. 3 kills in the last round, and the entry in this one. Solotov is digging deep.
They almost found BitterKing as well. He's down to a 3rd HP, force away from blue. BDS are moving these players around. A nice attempt to see forward through the hatch. Gonna find nothing. BDS keeping themselves safe. Leaking back, dipping away towards meat to keep himself safe. Got to watch that clock, Tim, because BDS have ran it down to the wire a few times, and it does come back to bite them.
Got the Goyo canisters stacked up. Just going to see the first of those being taken out. Is not going to force them out of Dirt Tunnel. Souls will hold his position there, but it is at least going to remove one of his options when thinking about the later round. 1 minute 20 left to go. BDS continuing their work here, trying to soften up the side. Leaking back, he softens up FaZe with a kill onto Vita King. That's the Azami taken down, 5 versus 3.
Surely not, Tim. Surely BDS don't claw this back from the jaws of defeat. Still 2 more rounds after this one to go, and they've got to get this one over the line first. Cyber, Handy, Souls. 3 players you trust in a situation like this to get the job done. But for now, they've all been backed inside Church. Cyber and Handy both in there. Time to start saying some prayers that you can get this done here and now.
Soul starts the bite back, but Usus is there for the trade. Surely this is another BDS round. 3 versus 2, though, as Handy manages to find one. Diffuser's going down. Breeder likely to stick this, and will. The cover is there. BDS surely fight back. Cyber has tried to retake above, but it won't be enough.
Try his very best. There's a shield bearing down on you, and 2 of the players that are hungry for this one, Tim. That's 2 rounds in a row. Do you dare to dream of a BDS bounce back? I'm still thinking FaZe, like we've already seen on the map in this series, Tim, will break hearts. They're looking for a second there, hinting at a timeout. They chose not to. The coach shaking his head, letting this carry on.
BDS waking up not a second too late, Des. Not a second too late. They needed 4 rounds in a row. They're half of the way there. Stuflex told them that now was the time to fight, not tomorrow. And they've listened to every single syllable of what he said. 2 more rounds for BDS to go to continue fighting back. It's funny how history seems to repeat itself. BDS have struggled today overall in a grand final. They find themselves 2-1 down, as we've seen happen throughout the year. Now they fight back. FaZe, on championship point, have struggled to close it out on the first 2 opportunities. We've seen it before. Which one will be able to turn the tides?
Well, gym and bedroom is where we step. It's where FaZe won back in round 8 in very convincing fashion. Handy, 2K on the construction door. KDS tucked. Springs out to get a 3rd. And that was all she wrote for that round. BDS really have to be careful here. And already the first challenge begins. The mirror window cracked open. After opening this one on the rappel, be very mindful of those 3 C4s in Handy, Cyber, and KDS's back pockets.
BDS have largely abandoned the Jacuzzi side wall now. Instead, Breeder is going open CCTV wall, so they're going to try to push across. Handy taking a little bit of damage there. Returns fire, but won't be able to find his target.
That'll be another one of those that you look back at and say, such a close moment. Both for Handy almost getting the kill, but for Leaky back almost finding him in the first place. Don't think he realised he was on the other side of that barricade, but nearly got away with a few more bullets that would have netted a kill.
BDS continue to get the work done here. They're going to open construction wall, and that now sees FaZe completely pushed back into site. But much like BDS benefited from on their defense of this site, Jacuzzi wall has not been opened as the mirror window is, so it makes it more difficult to play in and around that area for FaZe. But they do have an opportunity to potentially dig in here.
That's the thing for me, Tim. Half a round's gone by and they've kept every player alive, FaZe. Spoke before about their roaming tendencies not being hyper-aggressive. They will turn it on BDS though, just when they feel the pressure's starting to mount. BDS have got to be decisive here. Slow then fast, boys. Slow them fast.
Usus is just preparing, he's ready to head on in here, but the keeper barricades are just slowing him down. They want to get that Blackbeard challenge and they want to start bullying FaZe here. But where are the kills going to go? The first couple will be critical. And Simon finds a beauty of a headshot. He flips 180 and looks to challenge onto Jacuzzi Breach. BDS, it's now or never. You've got to start pushing. They find one. Shackle onto Vita King. Can he find another? 45 seconds. BDS, you have to get in there and make it happen.
Tucked in on the corner, KDS down to a slither of HP. They've got the breach to, but they can't make moves. Shaiko starts on it, a second on site. He loses out to KDS, but BDS, with Leaky Fat going down, it's looking dangerous.
This could be the end. Such low health across FaZe. 3 versus 2 Des. 20 seconds for the attackers to rescue themselves.
Main stairs looks like a real threat as well. Handy in position. Diffuser's going down. This cover has got to be flawless. But Brine comes off. He's going for the kills, Tim. They've found one, but now they've got to re-stick, and Cyber's in a spot to do a bit of damage here. Trying to bait out once again. Solotov has to win this gunfight. He's got to get Cyber. They're waiting. Solotov's down. Brine's off. He's also down. Fate will wait, but it will not be denied as FaZe lift the hammer after 3 years of waiting.
Unbelievable scenes as BDS continue to fight back, continue to seek and search, but just couldn't find the rounds they needed. FaZe have looked on another level today, Des. They found that extra gear when they needed it, and it is going to bring them the peace that they have been looking for 12 months. This time, they will not have to sit and watch another team lift the trophy.
The Kingmakers take their rightful throne. As for now, the best team in the world. It was never a question of if, Tim. It was only ever a question of when. The consistency this team have had for the last 3 or 4 years, consistent quarter-final, semi-final, grand final appearances. And now they're up there, BDS, 3 losses in a year, that's going to sting, but there is work for them to do.
Yeah, I was not happy about that.
And quite naturally, tears of joy for this FaZe side. Let's get down to Ian on the stage to speak to our winners.
Wow. It slipped out of their fingertips in Sao Paulo, but they've got a firm grip of it here in Boston. KDS and the rest of your team, come and join us in front of the hammer here. You have been so incredibly confident the moment you stepped on this stage. How big of a redemption feeling do you have right now?
This feeling is amazing, you know, because we work a lot to win this tournament. And
Yeah,
it's amazing with the people we love to play
second place on 2
together.
majors.
So it's amazing.
I have won also 2 majors.
Did last year play on
this
your
year,
mind throughout this series here? Did you know that how easy a situation like this, how easy a final like this can slip away from you?
We expect a lot more difficult match, you know, to the last map, and I'm so happy to be that fast, you know, only 1 map, and yeah, it's amazing, amazing.
You've been phenomenal. And like the casters said there, the best team in the world right now. Handy, come here, brother. Listen, we all remember in Sao Paulo when you and your brother hugged with tears in your eyes. Nate, do you want to come and give your brother a hug wherever you are right now? Your twin brother.
So the brothers have 1 of each.
2 brothers with hammers to their names. But now, this FaZe clan is your moment. Boston, ladies and gentlemen, your 6th Invitational 2025 World Champions, it's FaZe Clan! It looks good on them, doesn't it? Boston, one more time, make some noise for your world champions here in Boston. FaZe Clan! Now we're wrapping things up here, but of course we had some monumental news coming. March 13th, the Siege X Showcase from Atlanta. You do not want to miss what is shaping up to be the entire next chapter of Rainbow Six. And of course, too, we will see you in Rio, Brazil very soon. But for now, we will end with you having a good, clear view of your Brazilian world champions. It's FaZe Clan.
So, this is going to be it, guys. It's like 2 a.m. right now for me, so I'm super tired. But for everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here. I do hope that you enjoyed everything. And yeah, thank you for liking the stream and subscribe to the channel as well.
Mama,
And I will not be live tomorrow. We'll probably be live on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, we'll have to see. But until then, guys, I wish you an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.